Can you imagine? Rather radical, the way it kind of doesn't fade out like that. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Adam, how you doing? Mike, how you doing?
Doing well.
Mike, you with us? Mike Barron. Mike?
I'm here with you.
Okay, we'll wait for Mike to catch up to us. I'm waiting for ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining this stream. We will any moment. And there's Bill. There's Bill Jacobson. Here's a guy who's got so much going on that maybe you can have a little bit of pity for me. Right now, I've got so many balls in the air. This is, from what I understand, the stream. Forget the stream for a second. The polls are basically kind of closing just about now, right?
Yeah, I think they're starting to close. I think it was for like 3 states at 6 p.m. and then a considerable amount at 7, but they all should be closed by 10.
Well, we'll see how that goes. Mike, you with us now?
Yeah.
Okay. See if we can give us a little more volume. Bill Jacobson. So let me introduce you, gents. Okay, Mike Barron, comic book legend, friend of mine, and a Coleman Nation podcast guest, and of course, like most people who hang out with Ron Coleman on TV, he has been victimized by political correctness.
Hi guys. Hey, Adam, I see that Tom Sowell painting picture in your background.
Well, Adam Coleman is a man who has created a media empire around being Adam Coleman, and we are, in fact, not related, but it is one of our running jokes because we do almost look like twins.
Yes, you
Adam,
do.
how you doing?
I'm doing good. I've only made it this far because I always name drop you, so that's how it works.
Bill Jacobson, Legal Insurrection, maybe the person who goes furthest back with me on the whole stream. This is back when blogging was a thing, for Legal Insurrection, it still is a thing, of course.
Yeah, I mean, you were our 5th or 6th or 7th follower in 2008. Okay, and I'm not even sure how you knew it that I started.
That's a good. Yeah, how did I? That's weird.
2008.
So yeah, actually, let me start producing a little bit here. This is Legal Insurrection, folks. This is a great website, and Bill has been adding video content as well. Bill's day job, is as a clinical professor at Cornell School of Law, Cornell University Law School, I should say, and election results, House and Senate are good. Maybe we'll use this. I will cover the House and Senate results. So I guess that's going to be the coverage. Okay. That's Legal Insurrection at legalinsurrection.com. And it's for grown-ups, folks. There's no gaming here, no comic books. Okay. Oh, Mike Barron, your website. I want to give everyone, remind me where I go to.
Baroncomics.com.
Say it again.
Baroncomics.com.
Baroncomics.com. And Mike is really a guy who does comic books. Oh, I think I've got one more person.
We prefer graphic novels.
You prefer graphic novels? Isn't that cute? That you prefer no, but I know it is. It is really because I have come to learn through Mike, and also through my various nerd friends, what that's all about. What a sophisticated medium it is. And it can be. It can also suck.
Right.
And I also want to introduce folks to a new personality, and so far they'll be the first one who has not been on my program before, and that is Rob Tennant. Rob Tennant calls himself the Doctor, and Rob is just a guy who happens to be someone who has been a Twitter friend for many, many years. He's an accounting professor on ethics, economic guy. So we're, as we talk about the election and about policy making, that's where Rob's going to come in. And also he has promised to amuse us. So, I mean, that is one of the things that is required here. And I'm looking now at Jeremy, who is also a 7 o'clock guy, and who I also understand is Jeremy Carl. Jeremy Carl, who came out, Jeremy, your book that caused all that fascinating. You're the guy, you're the racist, right?
I am the racist. I'm going to be offering racist commentary for this evening because I didn't think, I was just looking, I was concerned you might not have enough.
Right. So Jeremy wrote a book called the American. No, I'm
Unprotected Class.
The Unprotected Class. And we're going to get to the election stuff, but I do, to the extent that it is physically possible, I'm just going to throw up your Twitter this way. I do think that people should get to see that. So there's the unprotected class, how anti-white racism is tearing America apart. And I will tell you, I am hard-pressed to think of a more relevant topic for this election, because I think, Jeremy, you might agree with me, or you might not, but I do think that this turnout that we're hearing about, which is supposedly substantial and meaningful, it's hard for me not to think that what has gone on in racial discourse in this country is not a large part of it.
No, I think that's absolutely right. Although I think one of the intriguing things about Trump, just as a political figure, is that he's managed to put together this, while he seems to kind of offend the great and the good of every ethnic background, he's actually put together.
Right, I gotta go. I'm on camera right now. I gotta fucking go. All right,
he's actually managed to put together this much bigger multiracial coalition than any, I mean, it looks like, I mean, we'll have to see what the numbers look like, than any GOP candidate before him. And then I'd say the kind of other interesting thing is, even, and this is why these numbers can be tricky, I'm always loath to believe in the exit polls, but if you do believe them at all, the African-American turnout is down. But to some extent, that actually reflects the fact that a lot of folks are really kind of deciding that, Trump is not Orange Hitler. And so maybe they're not going to go vote for him, but they're not going to vote against him. And so that may end up being really intriguing and powerful for him. But you've also got a lot of very disaffected young white guys out there. So it's a really fascinating mix, and it's going to be fascinating to see kind of what the Trump coalition looks like at the end of the day, and just kind of how he draws from each group.
I think you're right. And speaking of racists, I want to introduce you guys to my friend Malcolm Flex 48, who is merely a physicist and an incredible how shall I put it? An incredibly strapped guy. How you doing, Malcolm? Long time no see.
Oh God, is strapped how the old people say, well hung, or are you just going somewhere with that one?
Ripped.
I know how this movie ends.
There we go, man. So how's it going, guys? I'm currently gauging the vulgarity level before I
yeah, well, I don't think we're gonna count Marco for that one. That was not really what was intended, and it's kind of my bad for not for assuming that he was ready for us.
Oh, was I on when that all happened?
Yeah,
man. I was about to say, you really got to make sure that your mic is off before you interface with your Coke dealer. Like I understand we're going to fix your line tonight, but come on now.
Now, Marc, also just remember, Marc, whether or not you're on stream, the Lord is always listening to you. You know that,
dude. He knows a lot about me.
Oh well.
When I was in the hospital, they sent a priest to make me do confession. And I hadn't done confession in 40 years. You know what I got? 10 Hail Marys. The guy didn't even like want to hear the stuff I did. I'm like, what are you, a George Soros priest? That's not even fair.
What's the story? How'd they explain that?
He was like, I don't know. He just, I mean,
10 Hail Marys? I mean,
I was whacked out on fentanyl.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Yeah, what does it mean for us Jews?
Oh, well, so Catholics, we got this great system. You do all the messed up stuff you want, and then you go to confession and you say that you did it and you're sorry, and then you got to do something to atone for it. It's like we have Yom Kippur, but every Sunday.
I got it. You have to say the 10 Hail Marys.
Yes. I mean, you know, other people can say them for you if they want, but it doesn't help you. But usually the penance is way bigger than that. You know, it's like 10 Hail Marys is for like chewing gum in church. So yeah, these Soros priests, they're really, really soft on sin these days.
Oh, dang it, man.
yeah. All right. So listen, guys. I'm hearing a lot of good things if you're a Trump supporter. I'm going to start poking around looking for news. But Bill, I want to give Bill Jacobson a chance to give me his snapshot on what he's seeing so far.
Yeah,
Bill, there's been a lot less lawfare related stuff than I think a lot of people were anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, there was little problems here and there, nothing that seems to be major. The real issue will be when the avalanche of mail comes in, you know, in Pennsylvania and elsewhere, if there's any issues there. So, yeah, I think Republicans are better prepared this time than they were 2020. I don't know what other people feel, but I feel like everything that's being reported is part of like a psyop. I don't know what to believe. You know, you have people say, oh, Philadelphia, you know, voting is through the roof. And then you have other people say, no, it's not. I don't know. I mean, you know.
Yeah, everything is.
I followed it more closely this year than others. I just feel this whole thing has been, you know, internet manipulation.
Exactly. Everyone is gaming. Everyone is gaming the It was from the old movies. I know that you know that I know that you know that I know that, or from the honeymooners, right? There's this real sense that everyone is trying to psych everybody out. If only we had the New York Times to just tell us the truth and head it to us straight.
I'm saying, man, what are we doing?
Well,
so I will.
am I allowed to break some real news here?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm sort of looking at these Florida results. So I think, which is the state I've been kind of following most closely. So I think they've kind of released a fair number of the early votes, and Trump is up 3.2, like 4.6%. He'll be win it by much more than that. That's not the interesting thing. What is kind of interesting here is Duval County, which is Jacksonville, and that is a place that people use a lot as a proxy for Georgia. It's sort of demographically similar to Georgia, and it's sort of, at least in presidential years, has consistently been a little bit to the left of Georgia. So that's 50 to 49.1 Harris right now in early voting, but that almost certainly is a pro-Harris bias in this vote, which suggests that Trump, who lost Duval County by 3.8% in 2020, at the same time he was losing Georgia, will probably win Duval County this time. And it's definitely reading tea leaves by a couple steps, but that's an encouraging number to see for the Trump folks.
Okay, this explains much. Ladies and gentlemen, I've never done a stream this large. So it makes sense that my co-host was in the bottom row. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, before we start reporting, we are Kurt Schlichter, who need not be introduced, and he's already drinking.
My sassy little Italian Grignolino.
Andrew Branca, the law of self-defense.
I know you.
Hey, Kurt. Hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody. Good to be here. Been listening in. A lot
Rob,
of insights. I think we're going to win. Bottom line. I feel the vibe. Do you feel the vibe?
I hope so.
Absolutely.
And I just introduced, and Rob, I'm going to ask you, I kicked Rob out because he signed up for about 37 blocks. So I'll bring him back in when it gets a little bit slower. But Hannah Claire, recently unemployed mistress of
Yes,
Timcast.
I'm terminated, but I'm glad to be back on a male-dominated podcast stream. It's really the best part of politics.
Well, you know,
are we all going to threaten you to vote for Donald Trump? Because I've seen ads like that.
Well, you know, you're all too dumb to vote for Kamala Harris. You're all bigoted and backwards. So I'm sure this is going to be great. A great night for all of us.
Well, I secretly, I'm in touch with my feelings, so I'm going to vote for Kamala. Of course, my feelings are of inadequacy and an affection for other men.
Well, that is her prime demographic right now.
I am sorry that I interrupted you, Jeremy, but I was rudely keeping people out of the stream that should have been here. I want to go back to your analysis on this, and then people will pipe in. We got a big influx of early, by the way, like I said, everyone can stay as long as he wants. And yes, I do speak the old-fashioned English. I am old. I don't say they. I might get, in fact, kicked off YouTube merely for not saying they, which seems to be an absolute tick that even the most level-headed YouTubers. But I think, Jeremy, not only do you have something substantive to say, but I think you also may have the least amount of time. So I want to get more of your Florida analysis, please.
Yeah, no, I don't want to interrupt the day drinking energy here too much because it's sort of it's a kind of nice vibe. But I've been basically daily the last few days on Charlie Kirk's show, kind of crunching numbers with him. One of the ones that we talked about is Duval County again in Florida, and that is early reporting right now. Harris is up 50-49 on Trump. The reason why Duval County is interesting is that pollsters have often used it as a proxy for how Georgia votes in presidential elections. It's kind of demographically similar, but just a little bit to the left. That's a county that Trump lost by 3.8% last time. We're now seeing what is almost definitely a demographically more left segment of the electorate. This is male and early than what will be happening within 0.9% of Harris there. And I expect, just given this and having looked at Florida, that he will end up on top in Duval County. And so that's kind of an encouraging, it's a little bit of a bank shot, but it's an encouraging sign for what we might see in Georgia.
Well, this level of specificity, actually, Jeremy, is really helpful because one of the things I'll never forget, I was working the 2020 election, and there wasn't, I was basically monitoring, I was looking like an old lawyer. That's really what I was doing. There's nothing for me to do there. Not as old as Kurt looks right this second, I have to admit. But there was a, so I'm watching the results come in, and Florida, oh my gosh, look what's going on in Florida. Trump is absolutely running away with Florida. And everyone's thinking was, well, okay, this is it, right? Florida as a state is not a bellwether anymore. It doesn't teach you anything. Hey, Bill, I actually heard this interesting stuff was going on in Rhode Island. No,
really?
There's
something interesting going on here.
Not in terms of not politically, huh?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean,
wasn't Rhode Island supposed to lose a congressional seat if they had accurately taken in the census data?
Oh yeah, miraculously 50,000 people who don't exist here were found, and we saved our second congressional district. I mean, the sick thing of this is the census miscount could be the difference in this election, depending which way some states go. I mean, there are a lot of calculations that show this could be a 1 or 2 or 3 electoral vote race, depending how things break. And that's entirely because the census undercounted red states and overcounted blue states, with one exception. I can't remember what the exception is, but Florida should have at least 2 more congressional districts, 2 more electoral votes, and I think Texas also. And Rhode Island should have 1 less. And I forget what the other blue states were, but Rhode Island, everybody expected we'd be down to 1 congressman, and instead we still have 2.
one congressman or one and a half congressmen, but two of those extraordinary senators.
Yeah, I mean, I wish there was a way to vote out Sheldon Whitehouse. He's up this cycle. I know the person who's running against him. She's great and she's wonderful, but it's Rhode Island. I mean, she's got no chance, I think.
But there is some talk, isn't there, about New Hampshire?
Yeah, well, New Hampshire,
3-3 so far.
Supposedly, 4 or 5 points for Harris, but everybody's saying that it might be very close. And, the problem with New Hampshire is that southern New Hampshire has turned into a suburb of Boston. So you had all the people move from Boston for lower taxes and better lifestyle. And unfortunately, they're bringing their corrupt politics there. So New Hampshire is not what it used to be. But I also do think there was the woman, and I'm forgetting her last name, who had the viral video, who's running for Congress in New Hampshire.
Lily Tang.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's awesome.
And I wonder if turnout for her might help Trump in New Hampshire, because she brought a lot of excitement.
Well, I've got an update, folks. With 1% reporting, Donald Trump is at 61% in the Granite State. So you got 1%.
Okay.
And they don't have any mail-in voting there. So New Hampshire's looks like it's going to be clean. Jeremy Kauffman up there is sending very positive dispatches.
So maybe we'll keep an eye on it.
Good.
And Maine's supposed to be mixed this year, right? They're expecting there's a chance that Trump will win Maine second, I believe.
He'll win the second.
Yeah. But not the other one. No chance. That place is like the frozen tundra of Afghanistan.
When I was growing up in New England, everything was solid blue. I don't really understand what's happening there. As soon as I left, they decided to jump on board with a little bit of Trump enthusiasm.
Yeah, man. Well, that's what happens when the Patriots start having
Here's
down
an
seasons,
interesting one. With 77% of the vote in Miami-Dade, we are up 55-44 Trump on Harris. That's actually an identical margin to what DeSantis had there. Now, I believe that's early vote, and I can tell you the election day vote was not as good as one of these weird counties that for whatever reason, it's actually better for the Dems on election day. But that's still a very encouraging number. I don't think a Republican president in recent years has ever won Miami-Dade County and lost the election.
So that is, another right, because in other words, Miami, even though Miami-Dade is a presumptively blue county, right?
Correct.
You can get a good
But
measurement of
DeSantis
sentiment.
won it 55-44. Trump has never won it. He came close. He lost it by like 30 against Hillary. And then, he lost it by a much smaller margin against Biden, much, much smaller, like 7 or 8. But now it looks like he's going to win it. And so that would be very positive.
So who's in Miami-Dade? I mean, there are a lot of my fellow Cubans there.
Yeah, a lot of Cubans, a lot of Venezuelans. Some kind of
Hondurans too.
well-off white people. But it's a mix. It's like 2.5 million people. I mean, it's a demographic mix of the sort of county that Republicans rarely do well in. And DeSantis kind of broke that spell. And to see Trump up so big early in Miami-Dade, with 77% in, again, that's going to be less by the time election day comes around, because I was monitoring it all day and saw that going down. But it looks like he's still probably going to win it comfortably, and that is a great sign for him getting together a more multi-ethnic coalition, hopefully.
Malcolm, you were saying something. Actually, I think one of us got excited and started talking. Someone was after Hannah said that she was surprised that there was any Republican traction at all in the original colonies.
Yeah, no. That's because I was about to say stuff starts getting a little spooky when the Patriots start having losing seasons. So right now it's all up in flux up there in New England. Oh yeah, right now, yeah, that's
But
that.
that's
There's no
well
telling where that's going to go.
That's well worth it. So how many? We have a few New Englanders here, right? So we've got Marco. Bill is an adopted New Englander. Hannah. Malcolm, where do you live again?
Deep red Bama. Can you give it? I was about to say, can you give a guess where we're going?
Well, I mean, we're counting on that.
I know, right? I had the easiest job. All of y'all are over there in swing states and stuff talking about, well, we got to get out to get people. Well, I'm just kind of like, well, I mean, you know, I guess I'll wake up and go to the polls at 7 a.m. like everybody else or something. And yeah, it's pretty predictable. You know, Bama turnout.
I'm from California. Tell me about it.
You're predictable, you mean?
Yes. I wore my MAGA hat to Trader Joe's yesterday.
Do you have any trouble?
I'm a 220-pound ex-Army infantry officer. They wisely behave like adults.
Yeah. I hear it's actually pretty good if you're not getting assaulted for wearing a MAGA hat. I'm pretty sure that means that we're winning. The culture war is over, guys. We got it.
All right,
Look, I
over.
can fly the secret handshake, you know?
Now, by the way, when I finally figured out that there were people who were waiting backstage, I rushed everybody in. I want to welcome Andrew Branca.
Hey!
Hey, guys.
Andrew is you know, he won't say it, but I can say it. The man on the law of self-defense. His motto: carry a gun so you're hard to kill. Know the law so you're hard to convict. That's the kind of guy.
I'll say it. I'm the man. It's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind saying it. So I've been on a motorcycle all day. So I have not seen any news about the election all day. I was hoping I would get on and you guys would tell me it's already been called for Trump, but I guess that's too much to hope for.
Well, I will say this much. Everyone, it became a commonplace to say no telling how long this will go. This could be days, even weeks.
New Hampshire just swang.
What was that?
Hey, don't you guys know Beezy just came out and said that hold on. I was about to say Obama actually just came out and already said it's probably going to take multiple days just to thank your poll workers. So I'm pretty sure they're banking on that.
I think that
the longer it takes, the more it's stolen. That's all that means.
That's the premise. That's right, and that's why that's Obama's move.
But I don't know if you've seen it. There's been a lot of reporting from the other side that's basically saying, oh, well, Republicans made it take longer last time so they could create doubt. I mean, there is a spin going on for sure with questioning election results.
That's the old Marxist trick.
4%
Always accuse your opponent of that which you are doing to create confusion.
Right, and that goes back to what we were saying at the very beginning. And everything that Bill was saying, everything's a psyop. It's either a psyop or a counter psyop or a double secret psyop.
Picked the wrong day to quit sniffing glue.
A very grim outlook for sure.
Is there real?
Trump is now starting to pull away.
Where?
I think the older members of this stream need to stop making 80s movie references that Hannah has no possibility of understanding, even if I'm personally enjoying them.
To be fair, I wouldn't get a movie reference if it came out last year. I'm actually so ignorant when it comes to movies. So don't let me stop you from making all sorts of cultural references.
Project 2025 is going to make movies great again. We're finally going to get that Fast Times at Ridgemont High reboot with Sydney Sweeney.
We are
playing the Sean Penn role.
High arts here. Bill, going back to one of my earlier questions, one of the things that you focus on in your work at Legal Insurrection and the Legal Insurrection Foundation is the wide extent to which institutions have become overwhelmed by race-based based policy making. Would you agree that what I said, something I said at the beginning was just a couple of us here. I think to a large extent, I don't think it's only white voters. I'd like to hear. I think there are a couple of Afro Americans on our panel right now. It's not only white people who are sick of this crap. Am I right?
Yes.
I mean, you wrote a whole book about it, Adam.
I mean, for one, and this is not to pick on you, I hate the term African American. I'm black.
That's why I said Afro American. That's my way of making. That's my way of making fun of the term.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think for the most part, I think normal people, and I'll include normal black people, don't focus on stuff like this as much as people online present to the world. And so I think this
obviously you've had nothing to do with Rutgers University.
Well, they're a special kind of people. I'm like 15 minutes from Rutgers.
Yes, right. So. We represent Jersey. I want to say hello to Carol Roth, my friend Carol Roth.
Carol.
Hi, guys. I have to say, Ron, I was so excited to see that you were here with Adam Coleman.
Oh, crap. I keep hitting the wrong... I keep hitting remove from stage instead of turning off the solo.
People remove me from the stage all the time. That happens really? Frequently. Yeah.
This is Ron's stream, and that's who it's about.
In fact, there's even a special layout for that. See? Okay. There are lots of little tiny people all along the side, but it's really...
this isn't Chatterbait. Oh, okay. Never mind. I was trying to tip everybody.
Well, Ron, I just want to say that I'm just here hoping that the patriarchy saves us, because really that's what this is all about. Hopefully toxic masculinity will come out and save us all, because they're the only hope that we have to save America at this point. So very happy to be here.
Well, very happy to have you. The thing about Carol is that she writes these books that are really rigorous. She rigorously demonstrates that everything that we think we're seeing in terms of social and commercial and, yes, and economic phenomena are exactly what they seem to be. Hold it up again. Hold it up again. You will own nothing. You will own nothing, and it is a truly depressing spectacle. If Donald Trump becomes president, of course, we'll go back to having a president who wants to own everything.
No, I mean, it's very true. I mean, we are at a crossroads here between will we thrive as a country, or will we see people scraping by to survive? And not only is this on a regulatory basis, on a tax basis, on a flexible work basis, but one of the themes that has really been coming up for me today is about optimism versus pessimism. And I think that both of those are very self-fulfilling prophecies. And if you have a candidate that is elected who is going to provide you the optimism that you're going to have less regulation, that you're going to have less that you pay in taxes, if you're going to have more opportunity, then you're going to be able to make those investments of your time and of your spirit in trying to create opportunity, and that is going to propel the country forward. On the other side, if you think you're going to have more of the regulation and the taxes and less opportunity and less flexible work, you're going to have that pessimism. You're not going to make those investments. And so we're really at a very critical path, particularly given the very shaky fiscal foundation we have right now.
Everything you're saying is right. Speaking of right, I want to introduce you to my friend Dov Hikind, who used to be a Democrat, which just means that he used to be a New York politician.
Is that true?
Is that it?
No, were you a politician?
Well, the fact is that during my 36 years in the New York State Assembly, while I was a Democrat, I supported more Republicans publicly involved campaigning for them, etc. Going back to Rudy Giuliani, 1988, Pataki, the motto, on and on and on. So, you know, I'm a very proud American and a proud Jew. The rest, you know, the Republican Party today, without any question, really represents the interests of America and the interests of the Jewish community. There's no question about that. I'm hoping that tonight, you know, it ain't over till it's over. I know that from my career, but in politics, the votes need to be counted. But we may be on the verge, you know, there's nothing like sending a powerful message through America, to the media, to the liberal media, to all facets of America that think they know better than everybody else. They know better than the garbage, right? I mean, they know better than the average American who understands and knows what they want. They want to live in a country where the borders are secure. They want to live in a country where, you know, where the perpetrator is not treated like the good guy.
This is to some extent the mindset that gets us to what Carol is talking about, which is that we don't get to own anything because we don't have agency. Everyone is part of this blob. And I want to introduce one of the least blob-like people that you are going to meet tonight, and that is my friend Grace Reilly.
Conservative. Ron, it's so great to be here.
Well, it is so nice to have you, and I thank you so much for bringing the average age down.
It's so great to be here. I'm so glad I could join. I've been watching a little before I just got on, and it's a fun conversation so far.
Grace, tell the people what you're doing now. Grace is a recent college graduate, but she already started focusing on political activism while in school. I mean, you can't go to one of these conservative events that Kurt is always speaking at without bumping into her or getting interviewed by her. Just introduce yourself a little bit.
Well, that's actually how we met in person too. We met in person finally at CPAC through a similar situation like that. But yeah, as he said, so I just graduated from Grove City College, but I've been working in conservative politics for probably 6 or 7 years now. I started in high school, and now I'm working for Restoration of America. So we've been really doing a lot this election season. And I also do some work for the American Spectator. So kind of a lot of things all over the place, but just trying to change the tide for my generation and, you know, wake people up.
Restoration of America, that's these folks, people.
It.
And they do all kinds of things. One of the things that I like that they do is these videos, Language Watch. And this is something relevant to everyone.
When reporters or political players call something a conspiracy theory, it usually doesn't mean what you think it does. Too often, they use it to disparage and smear people they disagree with. When someone labels your view as a conspiracy theory, they're dismissing you and your argument as nutty. It's a way to shut down a debate they can't win on the substance. It's clever and dishonest.
Yeah, so thanks for sharing that. It's a really cool project that Restoration of America has worked on, where the objective is basically to identify language that's widely and normally used, even amongst conservatives, and point out why that language is being used as political propaganda and why we shouldn't really give in to that or follow it. So we've done a variety of terms, from abortion rights to gun violence to climate change to conspiracy theory that you just saw. In the whole series, it's just 1-minute videos, hopefully to equip people with the tools to be able to identify these phrases that the radical left uses so often for manipulation.
Well, Dove, I mean, I think one of our favorite, we've seen a phenomenal, really an obscene phenomenon where genocide has become, Jews are people who commit genocide.
Yeah.
And war is genocide, and Muslims who have conquered an entire region of the earth are victims of colonialization. So this is
Always
just one-
accuse your enemy of that which you are doing.
Exactly. Well, and it's that's the perfect example of how language is used to just completely, confuse people. And, language is completely manipulated in that scenario. And unfortunately, it's impactful. And that's why it's a Marxist tactic that's been used throughout time. And that's why it's important that we pay serious attention to it, quite frankly, and don't look past it and don't let it just slide that these terms are being misused in such egregious ways.
Now, I want to hold the thought, because although I'm eminently capable of maintaining a 9 or 10 person discussion on abstract topics, I do want to check in a little bit on the election stream stuff. And it appears, the last thing that Malcolm said before he headed to home was the news that New Hampshire flipped. And indeed, according to this election portal, it seems to be they're not. No, they're still holding it as blue. So I don't know if that's true. But Carol had an interesting observation about the stock market.
Yeah, so when the polls closed at about 7 p.m. Eastern, things were about flat, and now we're seeing the Dow futures up a little over half a percentage point, currently just up over 230. So that would be, I think, a good sign, a good early sign that there's some enthusiasm around Trump. But obviously, it's very early, and I would imagine that would shift over the course of the evening.
So is it understood, Carol, at this point that the stock market likes Trump? Because George Soros bet against that big time 8 years ago, right?
Yeah, so this is obviously something that shifts from time to time. So we can only talk about it in what's happening today. And right now, baked into the stock market is a Trump win, because we know that Kamala Harris's policies are, tax cuts, higher capital gains tax, maybe even a wealth tax, and all of those things, as you can imagine, are not good for the economy or the stock market. So that is a temporary feeling. That's not to say that stocks wouldn't go higher under either scenario. Under Biden, the stock market has done very well because of the inflation of assets alongside the inflation of the cost of living. But from a kind of a touch point right now, the stock market has been pricing in a Trump win. And so to the extent that they feel like Harris is going to win, you would likely see the stock market moving in the other direction.
Now, Dove, when in your days as an old-fashioned Democrat,
yeah,
was Marxism and Marxist economics? I think there's a debate, and I wonder, Kurt probably has an opinion on this too. What was the Democratic Party always really just a bunch of Marxists, and they were hiding it from us in order to sneak in, or was it what it seemed to be to us regular guys, which was that it was a much more moderate version of basically consensus kind of post-war, anti-Cold War, anti-communist and butter type stuff.
There's no question that the Democratic Party of decades and decades ago was a completely different Democratic Party. And maybe over the years, over the decades, the changes were starting and developed over the decades. But what has happened over the last number of years, when I left Albany, just as an example, the state Senate was still controlled by Republicans. So all the nonsense and crazy legislation that Democrats introduced in the Assembly never went anywhere, because there were sane people, Republicans, in the state Senate. All of that has changed dramatically. Out of control radicalism in Albany. Same thing as New York City as an example, many other parts of the country. But like the New York City Council, it's a completely different world. Radicals are in charge. Marxists are in charge. They don't like what America's all about. They want to change it. And that's why tonight, if Trump wins and wins big, it could be the beginning of major change and recognition within the Democratic Party. I always describe the Democratic Party these days as jumping off a cliff, committing suicide. That's what they've been doing for quite a while now. So the changes definitely have been going on for quite a while, but now it's stark. Now we see it. Now we know it through the legislation that is being introduced through, and again, I'm talking about New York, but the same is true in Chicago. I mean, it is.
Well, let's talk about California, Kurt.
Yeah,
Oh,
the mayor of Chicago is out of control. The mayor of Chicago appointed as the head of the Board of Education. He left after a couple of days. He appointed a guy who applauded what Hamas did on October 7th. Can you believe this? A Democrat who thought that what Hamas did, they were freedom fighters. This is the Democratic Party that is committing suicide slowly but surely, and I hope tonight it will be suicide, period.
Look, but are they? I have to ask, because I live in Colorado and I've lived here for 8 years. And I've previously lived in Massachusetts. I've lived in California. And if you live in one of the deep blue states, it's like it's always been that way. You hardly even notice. Those are the waters you swim with. The legislature is a bunch of lunatics. But I don't think people understand how quickly this can happen and how little political price the Democrats pay for their craziness. In Colorado, 8 years ago, we still had a split legislature. In 8 years, it's become a supermajority Democrat-controlled state, adopting all the Looney Tune laws that California's always had for decades. And there is no political cost being paid by Democrat politicians here in Colorado. None.
Yeah.
Well, look, as someone from California, remember, I got here when Ronald Reagan was governor in the 70s. And, of course, we had Jerry Brown, and he did some wacky things.
Yeah.
But he didn't adopt a lot of the lunacy that we really saw in the 72 campaign with George McGovern, when they became cultural leftists. The fact is, World War II was largely fought by guys who voted for FDR. Okay, these aren't anti-American people by nature. They don't have to be. And then in 1972, those folks said, well, maybe if we move in and take power, while everybody else is taking their kids out to the Little League game, we can take over and we can have leverage. And that's what happened. They showed up. The leftists showed up. And they've taken all these spaces. I think there's some you guys should see. Carol was talking about the stock market. And I'm glad I made a bunch of money in the stock market today, which is great, because my pipe in my Houston house burst. So there's 50 grand down the toilet. But
I'm not laughing at you.
Trump is now at 68% in the polling market, which is the betting market. He was down as low as 54 when some of the bedwetters.
When we were talking about the psyops before,
exactly.
Everyone saw what happened in the poly market a couple of days ago. One of these billionaire guys to whom these numbers, someone like an Adam Coleman, right? Who just got people who throw money around just to screw with people's minds, and he put a bunch of money on Harris just because it's a form of push polling now.
Yeah.
I want to ask.
Hey, Ron, are you and Adam related?
Yes, yes, we are actually father and son.
Who's the son?
Yes.
Now makes sense.
Well, obviously, I'm the oldest person. Well, actually, no. I have to thank Dove for stepping in. Jonas Kemp, fighting the patriarchy is a luxury of those living under a stable patriarchy. That was in response to Carol. And thank you, Jonas, for the super chat.
Ron.
Yes,
Ron,
let's hear it.
I have to run in a second, but before I leave, I want to ask Carol a quick question. I was told that if Trump gets elected, slavery will return. So I just wanted to know, how will that affect the stock market?
Well, Adam, it's a really excellent question. It's so funny that when you have somebody who everybody did well under, when you had low inflation, you had a strong economy, absent the COVID situation, everybody knows that was an anomaly and we can't count that as a statistical outlier. The idea that we're going to take this Men in Black flash and erase our memory and erase how people felt and how they did, for those 3.5 years or 3 years versus post Biden Harris for the last 3.5 years is pretty crazy. And that's when all of this rhetoric really makes no sense whatsoever, because we have the empirical evidence. And even though they want to gaslight you and tell you the economy is doing great, we know what's going on with the middle and working class. And we know that the economy is the number one issue for voters, and there's a good reason for it. So I think that's that's the good answer there.
Well, look, on the slavery stock market issue, go short on the Underground Railroad.
Well, wait, Kurt, only if Nancy Pelosi has done so first.
Well, there you go.
She's always the economic bellwether for the stock market.
God, if I could make her.
As long as it's supposed to be a high-speed railroad, we're all safe, I guess.
All right. On that note, I have to head out.
Adam, thanks for stopping in.
Thank you.
That's it. The last New Jersey guy.
You'll see him, I'm assuming, at the next holiday dinner. The Coleman.
Oh, yes, at those famous Coleman holiday dinners, of course.
Yes.
So I'm looking here. I'm looking to see there. This is that soft spot of the night where there isn't a lot of election news to share. Just as of right now, this is the feeling I remember looking. 32-3. This is great.
Oh, Ron, I got to stop you. There is in Virginia's 7th Congressional District, where Derek Anderson, a Army hero, is running against one of the Vindman fat asses, Army zeros. Right now, and there's only a little in, Anderson's 2-1 on that piece of crap. And I got to tell you, though I usually support the Colonel, this is great news. I'm loving it. Let's hope it holds.
I hope it holds.
Yeah. Can I share something?
Please.
Yeah. I took a look at, I'm especially interested. The question I'm always asked for years now on every interview that I do is why the Jewish community votes against its own interests. Why are they Democrats? Why are they not voting for Republicans? I get asked that question.
You get asked that question. Yes, one does get asked that question.
Legitimate question.
I get asked that question.
So I think that tonight, and I put something out on that a couple of days ago that got a nice amount of attention. I believe tonight that Donald Trump is on the verge of getting the largest percent of the Jewish vote of any Republican in the last 100 years. And I'm talking now about in the vicinity of 41 to 45%. And every Republican who has ever gotten anything like 30, 35 won the election. So tonight we may be on the verge of where I don't have to answer that question as often as I do, where Jews recognize that the Democratic Party does not represent their interest. They may not love everything about Donald Trump, but that's okay. We don't have to love everything about everybody else. So we're on the verge of that possible historic development within the Jewish community.
If that happens, Dov, that will be one more thing the Jews get blamed for. Just putting that out there.
Finally.
Yeah, that is, yes. Either way, we get blamed, right? Either
way.
Yeah.
Okay, I got to bow out. Thanks for having me, guys.
Hey, Mike, thanks for coming.
Now, Dov, can I ask you a question?
You have a Dove question. Okay.
No, I have a California question. Dov, is part of the reason, in your view, that so many Jewish Americans choose to stay with the Democrats, do they feel that the Republicans have pushed them away or mistreated them or been disrespectful or otherwise actively messed with them in some way?
I don't think so. I can't think of anything that Republicans have done as a party where, we don't like Republicans. I think, it's hard to change. When you get used to something, when your parents and your grandparents, they were Democrats, loyal Democrats, devoted Democrats, it's very, very hard to change. if the numbers hold up tonight in terms of the Jewish community, I mean, Ronald Reagan did not. I mean, I think his highest was 39%. I mean, Republicans have not done well in the last 100 years from Jewish voters, but I think that's about to change. And I think what happened October 7th, the anti-Semitism in this country that is beyond anything that we have ever seen, ever, period. I thought it was bad when we formed the organization Americans Against Anti-Semitism. It was because after I left the assembly, it was because the numbers were skyrocketing. I thought it was bad. Can I tell you something? I wish I could go back to that period before October 7th when things were horrible, when the numbers were unprecedented. Since October 7th, I got to tell you, share a little story with you. A woman calls me a couple of weeks ago, total stranger, on my cell phone. She says, I'm from Queens, I'm elderly. She wants to know from me, how will we know it's time to leave? She was so concerned about what's going on. She wants to know if someone is going to warn people and say, okay, it's time to get the hell out of here, out of America. It was one of the most depressing calls I've ever had. Total stranger who I calmed down and said, it'll be okay, don't worry. But things are. When the ADL reports close to 9,000 incidents of Jew hatred in 2023, and that 9,000, 8,600 and something, is not the full amount because most people don't report when they are victims of anti-Semitism. We're talking about assaults. We're talking about destruction of property. So I think that we've reached the point in places like Pennsylvania and other places. I think the numbers will indicate that tonight. The Jews understand that you have no choice, that if we continue with the Democratic Party that talks about by the way, they are great at talking about anti-Semitism. Look at the latest thing on Chucky Schumer, the protector of the Jewish people. I mean, this guy, what a total fraud. A fraud. He tells Columbia University, don't get too excited. Don't worry, it'll pass. It's just the Republicans making a lot of noise. This is the protector of the Jews. And if you don't believe me, this is what Chuck Schumer has been saying for 35 years. Schumer, protector.
You should, by the way, it's a running joke in the New York area, especially in Jewish circles. Chuck shows up. I don't think he's going to be doing that as much anymore at like dinners of major Jewish organizations, and assumes that he's going to be. He makes it clear that he wants the podium, and then he gets up there, and he says, "Oh yeah, this is I'm the Schumer." Now, a Schumer is someone who renders fat. Shum, okay, and a shomer is. The words are utterly unrelated. They're not even from the same language. But he is such an absolute scandal of a person. But Jeremy, Schumer is an example of someone who has decided that he wants to keep his job rather than deal with the radicalization of the Democratic Party. He will be in this case, really the court Jew, but he wants that. He's going to hold on to his seniority and whatever privileges come with that. It's only to me, it's all part of this radicalization and the racial politics that we've been talking about. Do you think this election, if things continue, if things go this way, is that generation going to have to finally turn it in, or are they going to be able to play it out?
Well, I think Schumer will be able to play it out for a while. I don't think he's going to have to make any grand changes. But what I do think is interesting is, just how important this is. The fact that basically Kamala Harris did not choose Josh Shapiro as her running mate when everybody thought he was the right pick, when he would have been a lot better than the clown Tim Walz. And then she spends every single thing she does on the last day of the campaign 4 events in Pennsylvania. it just shows how much, in this particular case, the anti-Semitism of the Democratic Party base is becoming hugely self-defeating for them. That, you know, she's had to kind of scramble and do all of these things to attempt to hold on to Pennsylvania, when all she probably had to do was put Shapiro on the ticket and it would have been taken care of. So I think that's indicative. I think folks like Schumer will be able to hold on. They're politicians, but I think the next generation of the Democratic Party is going to have a very different set of allegiances, and they're going to have to navigate through that.
I think at the end of the day, I'm trying different layouts here. I'm sorry, guys. I think at the end of the day, there is an inherent weakness in coalition politics. And in parliamentary systems, each special interest is its own party. And then they become blocs, and they negotiate in a much more open way than they do here. Here, the Democratic Party has to persist in this illusion that we're all on the same page about everything, which is utterly incoherent. It's completely incoherent because you have. So then going back to what Grace was talking about, you have to therefore take language and twist it into new and horrible meanings that are inconceivable otherwise, because that's the only way to make it possible to have actual terrorist supporting, literally genocide supporting constituencies within your party, and yet call everyone who doesn't vote for your party a Nazi.
Yeah, it's incoherent. And I think, you know, what do they say? Like, every accusation is a confession. I think that's pretty much the modern Democratic Party, you know, more broadly, just like they're calling us fascists and Nazis and all these things, which kind of just reveals the huge amount of illiberalism, and I'm using that in the classical sense, that term, that has infested their party. And you know, I just think that's where they are. And if we're fortunate enough to win tonight, hopefully there'll be a little bit of a reckoning within the party.
Jenna Ellis, I'm welcoming. How are you, my friend?
Hi, Ron. Great to see you tonight on this historic event. It's amazing. We're living through 3 Trump election cycles. Who would have ever thought?
Who would ever have thought that they would have lived through one? I mean, it's not like a normal thing. Growing up in New York, right? The New Yorkers here will agree with me. You would hear that Donald Trump was someone who wanted to run for president someday, but you also would hear that he was a man with a great deal of ambition of all kinds.
Called Florida already.
He's not the same person, and I've met, unlike Jenna, and I've never met him. I perceive, though, a very, very changed person.
Oh, it was the correspondence dinner. It was when he was at that Washington, D.C. correspondence dinner where they were supposed to roast Obama. They were supposed to roast the president, and instead the whole dinner was them roasting Trump in the audience. And Obama actually said, I've done one thing that Trump will never do. I've been president of the United States.
Oh, man.
And you could see Trump in the audience. I mean, Elon Musk just talked about it on Joe Rogan's podcast a couple days ago. You could see Elon Musk was there. He was 2 tables away from Trump. And he said, you could see it on Trump's face. He was like, you MFers. All right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to run. That's what they made him do this. They compelled him to run for president. They did it to themselves.
So those of you who don't know, everyone knows Jenna Ellis. Jenna Ellis is a famous person. She actually has worked in the White House. She has been through a cycle or 2 in her time as well. I just actually want to throw the map up for a second, because it is, I don't want to say that it's getting more interesting, because what I'm seeing here is not particularly surprising. You know, states that we expected to be red are going red, right? Pretty much Dixie. They are painting so far Texas a little bit bluish with 8% in, but I mean, Texas is a very, very big place. So I wouldn't, of course, Kurt, you're a Texan now, as well as being a Californian. So,
well, that is true. I am a Texan, and my insights from Texas, where I have some good sources, are it's going to be a slaughter for Trump, and Ted Cruz will come through easily. You know, there is a problem with red states, and they tend to get soft. That's why you got guys like John Cornyn. That's why you have guys like the governor of Utah who gives his pronouns. This movement isn't just about becoming Republican. This is about becoming conservative with populist leanings and some libertarianism sprinkled on top, but not the sissy weasel libertarianism that we're used to, but like the good kind. We're living through history here, folks. This is an election people are going to look back on and go, you know, that was really interesting. And we can all go, I was there. And then they give us our mush and turn on Matlock.
well, I hope we can be so chill about it. What do you? I mean, Jenna, what do you think when people say if Kamala wins, this is the last election? Do you think that's a little bit over the top, or is it? Is there? I mean, I think you can see. Carol is shaking her head. It's not over the top.
Well, I think there's always a little bit of fear mongering going on. I mean, people said that, you know, with Joe Biden as well, that this will be, you know, the last election. People said that with Trump too, on the other side, right? Like, I mean, so I think that there's a little bit of kind of this breeding of hysteria that comes around every 4 years, but it's because we're getting further and further divided as a country, and we're going further and further from that original mandate in 1776 that it wasn't diversity that's our strength, it's actually unanimity, and having a unanimous declaration that our rights come from God, our creator, not our government, and the sole legitimate purpose of government is to preserve and protect natural rights. And we were founded on as a country all believing in the same purpose and role of government. And we're seeing such a huge divide between the left and the right. Even, you know, with all the internal intramural debates, you know, in both of the parties, really though, the massive shift to the polar extremes of both sides that don't want the same thing and don't have the same vision for America. So on one hand, while we keep saying this, and there's a little bit of, you know, let's turn out the vote, kind of, I think a little bit of hysteria here. I don't think that it's actually that far off to say that eventually, if we keep going this direction and having a socialist Marxist that wants to completely transform America fundamentally from what we were founded on, eventually we will be through the looking glass. We will be at the end of what has been known as the United States of America. And so I think this election really is a tipping point to say, is more than half of the country actually there? I mean, this is why some of these ballot initiatives are so important to say, you know, what really does the majority of the country want? How do we define ourselves? How do we define the legitimate scope of government? And so whether or not we are actually at that point that if Kamala Harris wins, this will be the last election, I don't think we're quite there yet. There will be a point in time, though, if we keep trending this way to completely transform America, that it will be the last election. And so I think it's at least wise to have that kind of clarion call.
But Jenna, I think it's a mistake to imagine that we're only talking about Americans making this decision, because this Democrat administration has been bringing in third world migrants by the tens of thousands, the millions. And if Kamala's reelected, she will fast track, they'll be instant American citizens. And they don't share this cultural background of our rights come from God and their natural rights. They don't know what you're talking about when you say that. They're going to vote for the people who are providing them with housing and food and medical care. And they're dumping them in swing states where 20,000 people can make the difference.
I completely agree. And listen, this is where, when I said, you know, Kamala Harris and the Democrats want to fundamentally transform America, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, on my radio show for the last, 6 months, I've been saying the number one issue to me personally, as a voter that I would hope that Americans currently all share is the border. You can't have a nation without borders. And for the Democrats who want to transform America by bringing in all of these people that are not Americans, giving them citizenship, or even just giving them a right to vote, because you don't have to show a voter ID so they can go and, vote, maybe if they're not even qualified to. That will fundamentally transform America. And so you're right, it's not just about Americans, but it would be, at least in this election, a majority. If Kamala Harris wins, it would be a majority of current eligible voters, and we can talk about what that means and all that, but to say that they want to fundamentally transform America. They don't want a nation that's established borders. They don't want law and order. They don't want anything that resembles what America was founded on.
Yeah, I mean, let's just add in.
Kamala will say, right?
Let's add.
Kamala will say she was elected to do exactly that, right? That's what she'll say.
Right. She'll claim a mandate for sure. Yeah, unfortunately.
And add on top of that the Democratic ground game. If you have an administration that has seen inflation the worst that we've seen it in 40 years, that you have a border that is not secure, you have a candidate that nobody liked the last time that she ran for president and was swapped out in the middle of the night, if they can get more people to come out and vote for her than the Republicans can get to come out for Donald Trump, then I don't see how you beat that ground game, layering on top of it all of the issues that you guys are talking about with potentially granting amnesty to the illegals. Plus, if at some point in time we were to lose Congress and you have a whole Democratic Congress, you could see the Supreme Court stacked, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think that this is a hyperbolic scenario. I think that this is a real serious scenario that we're contending with.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I agree.
I would add on to that too. So on top of obviously the issue that you're mentioning with the border, I mean, that's an immediate threat, definitely. But on top of that, looking at young people and in my generation, I mean, simple stuff. For example, the Electoral College, packing the courts. So many people in my generation have zero idea why eliminating the Electoral College or packing the court would be a problem. So looking at the younger generations too, I think that conservatives really have their hands full with having to fight this battle of ideas. And I think that this election especially illuminates that, just seeing how divided we really are. And this has been obviously going on for years, but especially the point we're at now, where supposedly they say it's close, that supposedly Kamala Harris has all this support. I mean, with her having this much support, that's really indicative of how our culture is trending, especially of how young people are looking at politics. And I think that that's something that the conservative movement really needs to focus on. And that's obviously a longer term shift than these immediate things that you're talking about. But all of it is so important to look at.
Ron,
yes.
I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be with the wonderful group. And let's hope for a great night tonight.
Amen.
I want to mention one thing, if I may, also, just to show there is something happening within the broader Jewish community. The head of the Reform movement, Rick Jacobs, who I have followed a long time, he's pretty darn radical into all the progressive causes. Remember, the Reform movement is 2 million members. Just a couple of days ago said, yeah, I mean, it's a little pathetic because he could have spoken to me a long time ago. He said it broke his heart about the rift between progressive Jewish communities and leftist allies. He is shocked by the fact that liberal Jews, the reform movement has been there for every single cause in America, you name it. And he is shocked that they are not there for Israel, for the Jewish people, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, to me, this is like, wow, Rick Jacobs, hard to believe, but he is disappointed by what's happening in America on the left.
And that's why I have answered all the questions and solved all the problems.
Thank you very much, Ron.
Good night, Dove. Good night. Thanks so much for coming on.
Great victory tonight.
With God's help.
With God's help, of course.
Kyle, I want to introduce you to even though I don't believe that you need an introduction. We're going to remove Dove and let him do his thing. Kyle, how you doing? What's new?
I'm doing well. I'm sitting next to body armor and I'm in a room full of guns. How are you doing?
I'll always love you.
I have a disturbing amount of weaponry surrounding me, just even on my little podcast desk here. But I'm a bit.
What's disturbing about it?
It'll get you kicked off YouTube. That's for starters. You can't show it. That's the thing. You can't hold it up.
True.
They get very upset about
That's why
that. So
it's in
let
the
people
shadows.
let them imagine what I'm surrounded by, which is significant. I have a kind of a sadly sort of more pessimistic view on things in general, and I do so in order to not be disappointed when I wake up in the morning, because I've been living under sort of this idea that at any moment I could have government agents, people that I probably used to work with, kicking through my door. And so I have a very uncomfortable moment right now where every morning at about 6:05 I breathe a little bit easier, because I know I'm probably not going to have a search warrant at my house for something that I haven't done wrong. And so the question is like, is this country, can it come back from the brink? I heard you guys talking about this, whether or not we have, if Kamala wins, is at the end of the game, right? I think there's some people have made the argument, and I don't think they've made it inappropriately, that it's possible that we've already had that election and we're just kind of like slowing something we're looking at a different version of what America was designed to be. And a lot of these things happened before any of us on the stage were born. I think that's pretty obvious. Things have gone back for over 100 years where we have slowly subverted the thing that was created inside of the Constitution. The checks and balances don't exist in the same way. We're not supposed to have direct election of senators. That seems like an obvious bad. We're not supposed to have an income tax and feed the federal government the way that we do right now. So a lot of the authorities that we see, we've lost these well before any of us got into this game, and some of us are younger than others, but it predates our lifetime. But I do know that as somebody who was born in the 80s, and I was born at the beginning of the 80s, for whatever that's worth, we used to be a proper country. And there was a time like that the country that I was born in would invade this country right now. There's no doubt in my mind that 1985, 1986 America would invade 2024 America, and did things like that in this hemisphere. So that kind of bothers me. Like, I feel like we used to be a much more proper place.
Did we discover oil here?
We have, yeah. I just saw a guy on Twitter earlier. He showed oil at his fence post.
Kyle, wait till you hear about
Can I just
growing up in
interrupt real
the
quick,
70s.
Ron?
I had a
Ron,
brother.
with some breaking news here. So Ron Coleman, Governor Ron DeSantis just posted on social media, with polls now closed in Florida, can confirm Amendment 3 has failed, Amendment 4 has failed. So we did a great job here in Florida.
Wow.
And that is very good news.
Holy.
So confirmed with his
Thank
office.
you, Jenna. Thank you for breaking in with that.
Yeah, that's incredible. So so the ridiculous corporate control of legalized marijuana has failed, and the ridiculous extreme abortion amendment has failed in Florida. We remain the free state of Florida, so I'm very proud of my governor and his team.
I didn't see that coming.
So Kurt,
Hey Kyle, we've never met Kyle, but
we did.
I grew up.
We did here in Florida.
I came of age in America in the 80s, and my view is that right now in a just world, 2024 America should be having the child of 1980 America.
Yes.
What do you mean?
But we can do that
The love child.
It doesn't have to
1980s
be
America was great. It was great.
Yeah.
If you were there in 79, and I was a little kid, 15 or so, everything was miserable. Everything was down. I mean, our lives were great, but we were being humiliated overseas. The economy was a mess. Jimmy Carter
Gas
was
lines,
doing whatever Jimmy Carter did.
interest rates.
Interest rates. And then the 80s happened, and no one thought they could happen.
Yep.
And it was unbelievable. Every day you got up and you were like, what's going to happen today that's going to be awesome?
Cocaine
Are
is
they
what's going to happen.
They're going to have a show called Miami Vice. That's going to be great. There's going to be Clash albums. That's going to be amazing.
It really is. It really is, because the guys have to remember, the younger ones here. We were living through Jimmy Carter.
Yes.
Yeah. I just explained I had a lunch with my associate who was 29 today, and she was asking me. Is this the
associate you're always talking about on X?
Yeah, she's like uncontrollable. She's a beast. I don't know what I did. I'm losing control of her. It's like Full Metal Jacket, man. The kid's great, but she is an extreme leftist. But that's okay. She's good at her job. But I'm going to get her. I'm going to convert her. But she was asking me today.
You converted yourself.
How could this possibly, how did it happen back in that Reagan got that entire map except Minnesota? And I was explaining this to her, just how utterly awful, despite Jimmy Carter, whatever, he might have been a good guy, but he was a horrible president.
He wasn't a good guy. He's an asshole.
Well, I give the guy the benefit of the doubt. He is whatever he is right now. I think.
And speaking of Jimmy
He's a
Carter, by the way,
skeleton right now.
Georgia seems
Someone's at the door.
Georgia seems to be pulling out a little bit.
It's wild.
43% reporting.
Is Republican.
I'm sorry, what was that?
In Vermont, they've called the gubernatorial race for a Republican. I mean, I don't know anything about the guy. I'm sure he's like one of these ones they cook up in Maura Healey's basement. But
right, so it's a Mitt Romney Republican.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Potentially better than a Democrat, at least. I mean, not that I love Mitt Romney, but hey.
Here's the one challenge we have to going back to the 80s. And as a strong Gen Xer and lover of everything 80s, when I set my clock back this weekend, I tried to set it back to the 80s. It didn't work. The challenge that we have is that we are in a very different fiscal position that creates much weakness for us. We have debt to GDP of over 120%. In 1980, it was like 30%. So the things that Reagan could do, the tricks up his sleeve to create some austerity and create growth and do all these different things to change the dynamics of the situation, we do not have the luxury of doing today because of what's been happening for the past couple of decades. And that is the biggest issue, no matter who gets in. Even if Trump gets in and we get Elon, we get Ron Paul, and we get everybody else, there is a very delicate needle when we have debt to GDP of 120%, deficits running at about 7% of GDP. And frankly, on the world stage, from both an overall standpoint and a fiscal standpoint, we are on the downswing, not on the upswing. That is going to create a very different set of issues that makes it very difficult to go back to Miami Vice, unfortunately.
So can I make a counter argument? The counter argument would be either we can fix it or we can't. And if we can't, there's no point talking about it. We're done. So on the assumption that we're going to go with the plan that hopefully we can fix it, I think Elon Musk's approach of Doge, Department of Governmental Efficiency, and drastically because I saw this happen with Reagan, and we saw this happen with the first 2 years of Trump before they made up this COVID nonsense. The American economy can turn around like that if you give people confidence in the economy, if they believe they can genuinely do better, if they work harder. It happens in an instant, and the change is unbelievable. Even with 100
you know what though? It's not just about the economy. I mean, really, where we went off the rails, and I just did a whole podcast episode on this, not to promote this, but it's actually a really good podcast episode with another attorney friend of mine, On Demand with Jenna Ellis. It's the AFR.net, and we talked all about federalism and how when the 16th and 17th Amendment, as Kyle was just talking about, the popular election of senators, all of that was ridiculous. But the 16th Amendment to allow the federal government to just at writ large have income tax that is without a cap, and there was more money to the federal government, and now all of these strings attached to the states, that became such a bloated federal government. I mean, Trump, unfortunately, added to the federal deficit wildly. And so for all of the good that he did, there's still too much in the federal government. He should have, and I hope that he does in a second term, just completely get rid of all of these agencies like the Department of Education, like he's promising, all of this stuff that we have to address to rein in the federal government. But the problem is that even for Republicans, when they get to Washington, then they love the power and they don't want to actually take power away from themselves because there are no term limits and because they can end up just completely spending our money on whatever they want.
But
that's the absolute worst.
What we spend our money on is a military operation where we invade Argentina, we kidnap Javier Milei,
interesting,
and we make him run the United States for about 6 months.
My spouse, when I married her, Ron, you'll appreciate this. My wife was born in Manhattan, grew up in Brooklyn, and she was a very left. I was born in Berkeley, California, and I grew up in Texas. So I don't know, I'm an American, and we naturalized her. And one of the wildest kind of moments is when we were dating, and she started kind of opening her eyes up to being not a God-hating atheist, whatever, pro-abortion type. Now she's a Catholic mother of 4 that's ultra conservative. At one point, we started talking about something, and she said, first of all, I talked to her about taxes, which no one had ever talked to her about. She was in her late 20s. I said, do you think it's fair that 50 cents out of every dollar from your mom's paycheck in New York City is going into taxes? And it didn't even occur to her that was the case. And she said, everybody should pay fairly. And we keep hearing this rhetoric from the political left where they keep talking about fair taxes and fair taxes. And so I said, well, what does fair look like to you? And she goes, everybody should pay the same percent. And I was like, oh, a flat tax. Yeah, Steve Forbes was like that. That's makes you the most right-wing person in this room. So how do you like that?
She's a keeper.
She's fantastic. She's the best, And, but
hey, guys, I have to take off. I will join you a little later again. But
thanks,
I've got
Kurt.
some other
Catch you later.
Thank you very much.
So that was an indicator that she was a keeper. But let me just tell you, at some point in time, she started looking around this country, realizing that we had people that were breaking into the country even then. And this was going back 12 years ago now. Actually, it was 14 years ago. We're looking at that. And she goes, if they all just want to become Americans, why don't we just conquer it down to the Panama Canal? And I went, oh, well, typically empires have to continue to expand. For some reason, we sort of rejected the idea that we're actually an empire, despite the fact that we actually are. I'm not advocating that we go conquer Mexico, although we could do it, and it probably would be better for them too. And we could probably do it all the way down to the line. But we've created this thing where we should have a boundary, we should have a border, and it should be defensible. And as someone who's worked down there in law enforcement on that tactic, we don't. And it's insane. Not only is it the fact that we have our federal government being held back by itself, we also have private landowners that have made deals with massive, what are basically called transnational organized crime, but they're huge corporations. That's what cartels are. They're not like scruffy guys wearing like cool khaki pants and, basically hanging out in villas somewhere trying to do villain stuff. Like these people are major business people moving billions of dollars around, and they've subverted really, really wealthy people that have huge tracts of land. They've basically compromised the physical integrity of this nation. So when we talk about the 1980s and you talk about some of the funny things that were going on, the reason why you had Miami Vice is because it was yet another one of those moments when we didn't have real boundaries. We had people flying in with all kinds of contraband. We didn't have the ability to regulate it. So it's just interesting to see that we've given up this idea that the federal government should be subservient to the states. The states should be able to handle this stuff. I mean, I know Texas would step up and do it. And I know Arizona would do it if they were left off the chain. So, and New Mexico, nobody wants to go there anywhere. I used to live there. So just generally speaking, you won't find people go, but people don't even know New Mexico's in the United States. That's how ignorant we have as far as an electorate and a population. You go and move to New Mexico and people ask you if you're moving out of the country and you have to explain it to them.
Speaking of other countries, and speaking of Argentina, I want to greet my friend Saul Montes-Bradley.
God, you're not going to say I'm an Argentine. I'll be offended.
I made a point.
Wait, New Mexico. I heard, isn't that where liberals go to die?
It's where they test out all the worst ideas, it turns out.
Yeah.
They sneak in all kinds of really bad ideas there. It's a laboratory for all the things that they don't think are too left-wing for California. So, yeah, I don't know. If they go, liberals go to kill each other. Maybe.
Let me live up to my billing as a cranky foreigner. I was born in Argentina, indeed. It's no my fucking fault. I had nothing to do with it. My parents never consulted me. I'm also an 11th generation American with ancestors going back to Jamestown. Go freaking figure. I'm an all-American mutt. And Argentina, other than being the accidental place of my birth, I have nothing to do with those people.
Well,
Sorry,
yes.
I have to sign off, so I just want to thank you all and give you one quick market update. Dow futures are up over 300 now, so hopefully that's a positive sign, a positive trend in the right direction. And thanks so much for letting me be a part of this.
Carol, thank you so much for stopping it. So I will shift my economics question over, therefore, to
Nice
Roth.
meeting you.
I want Saul to narrate.
I just got in. I
already kicked out Carol and Kurt.
It's been great to join you all. So thanks so
Jenna,
much. And you heard
thank
my
you.
dog in the background saying hello, and
Great
he's very
to
excited to be in the free state of Florida. So thanks.
Jenna, great. Thanks.
All
See you
right, talk to
soon.
you guys soon.
Ron, I think you should let Saul narrate some of your life, or maybe your book.
I'm beginning to believe I'm jinxed, man. I just came in, and then Jenna and Kurt and Carol, everybody leaves.
You run off all the pretty
Driving away
ladies.
all
What's
the
going on with
women.
you?
Is it my armpits?
No, thank God. Listen, we still have Grace here, and she carries a lot of weight. I wanted to ask Rob.
That is not a nice thing to say about a lady, Ron.
No, when I say the way I said it, she knew exactly what I was saying. Rob
I thought it was
Tennant.
too big of a compliment.
Exactly. She knows.
You
Listen,
lost a lot.
Grace and I are great friends. So what I wanted to ask you, Rob, is if we could shut the border today, and if we could retain control of the border today, and let's abstract from the question of deportations, what would happen to the labor market?
Several things would happen. One is that we would have more people from the U.S. fulfilling jobs. Now, mind you, there are a certain amount of jobs that need to be filled by people who have frequently come from other countries. I've lived in Florida. You can see what's behind me. I currently live in Texas. There are a lot of agriculture jobs that have historically been filled by people who've come across the border. But it would definitely, think of it as, right now, N is N plus 20 million. If we stopped that or slowed it down greatly to previous levels, then as jobs increase, we would end up with more jobs for Americans to take. And you can see how that's played out with, not only has it worked with jobs, but we see it with housing. I've seen interview after interview with places like Chicago, where people who live in the city are angry that housing is being taken by people who've come here illegally. And resources like government aid has gone to them. And this is not anti-immigration. I'm an independent. I'm very big on immigration. I'm very big on legal immigration. Because when people are vetted, I'm an accountant. So the idea of auditing everything is in my wheelhouse. So if you vet people to make sure that they want to be here and that they should be here, because it's a privilege to be an American, and you make sure that they are a net plus to our society. And if you make that happen, then the labor market improves because you have qualified people for jobs. You don't have 8 or 9 million jobs we can't fill. We need to make sure that we're targeting who we're letting in to fulfill the jobs that we need filled. Every other country in the world does this. It isn't like, oh, you're a bad person because you don't want to help people who need asylum. We take in more people than any other country in the world, legally.
But it's amazing, Rob.
Why?
Right?
Why do we do that? Why is that in America's interest?
We're
to do
taking
that?
more people than all the other countries in the world combined.
And
why?
It's suicidal empathy.
No, I don't think so. In 1850, 15% of the American population were foreign-born. Today it's about 15, 16%. And with the
But it's a
exception
different
of the
nation.
60s,
It's a different nation with different needs.
There are other things. There are other things that we need to consider, but it's not unabsorbable. And I'm all for legal
It is when we're
immigration.
paying all of them. We're giving all these people money. We're giving all these
agree, but
people my money.
That
wasn't true in 1850. In 1850, we were not providing these people with free housing, free healthcare, free education, free food. We were not providing them with all of them. They had to make their own way. In 2024, every one of these people is being paid for by me and you and every other taxpayer.
The problem is we didn't pay for anybody's crap. Not the recent immigrants, not the sixth generation Americans. No one. That's a separate problem altogether. The welfare state ought to be dismantled brick by brick.
But it exists. It's not going away. You cannot have open immigration and a welfare state. You can't have both.
Who's advocating for opening immigration?
Well, that's what we have right now.
Well,
yeah, I think
we have no borders right now.
Yeah, that's kind of the point.
It's so difficult to have a rational argument here. Again, the number of immigrants is not the question. The nature may be. The number is not the question.
Well, even
this country needs approximately 2 million people added every year, or you are not going to have anybody to change your diaper 20 years from now.
So
I've
assuming all
never
that's
had
the
an
case,
immigrant change a diaper. Never. Never. I have four children. I've changed thousands of diapers. I've never had an immigrant do that job. I don't need an immigrant to do that job.
There are a lot of immigrants in healthcare facilities. Our population is aging.
Yep, that's definitely true.
The point
But
is,
here's
though, we
here's
can't
something.
even have this conversation
Either
because
we
it's
get
changed so
busy,
much.
either we get busy seriously,
Like making babies.
or we're going to have a big problem within a
Elon,
generation.
Okay, we
We
can't
are
even
not
have the
producing enough
conversation, though.
babies to replace us.
Yeah, we can't have the conversation about like what we were just talking about what would work because of how many illegal immigrants are coming in. Because it's true, with the open border as it is right now, it's not even the same reality as we would have been talking about a few years ago. It's a completely different reality, completely different set of problems that now makes it kind of impossible for us to even consider it the other way, because now we have this huge mess.
See, I'm in favor of lots of immigration. I think we should have it wide open, but I think we should also have 3% of the population starve every year.
That's
Not a bad
Marco.
idea.
Isn't that's what historically happened? Is that people?
That's what I want. I want a department of starvation.
Well,
the bottom 3% starve.
So the sarcastic way of saying
Marco.
that, though, but consider this. Listen, historically, people got to come to this country, and then I think Ben Shapiro says it very well. He says you basically were guaranteed a ticket to ride, but you didn't get guaranteed that you were going to get there. So there's no guarantee of success. As you said, people could starve. A lot of people are buried under that railroad track that runs across this country because people came here, they worked themselves to death, they died in tenement housing, they did all the things, they pursued a dream, and many of them shoved their children upwards and died trying. And I don't mind that, actually. I don't either.
Or work in the fields. I mean, there's like, what, 20 million people work for the government?
Oh, there's way too many people working for the government.
We need to start with this is why if I'm ever running for office, don't vote for me, because I'd be like Pol Pot. I'd be marching them out of Washington.
You just got my vote.
We need to start with the starvation diet right
out
there.
into the fields.
Yes.
And it'd be like, oh, you work for the Department of Education? Here's your bag and pick strawberries or cotton.
If we could vote for a meteor that would hit Washington, D.C., I would throw all my votes behind that. That's what I mean. Preferably while they're in
what's
session.
the point? What's the point of firing 20 million federal employees, which I think should happen? But if we're just going to replace them with 20 million third world migrants, what have we accomplished?
Well, I have a solution for you.
And the 20 million federal employees.
So if something were to happen,
I'm on these headphones.
Oh,
yep. It's you, Nicole. It's Nicole's.
Wasn't me.
You got 20.
Or it's Adam. Oh yeah.
We deport
Nicole and Adam are both there. Okay.
if we don't feed
You're picking up of each other.
Okay.
we're too close.
Hold on, I'll move away.
Oh my.
Somebody's using speakers.
That's correct.
I just want to make it very clear that Nicole and her husband are probably the smartest people in this conversation, and the fact that they fell into the feedback
unfortunate for them
is not is not to be held against them. But we're talking about firing tons of employees. Nicole,
all of them.
Nicole and Adam, America's really favorite couple. Are you muted, or I don't think I'm muting you. I think you're muting.
Okay.
There they are.
Now I got this to work.
Nicole is, folks, another convert to a conservative way of seeing things. She started out, she's a lawyer, she's a mom, she's a stay-at-home mom, and she encountered, and this is something we haven't really, and that's her husband Adam, who will not be named, who Nicole has led a fight nationwide, but mostly in Rhode Island, but it has nationwide implications over pornography in public schools.
I was wondering how you're going to get there, Ron.
And
you did it.
She did, and we got there. And all the stuff we're talking about economics. We started off in the beginning talking about race relations. Well, we've got another factor, which is, and I think something that has to have motivated a lot of voters. I don't know right now if it's, I'll take a look here, enough voters, and that is the general decline in morality from the inside out. Nicole, just briefly familiarize people who have not heard your story. I'm sure you have a very short elevator version that you can give to people who have not read your stuff or or the 2 lawsuits that I filed for you or the 2 interviews that I've done with you on my podcast. You're in Rhode Island, but we've got another New Englander back here. We lost Bill Jacobson and a couple of others here. Introduce yourself, please, and then we are gonna get back to the election, folks.
Okay, really fast. The teacher union sued me because I submitted public records requests asking for the school curriculum. And
that's you.
Yeah, that's
she.
Yeah. And before that, my school threatened to sue me in like a really big school board meeting and made me like a Salem witch trial. And so since then, I've now been suing everybody else for sue me.
How dare you make public records public?
Oh, I know. No,
I
it's
hate that.
crazy. They said there was
mitigated goal.
Not only did they refuse to give the records, they said, first of all, under Rhode Island law, Nicole had an absolute right to see the curriculum in her school. But they didn't want to give it to her because they knew that she would. It's kind of like the Georgia election board. They knew that what she was asking for was going to be something they didn't want her to see. So then they said, send in a public records request. She did that and gave her a bill for, what was the first bill? $74,000?
Yeah, and that was when the Goldwater Institute started representing me. And to get all of the political indoctrination, it would cost $74,000 to see. So
Seems like a bargain, really.
I know.
Think about what they paid for it. I'm sure they paid a lot more.
Yeah.
I mean, I think one thing everyone in this conversation can agree on is that there's a government problem. There's a gigantic problem with too much government. And, Trump is kind of a funny figure that way because he's not really a small government conservative.
No, he's a populist.
He is a populist. And speaking of, I just lost Reboy. Oh no, he's there, but he's kind of not there. I want to get him in here. You ready?
Can we make one quick little analogy? Because Nicole, yes. The situation that she's facing is the fact that you're dealing with a local government, a teachers union that is very local to you. And the stuff that I saw was the federal government, which was also a massive overreach. And we're talking about every level of government, and a huge piece of it, which you guys talked about, marching 20 million government employees. It's actually less than that, but there's still too many of them. The best thing in the world is when they have a sequester and they make all the non-essential people stay home, and the traffic in DC is totally tolerable and everybody can do their job and nobody notices that the government is partially shut down because they're not functional. The key thing is that the mission of each job is detached from the function of the job. And the function of the job for the teachers union is to make sure that they get a paycheck, not to educate students. And the function of most of these jobs are jobs programs where they only think people need jobs, which means I need a paycheck, but they're not interested in fulfilling the mission of said job. And when you detach the function of the job and you have things like private or public sector unions that literally are arguing against the public good, it's absurd. It's absurd on its face. And that's how you have a teachers union ending up suing a mother who's saying, I just want to know what kind of things you're trying to teach the children in this area. And by the way, I'm the one who's actually responsible for them. They've forgotten the mission of that job. And that's true across many, many spectrums of the government. It goes all the way from the lowest to the highest. It's a critical problem.
And that's going to be my segue to Dave.
At your local level, like your local level is really where your First Amendment problems are. The president can't change any of that, but man, most of my lawsuits are against local government, little petty bureaucrats that you can actually get to their house and punch them in the goddamn face if you could get away with it. It's such a threat because they really do believe that they are doing the Lord's work when they do these things, like the way they treated Nicole. hey, she is in the way of this greater good and nothing else matters. And they believe this.
This sort of petty tyranny is something, though. Oh, son of a gun! Did it again. This petty tyranny. Grace is signaling to us that she has. Grace, it was really nice of her to stop in because, as you can see, she's wearing a party dress. She's a happening lady. She's not old people like us hanging around, just waiting to fall asleep, hoping the election finishes before our bedtime or extended bedtime. Grace, thanks so much for coming on. Great to see you.
I feel like it's past my bedtime right now. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. That's why I have this energy drink right here. It's the only way I'm getting through the night. But it was so nice to meet you all. It was so nice to be on. And I know the conversation will keep being great. And hopefully it'll be a good result.
Oh, man. So, Dave Reboy, is it past America's bedtime?
It's not past mine, but we're getting there. I've got a double espresso that I just fired up. And
I got my energy drink here.
Dave is sitting in front of a poster that has the name of his book, Late Republic Nonsense, in which he talks about.
It's not a book. It's a Substack where I do some writing.
Oh, it's not a book, so I shouldn't feel bad that I never got your book. Okay.
No, but that's a good idea. I think I'll do a book because
start calling it a book.
It's a kind of catchy name. It's a catchy name.
I really thought you had a book. So that's the Substack book.
I do have a book. I do have a book which is called Qatar's Shadow War, and it's about information operations.
But on point, David. What I wanted to ask you is because you are an observer of sort of this decline and fall kind of concept. What Nicole experienced, I mean, and what Marc described, there have always been petty local, potentates that people have to worry about. Is that any different, or is the problem only national? Or is there something more going on at the local level? By the way, I'm going to shut off all your microphones if I have to figure out who is got something squiggly and making noise back there. But Dave, have these cultural and political changes changed, or are they just the same old ones with new ideology?
I mean, it's an interesting question. I mean, I would say yes and no. Yes, because you always had this inclination in humanity to take advantage. When you have these kind of small stakes petty tyrants running.
Did it again.
It was fantastic work. Well done.
You're back, Dave. You're back.
Was I gone? What did I miss?
Just whatever the end of that thought was. No big deal.
There's always been this inclination, as you were saying.
Yeah. So there's always been this inclination. I think it's very human to want to take advantage, especially for folks. I mean, what's the old saying about college professors? It's like I think it was in the academy in the academy break room, the fights are very vicious because the stakes are so low. So you always have that kind of dynamic, but now you have introduced the ideological radicalization that is something that we really haven't seen as a country to this extent. I mean, my old line is that now with social media, you have the crazy people that I used to encounter on the streets and in cafes in San Francisco pretty much replicated in middle class, West Virginia somewhere. And many of these folks who are, who work for the local government, as anyone can attest that has any dealings with it, especially Nicole, you know, we'll see that these people are just as radical as any lunatic that you'd run into in a, you know, in a San Francisco cafe. And I think that's a new thing. That's definitely a new thing. The last, you know, the last couple of months, and you know, especially the last month in regards to the election, when it came to the rhetoric and the messaging from the Democrat parties, from, you know, Harris on down, about Trump being a Nazi and a fascist, it's very hard for me to see a logical scenario wherein a government employee on the local level doesn't feel overzealous and hasn't justified to themselves the fact that, you know, pulling out all the stops, anything is required, nothing is beyond the scope of stopping a Hitler or a fascist from coming to power. I think that's pretty new in American history. So we're definitely in an uncharted place, but that makes sense because we are in the late Republic. And
Dave,
these are the kinds of things that happen.
Your expertise, or some of your expertise, is in information ops, is what I was gathering. Is that correct?
It is.
Have we ever been in a time when you could boost a signal where someone could be part of the information op without actually knowing that in fact they were part of it, in the same way that you could theoretically algorithmically boost someone that has no natural audience in a social media or a media place and see them get tremendous success for the benefit of something else that they don't even understand what they're serving? Has that ever been the case previously that we're aware of?
Not technologically, certainly not. I mean, it
yeah, I don't mean like useful
happens,
idiots per se. I'm
right. I mean, that kind of thing happens all the time when people are yeah. I mean, useful idiot is a good way to describe it. But yeah, I mean, we are in that kind of uncharted. We're in a new place, and the technology put us in the new place. And I have a lot of friends who are very, very bright, and they love to talk about political philosophy, as do I. But I think what a lot of people miss is just the simple technological aspect of why we are where we are. And it's something that that we have no experience with. And I think it's probably 85 to 90% negative when it's all told. And it's going to be a shit show, but you know, there's no putting the genie back in the bottle.
No, but you know what's universal? If you talk to people that grew up at least my age or older, and maybe even just a little bit younger than me, anybody who had a analog childhood at the very minimum, if you give them the opportunity, hey, you get a red button in front of you, we're going to delete the internet. You're not going to have the interconnectivity. You're not going to be able to work from home. You're not going to be able to do all this access to all this knowledge that's out there. But we're also going to get rid of social media and all the toxicity that comes from it. And the fact that people will say and act like ways that they would never act in real life to a real human being. Every single one of them hits the red button without even stopping. They're hitting it before you finish the terms, because they know it's objectively
totally
worse.
agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree. And you know, again, like, I don't think there's such a red button. I just wrote a piece. It's at my Substack at Dave Raboy at Substack, Late Republic Nonsense, and it's basically dealing with this concept, and I begin by talking about the kind of social media environment that we're in, and I sort of take that to the next step in talking about how a coherent foreign policy for the United States is impossible. I mean, I think a coherent any policy for the United States is impossible, but very few people talk about the foreign policy side. So I just wanted to, to address that in the piece. But yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And of course, like, on the other hand too, the left has a solution, which is just say, okay, we'll ban everything we don't like. And
that works out really well. That works out historically. That's always been very successful, I think.
Right. And
I know Marc likes that kind of thing.
Right. And so I mean, that's not a solution either. And I just wish, probably my greatest disappointment, though, to be perfectly honest, and you may think it's naive, but it is what it is. probably naive, is that there's no responsibility from people who have a lot of visibility. People who have really big accounts should keep in mind that at the end of the day, what they're doing is they're engaging in public education, and they have a responsibility to their people to make their people smarter. And when the trust in authority has broken down, it actually becomes harder. And the solution to that is not just believing in anything or believing in nothing. The solution to that is saying, okay, well, now I have to decide, and I have to use my brain, and I have to figure out how this stuff works, and kind of try to make heads or tails of it in a fair way. And if we don't have people with large platforms that are actively trying to make, let's say, folks on the right who have big audiences on the right, and instead of trying to make their people instead of trying to get their people to think better, what they're doing is they're doing clickbait, and they're doing stuff that is kind of bumper sticker nonsense. And
would you agree that monetization has been a negative in that way?
Are you engagement farming right there, Ron? That sounds like engagement farming.
I wonder what Hearst would have said.
The monetization is probably the worst thing that I could have imagined for the health of public discourse.
It's taken us faster to idiocracy, though. So pretty soon we will have people ordering food from their toilets as they watch the Kick Me in the Nuts channel. So
what, they're not?
We're fast approaching that. I think there are probably some. The sad thing is that there's an equal desire, I think, by people that have a very low attention span to engage in some of the dumbest and the most the basest instinct when it comes to sharing information or just stupidity. And they get equal following and reward and dopamine and promotion as people that are on the right side of the bell curve that are trying to raise the discourse and educate and say, hey, we got some real problems here, and if we don't pay attention to it. The thing that blows my mind every single time, and I just look at it from looking at past authoritarian type regimes, the people in the middle left that seem to side with those that are on the far left by default because we're all on the left together kind of thing. Those people don't realize they're the first ones to die when it gets really dangerous because they're the weakest part. They're the easiest targets in the party. And I feel like there's such an easy way for us to go and just, well, if there was an opportunity to educate people, it's like, look, there's a significant amount of danger that you guys are engaging in right now. You're actually enabling the most dangerous thing on your party, and people on the fringe of both parties are really the issue. But the left seems to have run away with it with no degree of self-control, with no checks or anchors. And apparently they have no idea that historically they're the ones that die first when that things gets really ugly. And I speak in those terms because I came out of a place where people carried badges and guns. And apparently some of my former colleagues will go into people's houses and kill them, which is terrifying for someone that's now outside of it looking at it. It is a real possibility, and they just don't see it. They're so excited about being part of the team and the vibe, I guess, which is so tragic.
It's a funny thing, guys, because I've been on the receiving end of both left and right. And I fail to see the difference at all. To me, there is no left or no right. There are collectivists and people who defend or propound individual rights, and there's nothing in between.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm listening to this conversation, and as a very small-time influencer, I don't have any responsibility to teach anything to anybody, and nobody's paying me to do that. I say what I think. You take it with a grain of salt or not at all. It's your responsibility. Caveat emptor. Benjamin Franklin wrote a nice little piece, The Liberty of the Cudgel, 250 years ago, where he was referring to this same issue that we're dealing with now, which is the irresponsible press, printing all kinds of stuff, attacking your reputation, which may be more valuable to you than anything you possess. And the First Amendment gives them the right to do so with impunity. And he suggested, in the end, to use a cudgel to reply in kind. I don't buy any of this discussion about social media. It is here to stay. We're having the same discussion over internet media as people once had over the boob tube or radio or the yellow press. It is the consumer who's ultimately responsible, not the provider. We don't need anybody to protect us.
Can I address that?
Yes, of course.
Okay. This is why I'm
Please
not
do.
a libertarian.
Well, I'm not one either, by the way.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I understand. When I say that people with big audiences have a responsibility, I say it in the following way. If you are a leader and you have soldiers, you have followers, you have fans or whatever, and you know that you are coming up on an important battle, do you then send your, is it tactically good to convince your soldiers that reality doesn't exist and that the chain of command is not a necessary thing to follow, and hey, let's not do drills, instead we'll just go and hit the and hit the whorehouses. So
As the anarchists in Spain, they tried that, it didn't work.
Yeah. No, I mean, it doesn't work. And that's, and I mean, in the kind of in the spirit of that, I don't care if someone is lying to the left. I care very deeply if someone is telling things that are patently untrue and stupid to
What
their
if the moral
own
believes
audience.
You see, many of the things that are untrue said by people around social media, the morons actually believe that.
They like it better.
They think it's good for you. It's like the people who would have you have a couple of spoons of cod liver oil because it's good for you. Screw that. I'd rather die.
It's terrible. Yeah, that's not a good thing.
But the thing is,
It's the fish burps afterwards. that are bad.
Beware of the do-gooders who think they're doing good to you. I don't know a single leftar who doesn't think his idea is better, more positive, and cures pellagra.
I want to bring into the conversation my friend and colleague Dan Hull, who is a lawyer in Washington, a blogger. You've been blogging for about 50 or 60 years now. A January 6th defense lawyer, and a guy who spent most of his life in and around, of his adult life and professional life, in and around Washington, and in and around the.
Keep going.
That was it. That was it. He fell right off the edge.
You just took yourself out.
Dan, that's what happens when the NSA doesn't want the rest of your bio read.
Marco already left. Will, nice to see you. It's been a while.
I'm introducing Dan Hull, and I'm introducing Will Chamberlain, whom everyone knows, and Will, of course, is another part of the deep state. Very very deeply embedded, and guys,
I'm sorry, Ron. I'll be right back. I need to go on Kurdistan 24, and I'll log back in.
You just do what you have to do. You can turn off your camera. You can do whatever camera. And it's magic. It's great software. Will, how are you?
I'm good. Put the baby to bed. Feeling pretty good.
What are you thinking about how things look tonight?
They seem to look good. I mean, we're looking good in Georgia, looking good in North Carolina, and I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin are still coming in, but they generally come in pretty strong towards the end. I think, I don't know, just like feels like and wherever we've seen movement, I don't know that we've seen movement anywhere towards the Democrats. So you got to think like, it's hard for them to run the table at this point. So I'd be feeling pretty good. I mean, obviously the Florida I'm feeling very good about Florida. Obviously, I mean, it's been like, wow, I just looked at it, 13.3 points, 1,400,000 votes for Trump. And then we also beat the 2 amendments, which were a really big deal here because they would have given the Democrats, it's not just on the substance of what the amendments were, it's the fact that they would have made Florida like the abortion and weed hub of the Southeast. Fully legal, abortion up to 9 months and fully legal weed, which would have led to a lot of liberals moving back here and maybe turning the state like blue again. So really, I'm very happy to see that 3 and 4.
Well, that's why
you can send him to New Mexico.
Dave lives there.
Say again.
You can send him to New Mexico. That's the, both of those things are big industries. That's the only industries I'm aware of, but they got it there.
Yeah. So that we don't need that. We already have medical weed and it's bad enough.
Are you tracking Virginia? I'm watching it on Google. You guys are looking at some different sources, but it seems like Trump's running 30,000 ahead right now, and they're at close to 50% reporting, and it's been consistent for the last 10 or 12 percentage points they've added.
DDHQ has it called, interestingly, for Harris. I don't know if anybody else has called it, but
who's that?
DDHQ, which is what I look at for the presidential election. They think Harris is going to win it. I guess because there's just too many votes left in Arlington, which is usually what happens in Virginia. Is that
unless all the bros that were all the what is it, is it Ball Street that's down there? I can't remember what the street is.
It's just the center of the government, and it's the biggest population center in the state is the DC suburbs. And I used to live there, and that's a blue area. So,
and of course, Dan, you are a creature of that civilization.
It's hard to call it civilization.
What do you think,
Cole? I wouldn't call it civilization either. I would have been there earlier. I've been listening to this whole thing. It's very good what you put together. But I've been getting out that GOP vote in DC, and it took about 10 minutes.
I was going to ask. I think I've met all of them when I was riding on the metro.
I put them in the back of. These are just people who haven't voted by. Voted by mail, and there's like 6 or 7 people. I put them in the back of my vintage Saab and drive them up, and they vote, and that's it. So I've done my work. So, and I think those 3 electoral votes already came in, right?
For where?
DC.
3 electoral votes.
I'd like to know what is the count right now? What's going on? That I've been listening so much to this, I haven't really kept up with who's doing well where. We have Indiana for Trump and DC for Harris, something like that.
According to Google, Indiana for Trump. DC doesn't.
Yeah, they're not declaring results on Google, at least.
Oh, really? Okay, right.
Yeah, uncalled.
Take that back.
They've got now. I think I had a better source on Pennsylvania before. North Carolina, they are showing on Google as leaning red.
Right.
Looks like New York is not in play.
Oh.
Although it's only 15% reporting, but they're calling it for New York. They're calling it. They're not, Michigan leaning bluish, but these are very low. These are very small percentages of reporting.
As you'd expect. This has been a great discussion that I've been listening to, and be more than happy to listen more. Where'd all the girls go? I mean, I heard all these girl voices, and then
here's one.
Except for
it was nice. We ran them all off on accident. It was.
That's what it sounded like. But anyway,
so
we have to leave more space in the conversation, Ron. That's the key.
Well, there's no need for that now because we've got Milo.
As who needs girls? Hello.
And we've got Danny, my streaming partner, a lawyer from Utah.
The rest of you, don't worry about it.
Oh dear.
That makes 2 of us.
How did your husband tell you to vote in Utah?
Well, he said, "Oh, sorry, you meant her."
Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead. You first, Milo. Ladies first.
Sorry. No. He meant my mistake. Excuse me. Forgive me.
Come on,
no, my husband is surprisingly very, very pro-Trump. Even though he only has his green card, he absolutely loves Donald Trump. As a matter of fact, most of the Koreans that I know here in South Korea and overseas in the States absolutely love Donald Trump. So we're all pro-Team Trump over here. I was a little concerned when I saw North Korea launching some missiles last night. And the only reason why is because that indicates to me that they think Harris has a shot at this. So that made me a little bit nervous, but I'm feeling my hope is being renewed today, although I do still have some 2020 PTSD.
North Korea's intelligence operation, if I can reassure you, could calm your nerves a bit, is not quite at Mossad levels of competence. So I don't know how deeply their tendrils extend into the Republic. So I think it's probably a bit of guesswork from there, isn't it?
Wait, Milo, is this Milo Yiannopoulos? I'm sorry, the camera got little again.
The camera got little again.
It's just Milo.
Shrinkage.
Yes, it's mononymic. It's just Milo, like Whitney or Mariah.
Or Madonna, if we're old enough to remember.
Oh, well, nice to meet you.
There's only one Milo.
So Milo, what do you do, Milo?
Well, I used to be very popular. And I was when this fake background stuff's no good, is it? You can see all the clothes all over my bed. You can see it that way.
It's really bad. Yeah.
I don't know how to point on this. Look at this. You can see all my clothes. Look,
There's a lot of embroidery. It looks like going on back there.
A lot of lace. A lot of lace raised by grandmother. So let me fix this. If I put this on, perhaps.
If you put it on, you can. Yeah, that's a good.
We're going to be demonetized if you put that on.
Oh, look, lovely. I've come dressed as Beetlejuice to celebrate the sequel. I used to be very popular.
Nick Cersei, welcome.
Oh, hello. And now I do sort of dark arts things. I'm the person nobody admits they're still friends with.
And that was my role tonight, was to admit that.
Oh, right, well, congratulations! It's braver than anyone in Washington. Although they, they've certainly been filling my coffers over the last few years. I don't mind telling you. It's fine. I'm perfectly comfortable exchanging prestige and friendship for cash. So that's what I've been doing for the last few years. It's no problem.
You're in politics.
As Ben Shapiro once said, the only good line he's ever delivered, I cry myself to sleep on a bed made of money, which wasn't true of him when he said it, but it is true of me now when I do. It's been lovely being restored to Twitter, restored to the public sphere. I've been making lists for years of all of the bastards and bitches, excuse my language, sorry, who are perfectly happy to talk terrible nonsense about for years, thinking he'll never come back. Well, surprise, surprise. I'm largely out of the what you would call customer-facing media these days, but I do work for political campaigns behind the scenes. If somebody needs to be quietly assassinated and nobody's fingerprints must be found on the corpse, they call me. I don't know why. I don't have a reputation. I don't have a reputation for being pugnacious. I don't.
Kyle charges a lot less for that.
That's true, but I mean it literally, and he means it figuratively. So
I'm one of life's great. You see, Yiannopoulos actually in Greek means peacemaker. I am one of the world's great bridges between people. But no, for some reason,
it sounds like a euphemism for something.
I'm not talking about Eiffel Towers, you revolting young man. Nobody on this call knows.
Milo, I heard maybe you can confirm. I heard a rumor. So George Santos said something that he tweeted out earlier, saying that he saw Hakeem Jeffries making a run down for DC, which indicated he thought that he was taking the gavel. Is there some sort of secret meaning of the words "taking the gavel"? Does that mean something to you other than the literal?
George would know.
No, I assume as much. No.
Yeah. No, the one it's Cory Booker, who's the great unsung. Never mind. We shouldn't. We mustn't.
I'm in Newark. Please, little respect.
I see the great city of Newark. I had an accountant once described it as the greatest city in America. The great city of Newark. Of course, it isn't. But occasionally I'll be in the airport and he'll text me and say, "Why didn't you call me for coffee?" I said, because I block out that I know anyone in New Jersey at all. No, sorry, but it's lovely. These are quite nice numbers, aren't they? Look at this.
Whoa.
This is how CBS is seeing it.
Yeah, they're living.
I mean,
in
there's
a
a lot to
different
come
world,
for
huh?
her. She's got about 120, 130 now because Fox has just called a bunch of stuff that CBS is
They call
lagging on. But
Fox just called Arizona, I think, right?
right, but this is quite a nice vista, isn't it?
I don't think they've even closed the polls in Arizona, so they have to go ahead and call it right now.
Well, actually, interesting fact: the polls never close in Arizona. Interesting.
That does seem true. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting quirk of that state. You know, you can vote in Arizona anytime. You know, you could have voted for this election sort of 2 years ago, in 2 years' time. They don't care. They really don't mind. And there are and there's a panel of judges just waiting to protect your right to vote whenever you feel like it, whoever you are. In fact, in this election, I myself have voted 11 times in Arizona. I never set foot in the state. I just wrote them a nice letter and said, "Can I have 11 votes?" They said, "Yeah, sure." A stack of ballots, mailed it back, and there we go. 11 votes. You look up the voter ID. There's Milo Yiannopoulos.
I want to remind viewers that this is the entertainment portion of the program because nothing. You see, there's this gigantic part of the United States in the middle.
The real bit.
The big part.
The America part.
The America part.
The bit that's American. Yeah.
It looks like Google just called Texas for Trump with 57% in. I don't like that they. I don't like it when they do that. By the way, I don't like it when they call it in because how the hell do they know?
Well, they don't they know from the counties. So
no, I think they know because it's just.
Well, I mean, Google knows.
It's all performative at this point, maybe.
Google knows anyway. Look, if there were no cheating, sorry, go on, darling.
Oh no, sorry, go ahead.
No, you.
I agree. Texas is going to go for Trump. I think it's just a matter of when they call it, right? I'll just step in and say that since I live here.
It's a given. It's a given at this point. And with the early voting coming in at a county level, they can determine based on each county, you know, depending on what the percentage of ballots that have been actually counted, they can sort of determine where things are going to go with a significant amount of accuracy. That being said, 2020. So don't mind me and my commentary, but speaking
I kind of hate
which,
that's true.
I voted via email this year from South Korea.
What could go wrong?
That's how I voted in Nevada as well, actually. In addition to my 11 votes in Arizona, I'm not completely convinced Arizona is real, but in addition to my 11 votes in Arizona, I also voted 4 times in Nevada, and I did it. I actually did it by text. I did it by text.
Okay, so how many times did you vote in California? Because you can vote in California as long as you have ever lived there for a few seconds.
Well, I have the trick in California is to there's a very delicate maneuver that one must perform in order to vote in California, and it's to be really, really gay. So you walk into the go, hey girl, I'm about seriously, Kamala girl, and these old women will find a ballot for you. They don't care whose it is.
It's my ballot. You're getting my ballot.
Who knows whose ballot it is? I mean, nobody has any idea. But trust me, you go in there and like, yes, Kamala, and they will find a ballot for you. So what I spent last week just sort of hopping from early voting station to early voting station in California. I think I racked up about 90. I mean, it won't make any difference, of course, but I just felt I was doing my part. You know, voter ID would fix this.
There was a great viral video that went out earlier, Ron, of a guy going in, and as they were unable to confirm this guy's ID because, of course, they don't have a voter ID requirement and they're not allowed to ask for it, apparently. They would say, what are the first 3 letters of your first name? So he would say it. And what are the first 3 letters of your last name? He say it. And what year were you born? He says 1985. I might be born in 1985. And they said, well, were you born in 1985? And he goes, yeah, definitely. I mean, maybe not though. And
Could
so every time he would say,
perhaps in 1983, and he's like,
he would throw like a little bit of shade on top of everything he said. He would just color it with like a little bit of ambiguity. And every single time it would bring more poll workers over who were more and more confused about what to do with this guy. And he said, maybe you could just ask for my ID. And this lady said, this is California. We'll just trust you. And she said, you're going to have to swear to it. And he was like, oh yeah, I don't mind swearing to it. I mean, but it might not be true. But I mean, I don't mind swearing to it. And he just kept playing this game with their minds, which just showed the absurdity.
Now that you mentioned it, I did see it.
This is an ontological phenomenon. And it comes from the same universe as Diddy's ex-girlfriend J-Lo saying, "Just trust my judgment," or it's any of these other sort of the vast bevy of Diddy party attendees. Who said, well, I may have made some mistakes in the past, but Kamala's the one. Kamala's the one. Yes, I probably did rape all of those kids, but Kamala's the one. So no, it's an interesting problem, because America now, as a result of the ridiculously foolish First Amendment, it exists in two completely separate fact universes. You see, the Bill of Rights, as Adam said, was only meant to govern a moral and religious people, by which he meant Christians. But they knocked out all of the Christian foundations of the country by disestablishing the church and founding this, weird, terrible failed parallel to the Church of England, because of course the king, losing the king, had to lose that too, and then no in schools and blah blah blah. So sort of we're going to outsource all our morality to Christianity, but we're also going to sort of guarantee its demise. And so now you have a system where the First Amendment rules, and therefore the most mendacious, shameless liars prevail. And that's the First Amendment. And so now we have these two completely parallel fact universes in which J-Lo, whose breakup gift from Diddy was a giant golden dong. It was a cast of his erect member, where J-Lo is now considered to be somebody who can be trusted when it comes to recommending who should be the next president. And that is because the country lives in these two completely different parallel fact universes, which is very worrying, and it's why I've got. Sorry, my cat's making a fuss. It's very worrying, and it's why, of course, we should probably rethink the Bill of Rights sooner rather than later.
Ron, you have some competition tonight from Gavin McInnes, who's also covering this live. But this is better now that Milo's gotten here.
Well, people often compare me to Gavin McInnes.
I heard people compare you to Ron Coleman too.
It's because you gain and lose weight so quickly. It's like Oprah,
It's his bodybuilder background.
Gavin has the same problem,
Gavin has gotten fat. I'm really he used to kind of make fun of my once greater weight. I just lost
of your heft.
I was a man of a more substantial girth than I am now. I'll just leave it at that.
I did wonder the last time I saw you whether you had lessened in circumference. It crossed my mind. It crossed my mind. I felt that your circumference had lessened.
Will Chamberlain.
Yes. How's it going?
You and I have talked a lot about the internet and about social media over the years, and a lot of what Milo has mentioned is actually very relevant, because, after all, one of the things that the Democrats are running on now is the government eliminating misinformation from the internet. Do you think that has any political effect, or is that just red meat for the base?
I think that's just red meat. I think they know if they actually tried to do it, they'd get shut down by the Supreme Court. I mean, maybe, it's part of their grand, ambitious 40-year plan when they've gotten rid of packed the court and done all sorts of other things, and they'll get around to censorship. I don't think they can do that now. I mean, this is all Elon. They had the world at their feet before 2022 because they didn't need to force anybody to remove misinformation. They could just, send a DM to Jack Dorsey and he'd remove it for them. And I think it makes a big difference. I mean, I remember thinking in 2022, we had a mediocre result. We didn't take back the Senate, but that's when Elon took over Twitter, was just right after the election. And I think that's going to end up being the most consequential result of that election. And I think we're seeing it now. I mean, Trump's a favorite, and he's clearly doing a lot better than he was. So
I think it's the most consequential act perhaps in Western civilization in some decades, because we live now in a globalized information economy. We all now have to fight with a woman's weapon, which is words. We don't have, we have wars, of course, but only over things that nobody cares about and very far away. They're not to secure our immediate borders. They should be, but they're not. We send people to die for abstruse other reasons elsewhere. But when we fight at home, we fight with words, which are traditionally a woman's weapon versus, the threat of violence or violence itself. And so now the battlefield is a battlefield solely rather than simply partly of ideas. And this is the case throughout the Western world. And I don't think it's ridiculous to say that Elon Musk's purchase of Twitter and then his extraordinarily resilient, and I mean, look, it has been a long time, maybe a century, since somebody that rich has gone against the grain and endangered their own wealth and their own status, their position in the prestige economy so radically. And we don't just have one of them, we have two of them. We have Trump and Elon both doing it. It's a very remarkable occurrence, which is almost unprecedented in history for somebody who lives atop the prestige economy to say, screw it, I don't care about my position on the pyramid, I'm going to go live over there, where I no longer have access to any of the tools of privacy, prestige, and power that I used to, and instead I'm just going to be this insurgent pirate. And we have two men who have done it, which is an indication of the seriousness, the severity of the peril we live in. And now we have two guys doing it. It's amazing. And I think ultimately,
Milo, to be clear,
one could be a space pirate now, so that's actually pretty cool.
Well, space.
But the other man is
Elon and Trump. You have Trump who gives away. So Trump has become synonymous with America. Trump is, for many people, Trump is America. He at least exists in intricate symbiosis with it. And I think he's become basically synonymous with America. His fate is now entwined with that of the nation. And I don't think anybody's been as synonymous with America since Washington or Lincoln. Now, that's one guy who's risked his wealth, risked his freedom, risked his liberty. And Trump has done something very important, which is he didn't just say, I feel your pain, but he shouldered the bulk of the burden that people were feeling, lawfare, warfare, all the rest of it. Trump now gets a lot of the... Yeah, I mean, the guy got shot twice, 3 times. Who even knows? I can't remember how many assassination attempts there have been, right? That and the wealth and the lawsuits and all the rest of it. So he's gone and done that. And then Elon has put everything on. And remember that Elon Musk, I mean, if you read a British newspaper, you'll say occasionally, a tabloid, of course, you'll occasionally read stories about welfare queens who are not homosexuals, but rather women who have like 8, 9, 10 babies by 8, 9, 10 dads and who live in these palatial new build mansions entirely at the expense of the state. They're called welfare queens. Well, America's equivalent is Elon Musk. I mean, all of his businesses are massively subsidized by tax breaks and by the government in every way. None of them are even remotely financially plausible without gigantic grace and favor from the state. And so it is an enormous existential risk to Elon Musk, similarly as it was for Trump, as it continues to be for Trump, for him to buy Twitter and then do what he did with it. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, Tesla could be gone, if Harris gets in. SpaceX, no more contracts from NASA. Goodbye. And whatever the other one that no one remembers is. They're all. These are. I mean, no one remembers or cares about the other one. I can't even remember what it is. But I remember that the taxpayer pays for it. But all these things are profoundly at risk. I mean, all these things could collapse. To say nothing of the fact that Twitter itself is all heavily financed, leveraged. Goodness knows what else. They could find ways to call that in too. I mean, he could be ruined in 3 months if the election doesn't go the right way. These are heroic men of action who have put their money where their mouth is, and more than just their money, their freedom. And this doesn't happen very much in an era of cowards, in an era of namby-pamby, limp-wristed wallies who talk a big game on Twitter and then dutifully obey the consensus or the powers that be in public. It's amazing. It's amazing that we have two.
What's a wally?
What an incredible thing.
What is a wally?
Oh, a plonker.
Okay.
A wally's a plonker.
Speak American!
Does that clear it out?
I would like to push back just a tiny bit here. So I really appreciate and love all the optimism. However, I went to a law school where I was set aside. I was brought aside by the dean of students because I held an opinion that she felt was objectionable, or that another student felt was objectionable. And simply because I voiced my opinion and I said that Roe v. Wade was a joke of a holding, I got screamed at in the middle of class by the student, and the constitutional law professor just watched this happen. And
the alternative is, I mean, I would have set you aside. I would have set you aside because you are a woman. So, you can choose, whether you want to be discriminated against for your identity or your opinions. It doesn't really matter. But I think it's better to be set aside for that.
Danny, what year did that happen?
Your opinions you can fake. Your opinions you can fake. You're in a better position if it's your opinions because you can just lie about them.
And I think that Ron would probably agree with me that there is some risk to an attorney.
Some breaking news: DDHQ projected North Carolina for Trump.
That is
North Carolina for Trump.
Who's that?
That is huge.
Who's that?
North Carolina?
DDHQ, Decision Desk HQ.
Oh, right.
She's sunk. This is one of the many paths that Trump has to victory. Kamala does not. She has a very limited number of narrow pathways, whereas Trump has many of them. He can do combos, but she needs all those states. She needs all of those states to make the numbers, because there are so many states in play that were not in 2020, that were solidly blue in 2020, that are now toss-ups. Trump has so many more paths to victory. I mean, losing any one of those states, like North Carolina, I mean, it's North and South Carolina, big deal. If she loses another one of those, it's over. It's over.
Should we just go to sleep?
Optimism.
I'm going to sleep. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Just kidding. Danny, I'm curious, what year?
At 68% now win.
This event that you were talking about in law school, what year was that you had this sort of struggle session?
Struggle session occurred, let's see, after Trump was elected, my first year. So it would have been 2018, I believe. 2018 is when the struggle session happened, my second year of law school. And it wasn't
region?
just Salt Lake City, Utah. Okay. So when I say that this is invading, yes, when I say that this is invading every aspect of our lives, whether it be in law school, whether it be me running for office, I ran for office in Salt Lake County for DA, because we saw how much our DA was negligent in actually, upholding the law and enforcing the law. And it was so bad that, I had Democrats voting for me. I had everyone on my side. But at the end of the day, when you have brainwashed an entire county into believing that Republican equals extremist, then that's all they'll hear. And you have to understand, I ran in 2022. That was 2 years after COVID. And so while I would like to think that our First Amendment is absolutely safe and secure as long as we speak up, who holds the microphone matters. And the reality is that they were able to shut down the Mr. J.E., if you guys know what I'm talking about, Mr. J.E. case against Chase Bank out of the Virgin Islands by simply the president coming down and firing their local attorney general. They got rid of the AG and boom, bada bing, case is gone. The SEO of Chase Bank was implicated in that lawsuit. It would have given us every single name of the buyers and sellers of these young women who were associated with JE. But these things are shut down. People are lied about. And then the common people who are only listening to the talking heads because the microphones are controlled by the talking heads. They've been purchased by the US government decades ago, whether that be Project Mockingbird or otherwise. They're all not influenced. They are controlled. They're controlled by a massive organization of individuals at the top who do not want freedom fighters, who do not want people speaking up and standing up for their own rights, standing up for their own sovereignty, having any level of self-control. They want to dissuade us from speaking the truth at all costs. There's nothing more frightening to them. So I think you are all underestimating the amount of hatred that the bureaucracy, both in the United States, whether that be our federal agencies, local agencies, or the larger global estate at large, wants to see.
By the same token, love, I mean, Trump says, and he's right, that the rank and file of the FBI is basically okay, and the leadership's the problem. False. I don't know if I necessarily believe that, but certainly they're not all bad guys. The thing that I think makes you almost certainly wrong is that the reason that this election is going to be okay is that an army of Republican lawyers are out there, people who have never been involved in politics before, people who have suppressed their opinion. The amount of preference falsification that goes on, and if the viewers who don't know what this is, preference falsification is something that it's a phenomenon that occurs under oppressive regimes where people feel the need to say they believe things that they don't believe in order to get ahead and to get along. When the prevailing
and stupid people like Danny and me and Dan Hull are missing a gear or missing.
No, you've got an extra gear. It's called courage, and it's to your great credit. Each of the people you just mentioned, maybe in one case, but I think this what happens when the prevailing conditions change is called a preference cascade, where suddenly everyone says, okay, sorry, I didn't actually really mean that. I just said it to get along. This is really where I belong. And this is what happened at when the Soviet curtain came down, right? And this is what happened at the fall of the USSR. Suddenly all these countries are like normal European countries. And you're like, but weren't you all communists? Well, no, they weren't really. And so underestimating the extent to which that preference falsification is occurring and the enormous wave effect effect of a preference cascade when the prevailing conditions change, as they just did.
I'm not sure I'm not sure that happens though. Milo, here's the danger. The people that work for the government are inherently comfortable in what they do. And as someone who worked in the FBI and I saw 20 different field offices while I worked there. So I had a short period of time where I saw a lot of things. And I still have a lot of friends. I talk to FBI agents every single day on a regular basis. And there are a very small number of them that have any kind of balls or courage in any way, shape, or form that are going to actually say something that is true when it's true, while it's true, obviously, to everyone else. They seem to get this download. And what we found is that we've sorted out that there are what I would call good Americans. We found them in 2020. They were the ones that were willing to go along to get along. And I think most Americans found that they were rather addicted to comfort. So despite the fact that when you're,
this is a society-wide American problem. I mean, imagine what would happen in America if you guys had to deal
the difference
without
between your
ice water
Soviet
for three-
issue. Your Soviet issue is that there was not as much
days.
comfort.
I mean,
there wasn't as much wealth or capabilities of people in the average place, even if they're swallowed by debt, that their style of life is so much
there
higher.
are other kinds of comfort, aren't there? And if you think about the the manner in which people live now, and the pressure that's placed on people to particularly in terms of self-expression, right? Maslow has been rejiggered in the information economy so that people think that expressing themselves and telling the world who they are is a much more fundamental need than it was for our species even 50 years ago. I don't. There are different kinds of being in need. You must tell me, by the way, where you get your blusher from. No, Kyle, you've got lovely contouring this evening, and please do share the name of your makeup artist, because I'm ever so jealous. Look, I do take your point on
in the FBI, Milo, they teach.
I do take your point on the FBI, and I went quickly onto lawyers because I'm not sure about the FBI. I certainly bow to your experience and expertise on that one.
I don't mean to lord it. What I'm saying is that I think that we hear a lot of this stuff, whether it be a Sean Hannity or a Donald Trump, saying there's just a problem of management. But let me express why I think there is a cultural problem, and this is not exclusive to the FBI. This is actually universal.
By the way, Kyle, this is going to be the segue to Cynical Publius. He's going to respond to what you're about to say.
This crosses all versions of government in my experience. But the problem is that a lot of people who should have said no, or wait, or hold, or I've got some questions, and does this fit into what we are required to do by the Bill of Rights and the oath of office that we took? The question was more of like, how do we serve this institution better? And so my friend Rob Green said it very clearly. It's institution over constitution. This is very clear. And I don't think people know, and oftentimes, especially federal employees, they don't know what it is that the oath of office that they are swearing means. They don't understand, in fact, that they are not swearing allegiance to the various articles of the Constitution. They're swearing that they are not going to destroy the thing that the Anti-Federalists put in place to keep that government in check, which is to say that the Bill of Rights has to be maintained, that it has to be honored, and that should be your number one priority above all else. I'll give you a little crazy piece of info that is very difficult to convey to a lot of people, but in somewhere in September, and I've narrowed it down between the 3rd and the 7th of September in 2020, while Donald Trump was president, the FBI demoted the core value of rigid obedience to the Constitution of the United States of America to 7 out of 10. It was number 1. It was the number 1 thing when I signed in, and they moved that down. And that is very telling, because when an organization gives you an org chart and they give you a mission statement and they give you core values, they are oftentimes, in addition to being corporate fluff, they are telling you something very real about that organization. And that happened while Trump was there. That was while he had already sort of disabled some of the DEI aspects. He'd already shut down the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, was not allowing some of these trainings to go on. These people just sat around with a job doing nothing. But the problem is that when it turned around and they were all ordered to enforce COVID shot vaccines, which was something that came down on me, when they started telling people that they were going to be investigating parents at school board meetings, that they were going to go serve what are called e-guardian leads on an average person because of their tweets, for God's sake, these people stepped up and said, I understand it, I will do it, even though they were an obvious violation of the First Amendment and they had no right to be able to do that enforcement. So they actually put caveats out there on a regular basis. Some lawyer, I'm sure, thought of it, that said, we never started an investigation based on the First Amendment alone. And then they go and do the thing that they said they would never do. But they say, well, we have a caveat. So obviously we're not doing it based on that because we said it. And so they've lost the faith and the trust of the American people by violating it in our vision. It's the only upside of 2020. Is that the goalposts were moved while we were watching it. We all saw them lie, say that there was a standard, and then they violated that standard and moved it again and again and again, over and over again, to the point where Americans go, these institutions are full of crap. And people like me who are just regular guys who have 4 kids in the world and would normally think that taking them to a doctor is normal. My youngest daughter has never been to a doctor. She was born in the house that I'm staying in right now. And she was delivered with me and a midwife. And she's never seen a physician, and she's just over a year old. That's wild because I'm college educated and I'm a licensed paramedic for over a decade. And I'm not going to take her to a physician because I've seen what it is that they are kowtowing to. And that's the same thing for law enforcement. I'm going to solve my own problems. There's a lot of people that have seen that and went, man, I might be a freaking radical at this point because I don't believe in the institutions that I always was able to have faith in. That's the big thing, I think, in this election. In more than anything else, it's institutions lost their power and their authority. They can't command it anymore.
It's not very
Cynical.
often someone makes me sound like a boomer, but you
really
did
glad
manage
we have
it.
somebody talking about, about, before we switch to cynical, about the FBI, because that's a part of my life in and out. I get to know FBI agents, and I've seen differences in them. We can talk about that later, but what I want to see before we get to cynical, I was going to ask Danny, when were you in law school again in Salt Lake? What period? I was really interested in what you were saying.
2017 to 2019. So I graduated in 19 and I sat for the bar in 19.
She's a baby, Dan.
And by the way, the hiring practices at the FBI are mimicked in every single federal agency. When you talk about culture, you have to understand that the culture depends and begins at hiring. Even before hiring, what standards are we looking for? What Ivy League schools are we going to pull from? Are the Ivy League schools copying and mimicking what we are telling them we want to see from students, from this next generation of agents, whether that be at the State Department, FBI, CDC, USDA, you name it. It is down the line and across the board. And if you guys don't realize that now, you will realize it. And there is no corporate world in which a Danny can exist. I simply cannot do it. I have looked, I have tried. There is no corporate culture that would have me where I fit in very, very well, except for maybe X. I think I could probably do very, very well there because, I'm a capable person. But generally speaking, if you have any opinion that goes against the norm, you will be shut down. I lost my job because I said no to the vaccine.
Same.
And here I am today doing what I'm doing. And I'm very grateful for that. And I'm glad that I stood by my principles and my standards and frankly stood by the science. But
let me ask you, my darling.
Not to keep Ron from Publius, but I'm probably the oldest person here. My first vote for president was for George McGovern. We'd probably find Harris terrifying for no other reason than he's a World War II vet. But the workplace has changed so much. I've had a firm for years. I really only had 3 jobs, but I see a lot of workplaces. The workplace is so sterile; it's stifling everyone. Everywhere you go. And that's true in DC.
And that's, by the way, that's a good thing. COVID did one thing for us. It shook up the cubicles.
A little bit, but it's still, you and I have talked about this before. I have people coming to me saying, I'd really like to, help you, Dan. People who are lifelong GOPs, not like carpetbaggers like me, or just are new to any kind of quote conservative thought. And they will say, I'd really like to help you, Dan, but I can't. I will not make partner, or I'll lose my partnership. There is one set of views going on in these law firms, and that's true of not just American corporate culture, but big law firm culture, which is something that it's just extraordinary to me.
It's institutional capture everywhere, is what you're talking about.
That's why I'm anonymous.
It doesn't seem to be going away.
That's why Cynical is anonymous.
Huh? Yeah.
I'm just pointing out that as a partner in a law firm, that's why you're not seeing my face right now, because I have a lot of very liberal clients, I have very liberal partners, and it's not a good thing for business to be on here. But can I say hi, Ron? Is that okay?
Yes, please do. I would like you to.
First of all, I'm very excited to be with such an august group, and I think we all need to thank Elon Musk for that, because when the 2020 debate was happening, I was silenced on X with my 100 or so followers. And then when Elon came on board, all of a sudden I was set free. And now I am a voice that's sitting here with some amazing people. And I just want to talk quickly about the discussion we were having about federal employees. And I have a slightly different take on it. I spent a lot of time in the Pentagon, so my angle is from the DoD perspective. And the problem is that there's so many federal employees who are really trying hard to do their jobs as best they can. And they don't understand that the mere existence of their job is the problem. I mean, you've got people who are engaged in activities that are in violation of the Constitution, that represent a taking of power from the Congress and putting it in the executive branch where it doesn't belong. But they really mean well. They're trying their best to do this job that they think they need to do. So the problem we have is to take these well-meaning people and tell them, sorry, you shouldn't do your job anymore. And I don't think it's a matter of trying to find the wrong folks, trying to say, oh, this person in the FBI is doing things wrong. We need to cut with a hatchet. Trump needs to come in and he needs to reduce federal employee billets by 50%, 60%, 70% across the board. And if he can't do that, then we need to basically pay these people to do nothing. I mean, a Department of Education person who does nothing is better than a Department of Education person who actively engages in trying to do the mission of the department. And so I agree.
But there's precedent for that. So you're actually, I mean, there's a precedent for that. It happened in 2020 on some of the DEI jobs that were out there, or the diversity and inclusion departments. Trump told them to stand down and they literally twiddled their thumbs and got a paycheck, which most federal jobs are a jobs program anyway. So I think Americans are not unfamiliar to that. They mostly don't know what federal jobs do. And as you said, most of them work against the American people's interest. I think they'd be fine. They'd be totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, but
printing
the
the money
problem
anyway.
is they're not intentionally working against the American people's interests. They think they're doing right. These are decent. I mean, there's exceptions, obviously.
Sure.
Jim Comey jumps to mind, but they think they're doing right.
I should go get my Jim Comey picture.
They think they're serving America. Let's just shut them down and not let them do anything or get rid of them. Or like a lot of people say, move the Department of Agriculture to Iowa, move the Department of Defense to Nebraska, get them away where they're not centralized, give them less to do. Like when we have these government shutdowns, that's a good thing. I don't mind that we end up paying them afterwards. Let's shut them down. Let's not let them do the jobs they're set to do. Let's make America great again by having a bunch of federal employees who get paid for doing nothing.
Way better for the environment in DC, by the way. Less cars idling in traffic, less waste and tolls being run and vehicles putting miles on them. There's something really good about a government shutdown, because what it does is it reminds Americans that when the government shuts down, they don't notice it in their real lives. Most people have almost no interaction with the federal government. It does very, very little for them, except the things that do. And we call those non-essential employees. Those people could essentially be paid to stay at home. By the way, most of them or a huge chunk of them are continually being paid to stay at home, because we have something like 25% occupancy of government buildings right now since COVID. People are working remotely, and we were always told that could never be done. And it turns out it could be done just fine. They have no problem because most of them don't serve a lot of purpose. But I do think there's plenty of people that are willing to do evil. Let me just say that there are plenty of people that are willing to get on board, and they're willing to steer all those generally well-meaning people towards something, and those people should be throwing a flag, and they don't. I mean, they took the same oath that we all did. So,
they're all in the senior executive service, which needs to be basically eliminated.
I also think it goes further down to that. I would take it down to at least in my purpose. It goes to the GS-14 level, at least at the FBI and the DOJ. And my issue with that is this: every single one of those people who read the same exact rules, that understood that they were going to lose in court, which they did when it came to vaccine mandates, and were looking down at personal autonomy, they came down and said, we're probably wrong, but we're going to force it anyway because we're being told to. There was no legal basis for it. They could have just waited it out. It would have cost them nothing to say, you know what? Okay, fine. Let's just see where this goes in the courts, and then we'll just kind of deal with you later. We'll give you a religious accommodation or have you work from home or put you on admin leave. And none of them wanted to do that. They all went there, and they were the hatchet men for the people that did evil stuff.
Well, look at the whistleblowers who came out and said that they were targeted as, low-level analysts who were all attacked repeatedly by family, their friends were attacked, their family was attacked. I mean, hell, just look at what they did.
I had the ATF show up at my front door when I got suspended from the FBI, for whatever that's worth. They showed up within days. And I'm a gun guy, so they came to ask me about something that was absurd. They immediately removed me for something that I did legally in a place where I was legally allowed to do it, and I'm required to do it by the job that I used to have. So all of that is crazy. They 100% knew what they were doing, and it took GS-14s and GS-15s to sign off on doing it. They all had to be part of that.
So let me ask you, Kyle.
but I have a different perspective than you. And
Sure.
I'm a DOD guy.
Yeah,
And
no, DOD is a different animal. We should be clear.
I grew up in the military when the information technology revolution was happening, and it was astonishing how many departments in the DOD became irrelevant. And what they did was, rather than go away, they tried to change their mission to something else. I mean, there were what was the 2000 bug called again? I can't even remember.
Yeah,
there
the
were
Y2K
agencies
bug.
that were built. Yeah, the Y2K bug, who were built around that, who then, when nothing happened, all of a sudden became something else. And so I agree with your position in terms of sort of how.
But DOD is a different animal. Can we agree on that? Because DOD, they signed a
waste is my point.
Well, look at what
Well,
happened
yeah,
with
that's
FEMA,
true.
you
Okay,
guys.
sure.
Look at the reorganization of FEMA. It used to just be flood insurance agency that was a very small branch off of another agency, and that sub-agency then ended up getting shoved into FEMA with freaking Department of Homeland Security, and it's insane. It's
the
absolutely
same thing that
insane.
Reagan talked about. It's eternal
All
life.
they
You create a
do-
government program. It goes forever.
If I was
They always-
president,
We all agree
for the day, if I was queen for the day, all I would do is go down to every single agency, go down to every single office, and sit down with these employees and say, "Explain to me your job description and what value you have to add to the agency in the next
This is
5
called
minutes."
this
or
is called the
less.
Bobs, Danny. They did this in Office Space.
And if your answer is the exact same as the answer of the guy next to you, I'm going to pick the guy next to you who's actually doing his job, and you're fired. And then you just go through and you freaking cut the fat. This is all leeching off of our tax dollars. It's enslaving our children, and it is making us beholden to the government to a degree that we can't speak up. We can't stand up for ourselves or for those around us. Raise your hand in the room if you're an attorney, or heck, if you're a freaking civilian who's ever seen a small bureaucrat in any office, whether that be while you're getting your driver's license, whether you're going to get your marriage certificate, who hasn't done something malicious to you with a smile on their face, knowing that it's going to take months and months and years for you to rectify the situation. Kamala Harris bragged about doing that in her position as DA and AG. So this is not, I agree that the problem is with the positions. You give anyone that amount of power and that amount of oversight, and they tend to skew evil. That's just how it happens. You give, the weakest of men a little bit of power and watch what happens. That is what is happening in our country, and I'm done.
Culturally, it's more than just the government, though. So I left the Army and went to law school as soon as I retired as an 06. And I went to a law school that's very well known, that's a few feet from the Capitol. And I was a 40-year-old guy going full-time with a bunch of 23-year-olds. And the thing that astonished me was that these were extraordinarily bright young people who believed that they knew better than the average American, how the average American should live their life. And they were determined to get into government so they could tell us all how to live. That's a cancer that is like eating us up at the highest levels of our most intellectual and most gifted people. As we bring them from being young folks into the workforce, they want to tell the rest of us how to live.
We're one EMP away from correcting that, by the way, I think. Just because it turns out all the technology in the world and all of your non-hard skills, it's something that it's the reason why I enlisted when I did, and I only did 4 years, but the whole point was I became a medic, I became an air traffic controller, I learned skills. I wouldn't learn how to do some stuff out in the woods so that when it comes down to it, I know how to butcher an animal, and the people around me that don't are going to end up dying. And these people that are doing the law school, and I'm surrounded by bright people all the time, and I obviously went to Quantico with some really bright people as well. You look around and you're like, you don't have any hard skills. You have things that only work in a modern world as long as everything is working the way that it's supposed to. And the minute that something breaks down like a garbage strike, you're ruined. If your transmission goes out, you're destroyed. If your car has a flat tire, that's your government vehicle, you're going to be stranded for as long as it takes for someone to come fix you. And that makes you, that's a weakness that they don't see, I think. It's a lack of humility for whatever that's worth. And there's a lot of lack of humility in the DC area, I see.
Forgive the interruption. I actually have to go. I've just received a much more attractive invitation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me on. God bless you. Lovely to meet those of you that I only know by name.
Milo, thank you.
And I want to hear Kyle on another occasion from you about my good friend Eric Prince. His what I think is the most promising prospect for the future of the intelligence agencies, which is a private Secret Service equivalent or replacement that gradually grows because the remit of the Secret Service is whatever the president says it is, to eventually encompass and replace the CIA and the FBI, which appears to be the only way to do it. So I would love to hear you talk about that.
No, we'll chat about it sometime.
By the way, Milo, before you leave, I hopped on early just so I could say hi, but maybe next time we could have like a session about canceled influencers, because whenever I think if I got canceled, I think of you, and I just feel like I didn't get canceled.
Well, I am the only. Yes, yeah. I was hearing somebody earlier. Oh, you got banned off Twitter, did you? Oh, okay. No. I do hold the distinction. Well, thank you, my darling. I do hold the distinction of being the only cancelled person who remained sane. As you can tell from my wallpaper and my clothes, I am a model of.
I think it's fair to say as sane as ever, Milo.
Well, thanks. Yes, thanks. I mean, look. Laura Loomer is the alternative. So, look. How dare you, my dear friends, all of whom have gone mad. I think I've remained, as you so beautifully and rightfully put it, Ron, as sane as ever I was. I'm sorry I can't stay longer, and God bless you all. Thank you so much. And
good night, Milo. Thanks so much.
I would love to hear from all of you. And sorry for being rude about you being a girl in law school. I didn't really mean it.
Ron, I have a question for everyone, but in particular for Publius. Can you hear me?
Send it.
You can go, Milo. You've been Milo.
Thanks. Thank you.
Bye, Milo. I'm sorry. Milo, great to meet you. Admit it.
He was pretty damn good, wasn't he? He was pretty damn good.
He's good. He's going over to Gavin's show is what he's doing. You should
I don't care.
Yeah, you should. You guys are like running neck to neck. I'm kidding. What happens? I'm optimistic by nature, and I'm very proud of being an American. My family's been here forever. I have a fairly not optimistic notion about what's going to happen at the end of the night. However, let's just, I hope I'm wrong. Harris wins. What does the Trump base do? I mean, I have a theory that half the base says it's rigged no matter what Trump says, and the other half of his base says it was a fair election. We don't care. We're going to do something different. Does anybody have a response to that? Because I think that's kind of where we're headed right now. And, Danny, Publius, or am I completely wet?
Harris isn't going to win.
What? Let's say she does. Let's say she
does. If she does, I mean, the thing that's unique about Donald Trump is that he has transcended the Republican Party. And so he is, Democrats will say it's a cult. I will say he represents something that transcends Democrat or Republican and appeals to a base of people who don't see themselves as being members of a party, but being members of someone who speaks to Americans and speaks to the problems of the average American. And so I think that the answer to your question lies in who would come next. Can they galvanize the country in the same way that Trump did? I don't think Ron DeSantis can, because I don't think he has the charisma. I think J.D. Vance possibly could. I think Tulsi Gabbard possibly could. And perhaps Tulsi might be the person who can not only galvanize folks, but bring that swing of female voters over to be able to do that. My point is, I don't know if there's a set answer to your question based on parties. I think it's on the personality of who we would send out there in 2028.
Dan, are you speaking more directly, like what sort of thing would happen in the immediate aftermath in the next couple of weeks? How people would react to that?
I mean, not just from the political, I mean,
yes. No, listen, I think that this is
like, this is the, sort of elephant in the room, Civil War question.
Correct.
And which I'm not into, and I think you're picking up on. What happened? I see things as very, very different if she wins.
I think people will roll over. We already saw what happened previously.
More unstable than if he wins, and I just I'm kind of wondering about that. I don't think it's politics as usual, and I think that again about half Trump supporters will say, well, it was rigged or whatever, no matter what he says, what he counsels, and that the other half will say, screw it, we're going to do something different, and that intrigues me, kind of like an accident would, but it also kind of frightens me. I don't want it. So what do you?
It seems like the answer should always be this. The answer should be the same regardless of, I think a lot of people already got that opportunity to see something was not right, that there were numerical statistical anomalies that defy sort of any sort of explanation that I've heard so far. I also know that the agency that would have been the ones that investigated fraud told us that they were not going to do it this time, and they didn't do it in 2020, and they fired people they thought might actually want to do that. And I know some of the people that were removed from election fraud task forces because they had the suspicion of being Trump supporters simply because they had multiple children, which was like a proxy for religion or conservatism. So that's really dangerous stuff. But what we already saw is that nobody did much about it, right? Nobody actually stood up and I don't consider January 6th, which I was in the DC area at that time, and I was in law enforcement working for the Bureau at the time. I was, at the Capitol the day afterwards. What I know is that that was people that were frustrated and having a stupid riot, but I had just watched 6 months of that happen in DC by people on the political left driving Donald Trump into a bunker and beating up my friends in Secret Service and so on. So watching all of this stuff go down, and the fact that it was so obviously there were questions whether or not they were justifiably saying that they were fraud, which I don't have the evidence for. But what I do know is that it was possible, and it wasn't explored in a way to put it to bed for people to go and say, okay, I understand. And they didn't do anything then. And I don't expect that people would do anything now. And it goes back to the addiction to comfort that I think people have in this country, that even though things may get really, really bad, and although you're hearing a lot of doomsday from people on the hard political right that are doing the commentary space saying that this is the last election or nothing ever works again, the problem is for men that are going to actually pick up arms or decide to do something aggressive, violent, or otherwise disrupt the status quo in this world, it means they're going to kill off a part of themselves that will never be able to come back for their children and for their wives and for the people that they love in their communities. It will not be something that is easily redeemed in the short term. And I think a lot of people are very reticent to go do that, which is probably good and bad at the same time.
And that's a very good that's a good answer. More what I was looking for. What Publius said makes too much sense, and I like it.
Oh, it'd be much nicer. It'd be much nicer if she gets overrun.
I think one of the things that's important to realize is that we're going to continue. If what you're suggesting, Dan, happens, we're going to continue to segregate ourselves. After I got out of the military, I moved to a very conservative state, probably the reddest state in the Union. And what I find puzzling and harmful is that, and let me stop and say, I moved to California before I moved to this state. And I went to California and I learned how much Californians think that conservatives are literally evil people. And you come to a red state and you tell them that and they think, oh, you're making that up. You don't understand. These are good people. They're Americans. And what I think will happen is that the people who are in the deep red states will get even deeper red without realizing what they're up against. And we're going to become more and more segregated. And over time, and I wish Kurt was here so we could pump People's Republic, we're ultimately going to find ourselves in a very segregated situation. And whether that results in actual division and civil war, it remains to be seen. I hope not, but I think we're going to be in two different worlds.
I think it's more likely than people think. That's all I will go to, and that's where I'll go with that. And like you, I've got that. I'm very lucky. I was born here in DC, but I grew up in the Midwest, and my work life has taken me, a lot in Western Europe, but also I've had, I've lived and worked in DC, Pennsylvania, and also in Southern California, both in LA and San Diego. And there are a lot of different insular Americas now, and it's getting worse.
Folks, I'm bailing out. Ron, thanks so much for having me on.
Kyle, you hung around for so long. I really appreciate it.
Nice meeting all of you.
Okay.
And
we replaced Kyle with another.
Thanks for putting up with my question, but it's something on my mind a lot, because I as Ron can tell you, I talk to everybody, even people who don't want to talk to me anymore. And I'm an ex-Democrat, and I just, the fragmentation is worse than ever, which is ironic, given the sort of level of education you have out there and the internet, or maybe because of the internet, people are more isolated and more likely to think that the other side is evil than ever before, and they're serious. And I'm beginning to see that a little bit more on the moderate country club right.
I'm more hopeful than you are, Dan, and I have to say that to me it's almost like a religious sort of thing. I posted something on X a little while ago. I think that when you look at the history of religions, you see revivals. you see where religion is about to go away, and then it revives itself because people come together. I think that this election, or maybe a future election, is going to bring Americans back to the middle. We need to be back to a place where the parties have general agreement and they are on the fringes in their disagreement. And I think that's why it's so important that Trump win this election, so that the Democrats stop taking these extreme positions, moving over to window to like a ridiculous side on the left, and that they understand that we're all Americans together. And I have enough faith and confidence in the American people to think that we can actually achieve that. And I see that Pennsylvania just turned red, so maybe I'm right.
Thank you for a second. Thank you for saying you're my hero tonight. You sound like I used to sound.
I'm younger than you.
Yeah, everybody is.
Ron, you're muted.
Danny, what
I'm trying to eat pretzels.
What I think depends on how many shots of vodka I am into the evening. So don't ask me, Dan.
Bill Shipley, Shipwreck Crew. I assume that.
Good afternoon.
Oh yeah, well, Bill is over in halfway around the world.
I resisted the temptation to set this up on the back lanai, pointed at the ocean behind me, beautiful Hawaiian scenery. I didn't want to do that to everybody in November.
Well, thanks a lot, Bill. Bill is a lawyer. He does a lot of work in D.C. He has a lot of experience with law enforcement people, with federal litigation, federal criminal litigation. He has represented a pretty nice share of January 6th defendants as well. He has that in common with Dan Hull. I don't know if that's why Kyle left or not, but so far we haven't had any major conflagrations.
No, Kyle and I are buddies.
No, that's good.
Because we talk often.
A lot of people hate you,
I know.
but that's only because you got courage. And I mean that is the theme here after all. I want to introduce you to my friend WDW Pro, Walt Disney World Pro.
Yes,
Pro,
and today it's political pro. At least we'll hope so. We'll see. We'll see if I can do well outside my typical lane. But
I think everyone will agree that just on the credit of your voice alone, you're entitled to take place in any discussion we might have. Pro has a very successful and growing YouTube channel where he discusses the business and entertainment world with a particular focus on Disney and its business. And I got involved with these guys because I was fascinated by these discussions with respect to the culture war stuff that we discussed at the very beginning. Disney, in so many ways, this whole idea that Danny and Cynical and Dan have been talking about, the difference between people who have the courage, and that Kyle was talking about, the people who have the courage to speak up, and in the Disney context, that would include people like Gina Carano, people who will not be told, people who are just not gonna do it the corporate way, and people who make a nice living by basically not having those kind of problems. And I also want to welcome Ari Jacob, who is a social media how shall I put it?
We make short videos for people.
She makes them real good. She makes them real good, and she knows very well what is being consumed in the culture, and she to some extent bears some responsibility.
Yeah, I was just thinking earlier about what I was doing 4 years ago, and I pretty much lost my business in LA because of the fake news media, like in August. And then, so I think I blacked out during the election. Like, I don't even think I don't remember where I was, like, my whole world was crumbling. So I don't but I do remember that there was a lot of influencers that were in LA that, they were just going to vote, or they were just saying, they were basically saying all the woke stuff because that was what was cool. And And I saw like today a few of those people that were big time YouTubers and stuff, like they're fully supporting Trump now. So it's even I mean, I don't think he's like full right wing, but like Eric H3 whatever, he had like a podcast going with Hassan Piker, and now he's totally distanced himself from Hassan. So from like the Gen Z sort of young people that and like the internet culture, I've seen a big shift in that, like, you know, a lot of these influencers are like happily supporting Trump and like, you know, doing the dances and all that. Whereas like
it's been a real change. It really has been. It has become
your platform if you did that. You know, you would completely lose your platform. And so that's the biggest shift I see with young people. And I live in Nevada now. And I've heard a lot of support for Trump in Nevada. So yeah, it should be interesting.
Where are you at in Nevada?
I live in Vegas. I live like north of Summerlin.
I spend more time in Lake Tahoe than I spend in Hawaii.
Oh, nice. My parents have a place in North Lake Tahoe, so we go up there. My sister lives in Reno. Nice.
I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. I think that was me.
Well, you know, as we talk about the fact that people are more apt to share their political views if they're leaning moderate or conservative this cycle, you have to say that's really, at least in part, the Elon effect. And one of the big stories for this election has to be the great sacrifices and gambles that some of the people involved are taking. For Donald Trump, if you think about this, depending on how the night goes, Donald Trump either ends up as one of the greatest political comeback stories in the history of the United States, as well as a tremendously powerful president, or he's facing jail time and all kinds of persecutions and prosecutions. Same time, you've got Elon Musk, who was the richest man in the world. Now he may be one of the most controversial figures in the world from those who would like to censor the rest of us. Elon Musk, if this goes down the way that he hopes it does, he becomes one of the most powerful guys in the country with all kinds of inside tracks with the federal government in ways that his businesses would benefit from. Conversely, if he doesn't win, then you would imagine that the federal government will not be willing to assist SpaceX and Tesla and all of that. People really have very much on the line with this election in a way that's not typical. And it's fascinating to watch people either exhibit tremendous bravery or cowardice, but bravery seems to be winning out for the moment.
I mean, I think it's important that he did that too, because it's like, I hate to say it, but some of these influencers that are going like for Trump, it's I wouldn't say one of them is like smarter or, you know, anything than like the celebrities I see going for the other side. But it's like, you weren't allowed to, even if it just seems like to me that influencers and young people and stuff, like they're just doing whatever's cool. And so that's the kind of scary part. I feel like at least if the cool person is doing something that's smart, that's why I think I'm glad Elon's doing what he's doing, because he's making being smart cool, or like being logical, common sense.
As
cool
a military person here, I think there's a lesson to be learned in terms of setting an example of bravery and how that inspires others. And what Trump has done and what Elon has done is bravery, and very public, powerful bravery. And I think that people are saying, you know what? If they can put themselves on the line for everything, I can put myself on the line a little bit. And I think that's evidencing itself by the number of people you see walking around wearing MAGA hats, which was verboten in 2020, the signs that you see. People are no longer afraid to stand up for what they believe because they've been inspired by this example.
Dan, you know, that wouldn't you say that makes this an unusual time? You know, all the years that you've spent in Washington, a person could have a pretty principled and decent career without having to call on any particular resources of courage or fortitude, or has it really always been the case that, in other words, even when things were less polarized, wasn't there still these kind of moral decisions that people faced on a on a less sort of how shall I put it? I guess polarized basis compared to what we have today. Like what we have today. Right?
You're breaking up a little bit. Can I hear the last part of what you were saying? I think I get.
What I'm wondering is, are we just more aware today of the need for courage in order to bring things back toward the middle, the way Cynical was saying? Hopefully they eventually, we reach a sort of equilibrium. Or do we say, do you think it's an unusual time, or we're just more conscious of it now, maybe because of social media?
I was interested in what somebody said earlier about you can say more. I'm sorry, was it pro? You can say a little bit more, you can wear a MAGA hat. To a certain extent, that's true. I have some stories. I mean, I live halfway between Capitol Hill, where I used to work, and the White House, where I do work. And Washington is a very different sort of place residentially than it used to be. I have a pretty good friend who's a street seller of Ethiopian man who's in good shape, about 40 years old, maybe 45, about my height, 5'10", and not a ounce of fat on him, and he's been beat up for selling MAGA hats recently. It's not getting that much better. I mean, it's true while we've taken some liberty with the words and things like that, but look at the signals we've sent to people. We've sent signals to people. I start with the basic premise that most people are chicken shit, okay? I'm sorry, they are. And if you can find a brave one every once in a while, you can.
You know that.
But we just sent this huge message to everybody that if a lot of the people who went up, Bill Shipley might want to speak to this, who went up Capitol Hill that day, up that hill, it's the wrong thing, shouldn't have done it. Almost all of them, at least from my viewpoint, messed up from a First Amendment standpoint. There wasn't a lot of First Amendment there. The point is, we're telling people that if they're active in certain kinds of political activities, that they could go to jail, and not necessarily for 22 years or 18 years, but there's something wrong with that. We've sent that message. We've told people.
And if they are lawyers, if you are a lawyer for someone,
yeah,
I mean,
you really have a loaded question there, but this is a very different Washington than I came into in 1978 and have been in and out of, and it's not like as though we don't have free workplaces. I mean, where in God's name do people get to know you better than in the workplace? I mean, that's where people meet their spouses and things like that. It's all a very hush-hush thing. There is such a thing as wrong think. And that's true, as I said earlier, in the large law firms and a lot of the clients they represent. But I'm not sure if that answers your question, but it's not, I think we've taken some inroads with speech that are good. You can say things, and I thank my friend Gavin McGinnis and people like him for that. But for the most part, we're not doing too well in terms of letting people know that there's some kind of good character in being brave and taking a stand that's unpopular. The only reason I got away with this probably is that I've been practicing for a while. I guess I had enough money, at least at one time, to get away with this. And I thought, what better or more credible person to represent these kinds of people than somebody who usually represents corporations and who has been a Democrat. And it kind of worked. But you find out that most of the people in the large law firms, like the first one I was ever in was Covington, they used to jump at these kinds of cases. But the Proud Boys, the Proud Boys are just the wrong color. That's all there is to it. I hope I didn't botch your question too much, but this is a very closed kind of nervous DC, and lockstep think is expected, and frankly thought to make people much happier. They do want you to evolve in a certain way. They do want to tell you how to think. They think they know what's better for you, as somebody said earlier.
But we're seeing a backlash in the younger generation. I mean, I don't have high school kids, but I hear so many reports of young high school boys who are absolutely fed up with what they're being told about that you're innately bad because you're male. You're innately bad because of your race. And I think that, I think these things swing back and forth. I think they reach an equilibrium, and maybe none of us will live to see it, but I think the young people are going to swing it back in a direction that is more consistent with American values. I mean, maybe I'm just a hopeless optimist.
No, that's great. I like it. I mean, Ron can tell you. He probably thinks this is the darkest I've ever heard Dan. I'm usually I'm all fun and like it'll all be good. She'll be right, as they say in Australia. But this has been tough watching what's going on in this election for me. It's been tough making a few inroads, probably on speech. For the most part, telling anybody that if they get out of line, there will be consequences. We told Dan, I will agree with.
I will agree with you on something, and I got to drop in a couple of minutes, but. This is neither here nor there, but it drove me crazy when I got out of the Army and I became involved in the law. The sheer number of big law firms who were so eager to represent terrorists at Guantanamo on a pro bono basis, yet now they won't touch the January 6th protesters. I mean, it's disgusting. And this sounds contrary to what I was just saying, but I just got to get that out there because it makes me so angry.
No,
Look exactly. At what happened to the ACLU in the last 10 years. What are these people anymore? I love you guys. I'm going to go and eat some pizza. Mwah, I'll be back.
Good night, Danny.
You were great when they did speech. I don't know what they're doing now.
Well, let's see if we can do a little dose of optimism because I think it's warranted. And we'll see where we land with this one. So taking a look at the current standing for the election as we see it right now, this coming out of the Fox News stuff they've got. Currently, Trump is up 4.5 in Georgia, and that's with 82% of the vote in. If that holds where it is, that would be about a 4.5 swing north for Trump versus 2020. Of course, in North Carolina, he's up 5.9, which that would put him at something like a 4% increase or 4-point increase. We see the same thing in Florida where he's up by 5-ish. Currently up in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, same thing. The betting markets also now are assessing a 73% likelihood that he will win in Pennsylvania. Now, when you take all of that and you remember that on the network legacy dinosaur media, that they've been running something like 85% negative coverage for Donald Trump and 78% approximately positive coverage for Kamala Harris, what you begin to think is that perhaps the American people have woken up from wokeness, and perhaps as you all are assessing, I think correctly, younger generations no longer are paying attention to the liars and the propagandists. And then what you have to ask yourself is, if this is the moment, and I mean, just consider exactly how much they have tried to slime Donald Trump with impeachments and criminal charges and prosecutions. If this man is reelected, then it's time for a reassessment of the realignment that is happening all across the nation. And if they are so fortunate as to have people like Elon Musk step into this administration and perhaps help navigate this country into a place where we don't see this kind of bias going forward, and perhaps we have more transparent elections as the norm. We don't have states any longer where you just walk in and say, I exist, therefore I vote. Well, if that stranglehold can be broken, if these gatekeepers can be broken, then perhaps there is reason for optimism. And perhaps the precedent, if you will, for this might have been watching the great American exodus after the pandemic, watching not only people moving from the states that were the legacy elitist states to other places, but also the economic power beginning to move into states that were pro-freedom. And all of that, I think, all of these are great indicators. It did not have to be this way tonight. I think we were all concerned it might not go this way tonight, but it seems to, at this point, be going that way.
Thank you.
What a wonderful thing.
Thank you for saying that. And by the way, do you have a sister or a grandmother or something? I like what you're saying.
Well,
Ron,
I'll see who I can get you in touch with.
Ron, can you edit out everything I said earlier that it was dark? But no, thank you. I'm just, I've never been this way before. I never took.
I'll have you in kumbaya and happiness in just 5
about
minutes.
politics or politicians until this last year.
I don't know who you are, Pro, but I'd vote for you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your vote. I'll see you in 4 years.
Probe's a great guy. I want to welcome. I also want to welcome Mike Boyer to the program. How you doing? He is an internet guy, a podcasting aficionado, a lawyer, incidentally, as well, and friend of
podcasting aficionado. Formerly.
Oh, okay, and a friend of many of our friends. Dan and I both know some of the same people. And I welcome you, Mike, and thank you for coming. I think actually, Pro, you said you're onto something really important, and this goes back to the question of what can things be fixed? Can things be fixed? And what we see is that there is actually a sort of there are equilibria that are not only a matter of elections. People move from state to state. Businesses close. Businesses find other places to open. There are economic forces that come that eventually have an effect. And one of the things, and I'm now joining us now also is my friend Jeff Balaban. Hello, how are you, Jeff?
I'm pretty good. I love joining when the New York Times is saying 80+% chance and the popular vote.
And the popular vote is very important because we need consensus in this election. That would be wonderful.
But there's no chance. We will not be getting any consensus. Let's get that right.
We have a consensus on that point, Ron.
I think we'll have to beat the consensus into them.
Ron, I wasn't here tonight. That was some other guy.
Dan, stop being so self-conscious. At this point of your life, it really doesn't make a damn bit of difference.
I know. I've just never been such a downer.
No, but this goes back to all the discussions we've been having, going back even to the beginning of this stream before a lot of you, maybe almost, I think any of you were on here. I started out, as is my wont, with discussions about the culture war aspect of this. We had some culture warrior types on here, people who've written about and are following these topics. There is going to be some very interesting cultural cope going on the internet in the next, if things, with God's help, continue in this direction.
The other thing that you want to watch.
Well, Pro just helped me a lot, so
Well, let me take back some of that. Sorry to do this, but the rainbows and sunshine will evaporate for a moment. We'll bring them back. The other thing to watch is, of course, later in the night, we want to make sure that none of the shenanigans happen. But that seems to be mitigated by, once again, Elon Musk and the fact that on X, that's going to be well tracked. In fact, there are some personalities out there who are making a living tonight, tracking, where these ballot boxes are going and all of that. But in terms of the media and what the response is going to be and the elites and all of that, one might be interested, I would suppose, over the next few days to watch and see what is the backlash like from those who never wished for this to happen. And they worked very hard for this to not occur. We're going to want to watch and see, for example, platforms such as YouTube, do they begin to crack down on voices that they view as niche? And do they receive undue complaints that they gave power and voice to forces that are not acceptable and that they're to blame? We'll see.
Let me give some context to, if I may, to Pro's comments here. One of the things we talk about a lot when I appear on his stream and those of our other friends in that space is there's an extraordinary phenomenon. And I was just talking a couple minutes ago about non-overtly or non-electoral factors that result in new equilibria that change things even when the powers that be don't want them to change. And one of those has been in the popular culture realm that there has been notwithstanding the high degree of censorship exercised by YouTube, there has been a gigantic effect on how products in the cultural space, in other words, movies, animation, streaming, TV, all the stuff that comes out of the studios, it's not merely up to gatekeepers anymore to decide whether these kind of products will be reviewed well, accepted. And there's been a lot of frustration in the big corporation world with programs like Pros and of course the critical drinker, neurotic, people who are not part of what is called the access media, which of course is a problem in both entertainment and politics, which is where there's a capturing of putative journalists who become part of the blob instead of reporting on the blob. And this even happens, as Cynical obviously can explain, within institutions like the military, where the organs and the people and the offices that have responsibility for oversight become captured by them. There is, as you're asking, there's going to, I don't think we're going to see a crackdown by YouTube. I think on the contrary, they're going to continue to do what they're doing, which is little by little recognizing that because of Elon Musk, the little bit of light that he has let into the system cannot be shut out.
Yes, and I agree with you, and I think that leaning of YouTube into free discourse and to continue to empower the meritocracy and the democratization of smaller media organizations, I think that's going to be empowered if this election continues to go in the direction that we are seeing. Now, the other thing that I would say about all of this is that it's very interesting to watch the powers that exist behind the scenes that have been manipulating all of this, trying to get it exactly how they want it to be. And I'll give you an example of this. And Ron, you were on with Valiant Renegade the other night with Marc Mitchell of Rasmussen. Now, I cover Disney every single day, and I didn't even know that Disney had purchased 538, then fired the leadership, then curated the pollsters who are allowed to be in 538, then harassed and annoyed those they didn't like and kicked out the pollsters no matter their accuracy, then got ABC News, which they own, to run an Ipsos group that is their own self-selected, never changes group of sample that they'll use for their polls. And it's amazing to me, these corporations, that you when you hear people who are experts in these areas that you're not, and suddenly it's the same companies you cover and they're doing the same stuff in just some other domain that you thought, how in the world can they be involved in this kind of stuff over and over again in every single lane that matters in America? And yet they are. But this is a moment that we're breaking through that, I hope.
Hey, Ron, I think that, when you look at what's happening in news media and in entertainment, you have seen people deliberately sacrifice profit in favor of pushing a certain political point of view. And I think it's incredibly important that that's going to fail tonight. And they're going to have to reevaluate it and say, you know what? Pushing a political point of view isn't working. We're not achieving what we want. In fact, we're going against it. Let's go back to trying to make profits. And I'm very hopeful that that will happen. And my time is up and I'm going to drop. Okay, Ron?
I can actually give insight into that exact scenario because I was the head of communications with CBS News. And I remember a conversation early on where they were talking about possibly they didn't want the news to move to the right. And I said, well, what if you could increase your ratings because they were in third place? They said, well, we'd rather shut down the news because they make money off of having a scripted comedy. So just have a scripted comedy. The news was a loss leader for them. They thought it was a public service, but it's not a public service if it's not their point of view. I'm not saying that's universal, and I'm not saying that's everybody at CBS News. That was certainly, at that point, the decision maker. So there is a mindset. But what I'd really love to see happen, and it would be a tiny pennies on the dollar purchase for him, is let's say Musk were to buy the New York Times for chump change. And then, see, the problem right now is, it's, if you're familiar with Brandolini's law, it's that the stuff spreads. So if you get the sludge before it aerosolizes and gets all over the place, it's a lot cheaper than trying to clean it up later. And I think something like that would be an amazing move. And we're already seeing Jeff Bezos is already showing, he's pushing the Washington Post away from this. So there is a point at which media gets pummeled so much that it might change, but it would require absolutely moving the true believers out, because right now it's utterly dominated by true believers.
One of my sort of topics is this idea. I think it's very similar to what people call luxury beliefs. And it's this idea that there is a fallacy concerning abundance. We can afford all kinds of DEI. We can afford all kinds of suboptimal performance, whether it's in the military, whether it's in creation, whether it's in the executive suite. We can afford, and of course in academia, because we've got so much extra. And what we're seeing is that only works in a closed system. And when a YouTube can come along or an X can come along and upset the apple cart that makes it possible to act like a monopolist, essentially, and not worry about quality, but focus only on volume and only on, franchises. That's what we're seeing now. And it's largely because of technology and because of the kind of courage that we've been talking about before, Jeff, you signed on the part of people like Elon Musk. Bruce Abram.
Ron, let me jump in with an example there of exactly what you're talking about. Joe Rogan puts up a podcast and gets 60 million views. Joe Rogan has more viewers than all the CNN hosts combined. He makes more money than all the CNN hosts combined. And that's just one guy who started recording and broadcasting his own podcasts before Spotify came along and gave him a contract for $200 million. I mean, that's bravery. And
by the way, guys, quick interjection. Decision Desk is now calling Georgia for Trump, so that there'll be a race now, it appears, for the other pollsters and organizations to get in there.
Turtle Boy called it like 20 minutes ago.
Turtle Boy, all right. What about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania's still up and down, but let me check. I'm checking. See, I'm going with the Vegas odds. Bovada's still calling this minus 850 Trump, plus 550 Harris. That's pretty good. That's like being 20-point favorites in a football game.
You guys just made me. Oh,
what is Polymarket right now? There's a $4 billion bet in Polymarket, and
screw them. That is such a racket.
The only one that's looking troublesome right now is Arizona.
Marco, you're back.
Wait, pull up Arizona.
I demanded his presence.
Yeah, no, the problem with Arizona is we don't know which counties have reported. Now, I could get into that and be granular, but I haven't. But with about half of the votes in, Trump is up by 0.2 in Arizona, which is a little bit lower than what you would anticipate. But if all of that's coming from Maricopa right off the get-go, then perhaps that's what's happening. There were some people freaking out earlier about Ohio, and it was like, no, that was just a Cleveland voter dump that's affected that. But in Pennsylvania, Trump is looking really, really strong. I mean, you're talking about 56% of the vote in. And in Pennsylvania, the beginning of the tally often is influenced by just how many of those Democrat early voting ballots are in there. And so they had something like a 400,000 vote lead right off the bat, which, by the way, was significantly lower than the million plus they had in 2020. So with 56.5% of the vote in for Pennsylvania, Trump is currently up 2.8. So that's really good. Arizona, though, not looking so hot. But if he does what he's doing right now in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, it won't matter. I think Arizona will be fine. But if you're looking for a place that you want to have panic, folks, if you're out there and you just need You need stress. Well, Arizona's the place to go.
Can I ask a question that is not about media and not about this other stuff, which is, let's say things go the way they look they're going, right? Is there a point at which the Democrats, forget the media, the Democrats say, okay, we might have gone a little bit too crazy in order to increase the margins on the crazy left, and maybe we need to become normal again? Or not? Are they too far gone?
No.
Too far gone.
The whole electoral strategy is free shit for losers. You can't lose with that. I mean, that's the natural progression of.
No, that's what it was. That's what it was. And when that wasn't enough, they took on the fringe crazy, and that lost a lot of normals.
Hey, Balawan, you know how you'll know the answer to that? You're going to get that answer. If things go the way that they appear to be going tonight, you'll get that answer over the next 2 weeks. Because if there's an effort to undermine right off the get-go and prevent this man from being certified and all of that, if that's what happens, then we'll know that they're going to continue to go to the quasi-religious fringe elements of their party. If, however, they decide they're going to play nice and pretend there's a honeymoon, then we're back to politics as was normal pre-pandemic.
Okay, that's a good indicator.
I'm a Latina, by the way, guys, and I live in Nevada, and I am a legal Mexican immigrant, and I was like, I forget somebody.
She really is. She
really
really is.
Came here legally from Mexico City. Anyway, but it's funny. There's this like New York Times writer, but he writes about style, about men's like coats and, you know, I don't know, like just basically about style, but he's like super woke. And I don't remember what I basically commented on somebody saying something about, I guess it was like race or something. Anyway, I was like, I'm a Mexican immigrant and I don't remember what I said, but basically people were like, well, you're too white and pretty to be like something like you're not allowed to claim like a different race because you look too white. So you're not going to get.
Welcome to our world, Ari.
Is that like when Cartman on South Park was like, nah, dude, you're not Jewish. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Yeah, it's like you're not brown enough or something. And it's funny because like when I was little, my mom married an American. And that's how I came here. And she had to take the test and everything. But my dad's like very white and my mom's like light skinned Mexican. And we'd go to like Disneyland and my sisters would go with my family. And then they'd be like, no, honey, wait in line. And I'm like, no, that's my family. Because that's how brown I was, that I didn't look like I was part of their family. But anyway, I think that people are just starting to wake up to like, you know, when I commented that, I'm just like, I thought that personality journalist from New York Times that talks about style would at least be like, oh no, she's right, you know, she's Mexican. But no, he was defending the people that basically were saying I couldn't speak because I wasn't brown enough. And that's like, I just think that people are waking up to the fact, like people that didn't care about politics. I didn't care about politics 4 years ago, and it's like we're just starting to see that it does matter. And one thing I did want to talk about, because you guys were talking about the media and Joe Rogan, is one thing you have to remember is that in 2020, a lot of people were like starting their online things so that they could make money. Like over the pandemic, a lot of people obviously lost their jobs and whatever, but then people started their TikTok account or they started their podcast or their YouTube. And when you talk about the fact that those platforms were suppressing any conservative voices, it wasn't financially smart to say your beliefs at all. Like, or even it's like, what's the point of being a conservative if like I know that I'm not, this is like my bread and butter, and if I'm going to get ostracized from this industry it's like paying my bills, why would I even touch that? Like at that time, I was representing huge TikTok stars, and like the TikTokers that lived in this house that I rented, they were putting BLM all over the front door and everything. And then behind the scenes, I would hear them using the N-word. And I was like, I thought you guys were all BLM. Like you can't, I mean, I was like, you can't say the N-word in this house or whatever. But they were like, oh, you know, they didn't care. They were these kids. I mean, they're adults, they were grown adults, but they were doing it because that's what was popular. That was what was cool. They didn't believe in anything.
Well, I remember during the punk movement, which I was a very integral part of, as you can imagine. But I remember seeing punk rockers going around with swastikas, and even as a teenager, I remember saying, "These guys are not Nazis. They're trying to shock." They're okay, and so a lot of this, and this is something that Ari is very, Ari is our representative to the young people, and she understand. You understand how much of this is in fact, a consensus. Attempt to fit in with consensus. If indeed things do continue in the way, with God's help, that they appear to be going, which is a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and a Republican White House.
It'll be so great to see them cry, won't it?
It will be great. No, but
I don't even give a shit who runs the country. I just want to see that shit go. No!
Well, even Mark Zuckerberg had to admit that Trump getting shot was like, oh my God, like he
his
survived.
best move
That was
ever.
so cool. He had to, like, people, they can't gaslight that away. Like, that happened and people saw it. And so I think that's the main thing, that Democrats are not going to be able to get rid of that. Like, we're all
But not
seeing
only-
the light.
But not only that,
we got the
I just want to finish my thought. Which is that I really believe, and we began to see this, Ari, you were talking about how influencers and people in entertainment were beginning to feel more comfortable coming out for Trump.
Zuckerberg came out and said when Trump stood up that was like one of the most badass things he'd ever seen.
Yeah.
Anybody want to know how much Trump is winning Butler County by right now?
I do.
Sure. 67%. Fight seems to be working.
Yeah.
I feel like the headlines are going to be "We're all fascists." The real meltdown is going to be on college campuses. They're going to lose their minds.
I want to weigh in on what Ron was raising about symbolism. As the
Hi,
guy
Bruce Abramson, ladies and gentlemen. He's a pointy-headed guy. He knows all. He's got degrees in everything. He writes books. He's a guy.
I have to wear the hat to hide the point. But as the guy wearing the symbols, let me say, symbols move. This is what Ron was saying about the punk rockers with swastikas. Okay, I started wearing Americana, American flag wear, when I was a teenage wannabe radical hippie, because at that point, wearing the American flag was associated with the hippies. It was Abbey Hoffman. It was the Grateful Dead, and I've been very lucky in that it's moved across the aisle with me. So I've always been able to wear American flag stuff. But symbols move and parties move. And to Jeff's question is whether or not the Democrats would conclude that they went too far to the left. The parties only change after they've been badly defeated. A narrow defeat won't do it. If they're sitting around saying a tweak here and a tweak there, and we do a little better with this demographic, and we can be in the majority, that's not going to cause a party to reform. What ruptured the Democrats was getting wiped out in 2002 after 9/11. What allowed the Republicans to reformulate was getting wiped out in 06 and 08. I mean, that's how these things happen. So if the Democrats win now, so if the Democrats lose, even if they lose everywhere, if it's narrow enough for them to think, you know what, the Senate count in 26 favors us. We can tweak a couple of House races. We're already putting the opposition to Trump. That's not going to reform the court.
Wait, Bruce, I want to challenge that. I mean, maybe I'm just not remembering this correctly. In what way did the Republicans change after 06 and 08? What I recall there was a big grassroots groundswell, which the Republicans crushed, which is to say the Tea Party showed up and they crushed the Tea Party.
They didn't crush the Tea Party. The Tea Party broke open the GOP coalition and set the stage for Trump. The Tea Party.
That's Trump. No, Trump comes in from the outside. I'm saying the party has not changed. The party sucks, and Trump did his own thing. Okay.
Yeah, but the Tea Party really took advantage of Obama's overreach. 2010 was where the Tea Party had a huge impact.
But what the Tea Party did was it broke open the GOP coalition. The GOP post Tea Party and pre Tea Party was not the same party.
Now, talking about parties changing, everybody get ready for these statistics because they're a lot of fun. This is being shared over on Hot Air, hotair.com, and Shelly G is our tweeter, although it's no longer Twitter. Says this, breaking. Trump has won the largest share of the Jewish vote in decades in Florida, Arizona, and Nevada. So 40%.
Well, honestly, that was Ron's training. We all learned how to vote at least 5 times. So I voted 5 times. Thanks.
You should also,
so far.
Jeff and Ron will back me up on this. The problem with the Jewish vote that they talk about is they take exit polls and they don't poll the Hasidic neighborhoods. So what you've done is you've left that when you see polls of the exit polls of the Jewish vote, it will be the Jewish vote minus the most heavily Republican districts.
It's still it's a change for what they measure. Bruce is absolutely right. Change what they measure, but the truth is the Jewish vote has broken 40% for Republicans for at least the last 3 presidential elections. The Jewish vote has broken 40% for Republicans for at least the last 3 elections.
You know what? You sound so good. I like hearing you twice.
Oh, yeah. So it is now becoming harder for them to hide that, but the truth is that Jews vote a lot more as swing voters, and there were a lot more Republican vote over the last since 2000. No, I'm sorry, since 2004. After the first George W. Bush administration, there was a major jump, and it has really been consistent. But now it's broken out in the open because now even other segments of the party have come forward. I mean, there's just this much jihadism we want to look at in our streets.
This just in, electionbettingodds.com has Trump at 90.4% likelihood.
Yeah, Mark, what'd you share?
Here's another one.
Yeah, we're in minus 1,400. So
others that we can all trust. James Carville is very bummed out and has been for an hour. What more do you want?
Guy.
I mean, it's even. They're even calling it minus 320 on on Trump winning the popular vote.
All right, let me throw this question out to the panel, and you all tell me what you think about this. Because Steve Bannon says that he thinks that Trump should come out early, and so Trump should come out, not give the victory speech, but come out and say, "Here's where the votes are at. Here's what it's looking like. Here's what we expect to have happen," and set the groundwork so that if they start trying to pull shenanigans, if suddenly at 3 or 4 in the morning the line goes vertical, that he'll have at least given voters the opportunity to know something doesn't smell right. Now, I don't know. Do you all think that Trump should go ahead and come out and give some kind of statement, even if it's not a victory speech at this time?
Yeah, let's see the difference.
I'm a little skeptical.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you should do it now. I think maybe a couple hours from now. There's some stuff here that is coming out, though, that is incontrovertible. The shift of Latino voters to the GOP is just beyond questioning right now. Michigan exit poll Latino voters, Trump 60%, Harris 35%.
Whoa.
There was an earlier Latino, I think an NBC News exit poll had Latino men plus 10 for Trump as compared to minus 20 versus when he ran against Biden. A 30-point shift to being plus 10.
I'm very surprised that the Latinx men are not voting for
but
the party of the transsexuals. That's really shocking.
Yeah, this is structural, though. This has been coming for a while, and a lot of it is cultural. A lot of it is entrepreneurial, and the Latino percentage of the electorate grows every election.
You saw this in Detroit with the Arab vote and the Muslim vote. People are saying, why are they going for Trump when he's pro-Israel? And the answer is because Trump is the one that observant Muslims, unlike observant Jews, mostly send their kids to public schools, and they don't want their kids exposed to the gender nonsense.
Well, did you all hear that Kamala Harris over the summer went and did a podcast with a Muslim host, and she talked about the flavor and the deliciousness of bacon, and they chose not to air it because it was actually so harmful at that time to Biden. They had to pause the podcast and explain to her that the host does not eat bacon, and she was kind of offensive. Genius move.
And she shifted to bacon is like a spice.
Yes.
When you fry it up into little crispy bits and put it on a salad, it's more
good save, Kamala.
like a spice.
That was bad. What was worse was how Doug Emhoff did that to a Jewish audience.
Listen, every year we see the ads for the Hanukkah hams and the Pesach challahs.
Yeah.
And they just don't work.
By the way, going back to the question of whether the Democrats are going to change, I'll tell you one thing, the Republicans are going to change because nothing's worked for them like this. And all those people are resisting it, and for good or for bad, they're going to even more, the D.C. Republicans will have to accommodate Trumpism.
The Bush dynasty, the Mitch McConnells, that wing is over, at least for the time being.
Yep. That's actually major cultural shift, and there are, I think, good points about that and bad points about that. But that, I mean, they'd be insane not to recognize that and just that's it. This is going to change.
And it should, because what Trump taught the Republican Party, whether the people like Trumpism or not, is that you can actually make inroads in these communities just by showing up.
Hey, you want to get some
decades.
positive news?
Sure.
Apparently, all up and down on Capitol Hill, they're boarding up the businesses because they're expecting riots.
They're expecting Jussie Smollett's attackers.
No better sign that Trump's going to win than they're worried about rioting in the cities.
But my question is, who's going to riot in D.C.? I mean, I spent a lot of time in D.C. the last 3 years. Who's going to go out and riot? What indigenous population?
You going to make us say it?
A bunch of government yuppies are going to go out and riot? I don't think the African American community in D.C. is going to be that possessed by the idea that they need to go burn stuff down.
The rioters are always the professionals.
That's true. But
they're coming in from the suburbs.
Bovada doesn't have anything on possibility of riots, but we are up to minus 1,600 on Trump now.
They're already started rioting in Seattle. Well,
sweet.
Good luck with that.
And the polls haven't even closed there.
Yeah.
What do they think they're accomplishing? Nothing. It is a nihilistic and a tantrum kind of phenomenon. And if anything, I mean, if there's anything that the Democrats, you really don't have to be
minus 18. Jesus.
Ideological to recognize that Americans really don't have patience for anarchy.
Well, and they also muck up their own stuff, and that's kind of counterproductive if you think about it. To go up and go to your own location.
That's an old story. I'm sitting in Newark, Jersey right now. Okay,
it's mostly
this worked in 2020. In 2020, their strategy was to show if you keep Trump in power, this country will be ungovernable, and it worked. And that's why they're going to riot, because that's what they're going to show. If you put Trump in power, this country is ungovernable.
Rioting in your own neighborhoods is like getting mad at your neighbor and pissing on your own leg.
And I think that's contributing to some of these votes in urban centers.
But wait, that description actually describes almost everything that the left coalition does. They damage themselves. Mm-hmm. It's not really that strange that they'd be doing it in this way.
Can we think of something they do right?
They have a very powerful ability to unify their voice in a way that's creepy. I don't know if I'm bragging on them there, but
yeah, I was thinking they make good lattes. I mean, you definitely
party discipline.
You do not want to go into a coffee shop run by conservatives.
Party discipline is a bad thing.
But it's a bad thing that they do well.
It's a bad thing that they do well. But I've been saying for decades, I will always belong to whichever party has the least internal discipline, because that's where you have the most interesting discussions and debates. A disciplined party has already made all the decisions for everybody.
Yeah, but that's okay. But Bruce, I mean, that's one of the reasons that Democrats are better than Republicans at a lot of the election game and the campaign, because Republicans, by and large, the ones involved professionally, it's about making a buck, and they're really happy if they make a lot of money during a race and they have 3 years off till they have to worry about the next race, or 4 years off, as opposed to Democrats. They don't want to be in power; they just want the money. The operatives. And the Democrats, they actually want the power. And so they care if they win.
Okay, so what they do well then is that they are great at liquidating individuality. Is that right? I mean, I think about the platform of the Democrat Party in the last, two and a half election cycles. Everything. I mean, Roe v. the overturning of Roe v. Wade is a prime example of what I'm talking about. In that, Trump has said time and time again publicly in the debates in various forms, even by proxy through Tucker Carlson, Vivek Ramaswamy, even Elon Musk on these huge platforms that they've been going on, that he left it back to the states. It was a federalism issue. And that's a conversation that I've been having internally as, I'm 34 now, but in the last several years, the question has been, it used to be like safe, legal, and rare as the issue when I was growing up, right? That was the sort of the phrasing du jour, but it has become something that is it's not even real. In a way, the Democrat Party has done a phenomenal job of casting a spell under the cloak of democracy, capital D democracy, fortifying, defending, reasserting, saving, preserving democracy without ever having to articulate or communicate a message or a substance underneath that connects with anybody in any meaningful way, right? Young people just say, oh, I'm voting for Harris or then Biden because I believe in a woman's right to choose. Stop. That's it. It goes no further than that. There's no analysis beyond that. And in this election, the dividing line was between reasonable, rational people that understood the basics of the 10th Amendment and what it meant for Roe v. Wade, a Supreme Court precedent, to not act as quasi-legislation for another 50 years and to allow the democratic process to put people into positions state by state to do the will of the people. But that's a literacy issue, right? A basic civics and literacy issue. So what I think, to answer the question bluntly, is that Democrats do a great job of the one thing that almost as a fundamental promise of the Republican Party or as a conservative is that you don't fold yourself into the mob willingly. It is a personal freedom. It is a sovereignty-led issue. Being a Democrat in this point in time is to actually believe that the government does hold all of your rights and they do slowly drip them to you and they give you your talking points, but that's how they maintain a lot of the, I guess, momentum in a lot of these municipalities where people live in smaller spaces. They have less personal physical freedom. They have less ability to make their voice heard or to be visible and form a community where they have meaningful relationships that can evolve and transcend the here and now and the day to day. That's what I think.
See,
I'm looking
I
at the
wish,
numbers, and I see
say,
that. I'm sorry.
No, please bring in the numbers. I can.
Okay, I
I
see
can
Harris
respond.
at 7.2% chance of becoming president on election betting odds, and I saw something on CNN just a couple of days ago, and I'm an accountant by trade, and I teach ethics. But the thing that stood out to me was that in modern times, there has not been an occasion where less than 40% of the population believed that the country was on the right track, that an incumbent got reelected. It has not happened. And it looks like tonight, if things continue on this way, it still has not happened. And if you look at on the right track, I think that's a metaphor for all of the things the country is unhappy about. If you reflect that over the pandemic, we can see that people realized that the government was willing to push them to do things that were not constitutional.
Yeah.
8,000 soldiers lost their jobs because they wouldn't get poked in the arm. Whether you think that the vaccine is good or bad is irrelevant. It is not an issue. What's the issue is that you've taken out free choice. I did my dissertation on Dodd-Frank, and I focused on the area of conflict minerals. And the government back then wanted corporations to have to say whether or not they had sourced their minerals ethically. And the Supreme Court said, you can't force compelled speech. And if you look at what's happened on social media since 2016 going forward, especially 2020, there's been a lot of force used and there were happy people to do it. Like, I don't know that Zuckerberg was exceptionally happy. He just wanted to be in good favor with the government, so he complied. I don't think that Jack had such reservations personally, but I don't know. I don't know him personally. But looking at how many people got purged from Twitter gleefully, it seems to be something that it was complied with. So I would say that the 28% of people who were happy with how the track we were on is probably just the majority of the Democratic voters.
Great
it
point.
did not include Republicans or independents like myself.
Whoa! You never told us before. Oh, Republicans are independents.
Yeah, I'm an independent. Because I
Oh
would join
boy,
the party.
I'm losing your signal. I'm losing you. Sorry.
Talking about losing a signal, CNN now reporting that Kamala Harris's campaign is going into a silent mode with the media.
Fucking finally.
How about this one for
Wish she'd go into silent mode permanently.
I want to get back to the question of what it
hang on
is.
a second. How about this one for burning down your credibility built up over a career? Iowa has now been called for Trump by 14 points.
Whoa!
So much for Ann Seltzer's poll.
And what did Seltzer gain from that? Somewhere she's going to be a talking head, somehow, some way. It's
A little old for that.
something was given to that lady to
They'll
shift
find
it somehow.
some way to justify there was some glitch that they'll blame somebody. There'll be something.
God, they just won't call Georgia though, will they?
700,000 to 525,000.
I want
her sample was just a little
Just
bit
talk
off.
over him, Bruce. Do it. Tell him to shut up.
I want to get back to the question of what it is the Democrats do well, because I think that there are two things that they've done exceptionally well. One at the tactical level and one at the strategic level. At the tactical level, there are a lot of people in a Democratic Party and in a Democratic coalition who like the nitty-gritty, who like the rules. I mean, these are the people.
Love them.
These are
Love
the
them.
people who like looking at regulations, who like looking at the bureaucracy, who like getting into the details. They're very good at that. Normal people know that this stuff is mind-numbing and distracting and of no value to anybody. But they're really good at it, and that, in the long run, is what dominates how things go. Okay, what the rules are. The thing that they do well at the strategic level, and this is what really scares me. This is what really scares me, is that no matter who wins the election, no matter who's president next year, who's president last year, half this country does not share my values. It's no longer a matter of us saying, look, we all agree we want peace, we want to help the poor, we want prosperity, but we have disputes about the best way to get there. They don't share my values. Right? I think that having a country with a border and a notion of citizenship is a good thing. They think it's a bad thing. They think that open borders are a good thing because we're all equal as citizens in the world. Right? I have views about foreign policy. I have views about domestic policy. I have views about civil liberty. They don't agree with me on the values questions. And that's much scarier than thinking that they don't agree with me on the policy questions. And what they've done very well is they've noticed that there is a large number of people who have no background in biblical values, in faith, in the American tradition, in classical liberalism. They just have no idea. And they've gone in and they've offered these people a completely contrary set of values, and they've sold them very effectively. And that's the one that really scares me. So when you put them together, they've managed to sell an alien set of values, and they've managed to put in place rules and regulations that may not look like they impose alien values, but they do.
Well, and alien insofar as the people predominantly buying into them didn't have a real basis from which to change views. I would submit to you that. I was going to ask this earlier because I was listening to the stream handling more domestic duties before I hopped on. And the one question I wanted to ask, because we've got, I refer to Ron and Dan and Marc also, but in particular, Ron and Dan is really sort of the historical memory of America that we have on the stream tonight. And I mean that with the biggest compliment to the both of you. But
are you calling them old?
Oh, absolutely. Very. However,
okay, I'm as old, but he doesn't think I'm as smart. So it was a compliment.
No, I just, I haven't had the pleasure.
Can I just ask, just to interrupt you for 1 second? Is this something everyone was supposed to know? Oregon?
No.
Oregon?
That's not good.
Yeah,
let me see the stats from Eugene.
That's 2% in. 2% in.
Yeah. You have to know that state. Portland, the metro area of Portland dominates the state. But man, 90% of that state, looks like the backwoods of Georgia.
Sure. Well,
I'm okay. Please continue.
Two-thirds of the state wants to join Idaho. they want out of Oregon. They want to be part of Idaho.
It seems like we're describing a little bit of what I would refer to as historical memory, right? And it seems like we've had some amnesia as the American citizens, almost sort of aloof to all of the stuff that was creeping underneath. I think what you were referring to, Bruce, is the tactical wisdom of the Democrat Party, getting into the minutia of regulations and laws and concocting strategies that are sort of death by 1,000 paper cuts. I mean, we could list ad infinitum all of the strategy in total that was deployed against Trump during interrupting his governance during his presidency, and then in the years subsequent to the 2020 election, with respect to the numerous lawsuits that he endured under that. Even the way that the January 6th protesters were prosecuted in a way that we've never seen.
Destruction of norms.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, theories about conspiracy that have never been litigated at a serious level, especially at the federal criminal level.
Hey guys, real quick, Fox News now also verifying Harris campaign will no longer be giving comments.
If we think past the sale,
excuse me, is that Boyer talking? I left for a while.
Yeah, that's me. Hey, Dan.
I'm sorry. What was the old guy question? I don't get it.
She can't give comments because
giving you an opportunity. I'm giving you an opportunity to redeem your optimism.
She can't give comments because she's retarded.
What is that?
Did anyone see
Michael Malice
that came out today? Where
Michael Malice has been riffing on this concept.
I loved Malice's comment where he's like, "Yeah, you're racist and sexist and ableist if you don't like her." Rogan's like, "Ableist?" He says, "Because she's retarded."
Yeah.
Did anyone see the video today where she was supposedly taking a call from a supporter, and then she turned the phone to the audience and it was on the camera application? So the whole thing was fake, and she's so dumb she showed the screen to the
You would
camera.
think as a side piece she would have learned how to have discipline like that. I mean, I've been the side piece a number of times and I know how to freaking do that.
She really needs to be in control of the nuclear stuff.
Harmeet,
the inability to turn the app off.
Did Harmeet go on? Was it Adam Carolla's show recently? Where did I hear Harmeet detailing the entire it was like a biography of
Joe Rogan. She did on Joe Rogan.
Did she?
Yeah. Now let me say.
Harmeet was on Rogan. What do I know?
Yeah. Oh no, Tucker Carlson. I'm sorry, Tucker.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, she's on Tucker. That's not.
That was fascinating. Marco, you would love that one.
But I was a federal prosecutor in Fresno, California in the 90s, and I didn't move to Hawaii until 2003. I was right there the whole time. She was in the DA's office in San Francisco, and before that, when she was in the DA's office in Alameda. Willie Brown was a perpetual target of the feds up and down California. We all knew who his girlfriends were. We were all, every office was looking at him for corruption. None of that was a secret. And it was not a secret when she became the DA of San Francisco that she was an idiot. And I had plenty of friends in the Northern District of California, and we just laughed about the things that she proposed. She proposed that the San Francisco DA would not charge a drug trafficking case until a third arrest. That's like the San Francisco PD chief said, you're just putting out a sign to all the drug traffickers around Northern California to come to San Francisco because you get 2 arrests for free. And it never occurred to her that might be the message that was taken away from.
But Bill, there's one of the things about liberalism, and you don't even have to go as far as to calling it leftism, but certainly it's true about leftism, is that you never look at consequences, ever. Ever.
She's just dumb. She's always been dumb. It was never a question of whether she's smart or not.
You know what was the secret, Bill? And I say this to someone who lived in San Francisco. The secret was that she was a black politician. I mean, Willie Brown, everybody knew was black. He represented the black community. Nobody ever thought of Kamala as a black politician.
No,
I got some notes.
But she was just in the family.
Guys,
I mean,
yeah.
it didn't really matter. You know, I mean, Willie Brown, he ran San Francisco with the Burton brothers. You know, two extraordinarily. I mean, she beat Terrence Hallinan, the most liberal progressive prosecutor to ever walk the earth, more so than any of the Soros guys now. Terrence Hallinan defended radicals from, you know, Berkeley in the 60s. There was nobody more progressive or liberal than Terrence Hallinan, and he ran for, you know, and won twice for DA of San Francisco. She ran against him. So it was you know, San Francisco was incest politics that would make New York City jealous.
I'm seeing a couple things, by the way. I'm sorry to divert this. One is, I don't know if we said it before, the numbers of the Jewish vote they're declaring now, again, which are guaranteed undercounted. They're saying Florida 43% for Trump, Arizona 38% for Trump, Nevada 42% for Trump. Those are historically the biggest numbers we've seen in living memory. The other thing is that people are concerned about Pennsylvania. Somebody sent me something. Somebody's on the ground sent me something interesting. His notes on why Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. We'll see. And this, I don't know how many minutes old this is. He said Philly's only coming in for Harris by 57 points when Biden carried over 63.
Exactly.
Almost all of Pittsburgh's already in. Trump still leads by 3%, and hardly any of Cambridge counties yet. And Trump carried that by 26,000 votes in 2020. So those are fairly positive indicators. Again, I don't know if they've been outstripped by more current events, but that's what I heard a few minutes ago.
No, I'm looking at there's a post from 9 minutes ago that shows Philadelphia County, where the city of Philadelphia is 77-21. In 2020, it was 81-18.
So we're talking about a potential clean sweep of all the big swing states, right? That's what we're talking about.
There's a projection right now he's going to get all seven, and Minnesota is too close to call. And I went out on a limb and said Trump wins Minnesota just because everybody's going to come out of the boonies to vote against walls.
Well, they've got
That would be amazing. That's what are they? 14% reporting in Minnesota. It couldn't happen, could it?
Well, you know, some of the jihadis want to sit this one out. They're so irate.
That's true.
You know?
He got it.
Young Minnesotans and young Michigan men, I think, are voting less, and I think that's largely because they're just so angry that they haven't had their full-on jihad yet. You know, that they're just sitting it out.
So the conspiracy guy in me is looking at Arizona, and I see that it's not reported anything in about half an hour or more. Still sitting at 49.8% of the vote in. Trump up by 0.1% in Arizona. And I just wonder, given, you know, that they're still saying it's going to take a week to count the votes in Pennsylvania, I just wonder that if the rest of the blue wall had been close, if the plan was to find the votes in Pennsylvania, delay Arizona, pull the shenanigans, and I just wonder if right now the party elites in those states are sitting there saying, darn it, he might be too far ahead, and the betting odds and the public are all in on this, and we just can't figure out a way to make it happen this time. Darn it. I don't know.
I am deeply concerned that the secretaries of state who screwed up Pennsylvania and Arizona were Josh Shapiro and Katie Hobbs, who are both now governors.
Yeah.
Wisconsin is causing them a problem. Wisconsin was not supposed to be going as it is. He's up about 3 points in Wisconsin, and it looks like that could get more. So Wisconsin's just screwing their plans up big time. Darn the cheeseheads.
Do we have somebody here
to keep Trump off the ballot?
Yeah, I'm from Nevada.
I read an
Well, I'm not from
article
there. I live
today. I read an article today.
Me too.
And it said that they promised to have their votes counted by Friday.
What?
Nevada is retarded.
That's only because the state Supreme Court said that they could accept votes through Friday if they were postmarked by today.
No. Even without a postmark,
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, but that's all. But that's only if it's smudged or it's missing. But they have to be delivered by the postal service. So yeah, you're not going to talk about. I mean, they had they had the same thing come up in 2022, and we were talking about ballot totals in the dozens, not thousands.
Well, that's what Judge what's her name that wrote the opinion said, that it wasn't that many. I'm looking at that thinking, why in the hell would you then why have such a decision that damages the credibility of that court so much?
I spent enough time in Nevada to know that it doesn't work the way that any of the big states that I've lived in.
No, that's where my main office is. That's really my home base. And
you looking for anybody?
I do like it there. When people ask me, do you like Nevada? And I'm like, I love it because it's like such a great degenerate place.
I love the time I spent in Nevada, but
it's too hot.
But
it's
you know
too
what?
hot.
But
anywhere you go, you're gonna have air conditioning unless you're like.
I love Nevada, but the Nevada caucus I participated in could have been procedurally sounder. Let's just
that's actually the caucuses is where I just said fuck the Democrats. That was my moment, because I went, you could go to both caucuses because they were a week apart. You go to one, then you register for the other one. And I went to the Democrat one expecting it to be like, all right, this is going to be cool. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? I was a pretty hardcore Democrat at the time, and I nearly got into a fist fight with one of the union enforcers. Because this guy, they have a caucus. They're like, okay, who are you supporting? I'm supporting Bernie Sanders. Everybody's just supposed to shut up and not do anything. I start talking, and this guy comes over and tells me to shut up. I mean, Ron, you know me. Boyer, you know me. Ron, fucking move, motherfucker. So, I was like, I will not shut up, and what are you going to do? And the guy comes up, and I was like, look, man, you come one bit closer into my personal space, you're going to leave some fucking teeth here. My kids are crying. My wife is like, don't do that to the kids. I'm like, this is what I want my kids to remember. So I go to the Republican one, and I am ready for a fight. I wore my blood suit, the one I wear when I think I'm going to get something thrown at me at court. And, man, everybody was so nice. They invited me over to their houses for dinner and stuff. And I was like, you know what? I don't give a shit who runs the country. I want to hang out with these people more.
So, all that means you're getting old.
What's up with this Elon tweet talking about game, set, and match? Ron, I sent it to you in the private chat. Check that.
Yeah, I threw it up on the screen. What do you mean? What's up with it? He's saying we won. It's over.
What event did that? Because it was like 40 minutes ago. I missed it.
He's saying we're running the table. That's all.
And it sounds like Harris' campaign is agreeing, because the New York Times now reports the following. In a memo sent to the Harris campaign staff and forwarded to the Times, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the campaign chief, said that the race will not come into focus until the early morning hours, when several states in the so-called Blue Wall, including Wisconsin and Michigan, share more complete voter data. She also suggested that staffers get some rest. This is what we've been built for, so let's rest. Let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow, she wrote. This is certainly a contrast with the bullish mood emanating from the Trump team. So you heard it, folks. They're sending their team to sleep. Good
Isn't
sign.
that word for word?
I'm calling Wisconsin. My
that
cousin's my cousin's plugged in Wisconsin in the Democrat Party. Sorry, I mean, he's my cousin. I love him. And he's saying there's not enough outstanding to flip, and she's dragging all the Democrats down on a down ticket. So,
has anybody seen House numbers?
I mean,
you're talking about House numbers, you said?
Yeah.
So far,
last I looked, which was a while ago,
two seats, two Republican seats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, some of the seats that are going to be at issue are going to come up in California. There's like 5 really thin.
Oh no! I'm not seeing on CNN 3.
North Carolina's in the tank. They just called it.
Yep, just called it.
You're welcome.
Next.
All right, Boyer. Thanks.
You're welcome.
How'd we do in the New York House?
Oh, important question.
Yeah, we're not expecting good news. Let's take a look.
Trump's not winning New Jersey.
Yeah, all right, shut up.
By the
But
way,
he will win Lakewood.
Lakewood.
He won Lakewood. He won Lakewood.
Right.
And
missed
probably
New Jersey by 5. That ain't bad.
It's so wild. I got off the phone with my
Amazing,
very
right?
Mexican Latina mother, and she lives in California, and she's like so depressed about this. She thinks that she's like, I left Mexico for a reason, but now it's all the corruption has followed me here to America. The liberals are gonna take it over. Like I don't even know if she went to go vote because she says my vote doesn't count in California. So it's kind of wild. Like I think that some people aren't even seeing that Trump may get this thing. She's like, she doesn't want to watch it till it's over. But she's like a big Trumper. She's like crazy.
It's one of the big problems in the popular vote, and that just the structure of California elections suppresses the vote in California, and there are enough people who live there to sway the popular vote nationwide.
It's just crazy how, because I mean, that's why I didn't vote when I lived in California. I didn't, because I was like, oh, it doesn't count anyway. Like how many people in non-swing states feel that way? It's probably a lot, right?
When are they going to? I don't know. I always voted, even through the years. Let's see. Before moving to Florida, my representative in Congress was Jerry Nadler. Before that, it was Nancy Pelosi. Before that, I lived in D.C., so I didn't have one. So with Greg Steube, I feel like I finally got a representative.
I'm looking at the House. It shows that the Republicans did pick up the 3 seats in North Carolina as predicted. The Dems did pick up 1 seat in Georgia that was a redistricted majority minority seat, so that was as predicted. And they say it did the same thing in Alabama, a redistrict seat. Didn't pick up as predicted. Right now, it just shows +2 for the GOP. I don't know there were several thin seats in New York. How did those all come
it
out?
looks like incumbent Representative Brandon Williams of New York is going to lose. Democrats appear to be going to flip that seat.
And so then you have 5 thin seats in California. I think the GOP holds all of them. So they're not going to have a lot of other pickups, I'm afraid.
All right, but amazing things happen with a majority of 1.
At some point, we need to watch.
Not if you got Matt Gaetz in your caucus.
I wonder what's going on
about Nelson Mandela.
Because we got all these beautiful, pristine interfaces, but behind the scenes, they must be losing their marbles.
Yes, but I suspect that they're going to try to be more. What would you say? They don't want to have the 2016 situation happen again, where we all run clips of them to great profitability on YouTube. They don't want to do that again.
They want to steal our shot.
They've been really cautious. It was interesting. I cut the cable, so I only get broadcast stations on my Roku, and I was watching NBC, and just before I joined the 10:30, NBC still hadn't called New Jersey. They were. I had been watching Fox, and I was over at a Sarasota GOP event, and then I came home and I was watching NBC, and Fox had called like 10 more states than NBC. And it wasn't just that NBC wasn't calling the Republican states; they weren't calling any of them. So they're quite subdued.
Decision Desk is saying that 67% in, and it's almost 51% Trump.
Which state?
On the popular vote.
I'm just hearing Pennsylvania's in. That's right.
Where? Who's saying that?
I'm going to ask. I'm just saying this is official or not a guy on the ground.
I'm looking at Wall Street Journal in Pennsylvania. They got 76% reporting, 51.2 for Trump.
By the way, New York Times now forecasts that this race is no longer a lean Trump. It's likely Trump. That from the New York Times.
Meaning Pennsylvania?
I mean nationwide, right?
In Pennsylvania, Trump is currently up 3.3 points with 76% of the vote in. He has a 51% take for Pennsylvania right now, meaning he is slightly up for a majority of votes, not just beating Kamala at this point, but holding the flat out majority of votes in Pennsylvania.
You guys know a lot about. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, Georgia is 91% in. He's up 51 to 48, and they're still not calling it.
Well,
gotta get
they know we don't know.
People got
gotta get the ratings
to give them
somehow, right?
time to, evacuate. You know what I mean?
You got to get the ratings somehow. There's no drama if you go ahead and call them all. That just ruins everything. But I will say that the Atlanta metro area, most of those are now getting reported in. So what we're looking for, if I scan Georgia, where are those outstanding votes?
Tell me the one from
Carroll County.
Well, regard the fourth county.
Carroll County and West Georgia still lagging behind. Georgia's
Jones
been really
County
close at
shows
this point.
0. Jones County and Central Georgia shows 0 votes.
Yeah, Brooks and Clinch as well, but those are going to be hotbeds for Republicans. Not sure about Jones County. I don't know how far that is. I think that's going to be Republican territory as well.
Yeah, yep.
Is it too late for a water main to break?
Never too late for a water main.
New York Times has
It's early,
has
baby.
Georgia at 95%.
By the way,
so I don't think they can. I don't
Their
think you're going to see
problem.
them.
Their problem is the whole nation staying up tonight this time. Nobody's going to bed.
No way.
You know, in 2016, remember we were just so. I mean, there was no way Trump was going to win. And I woke up on a plane to Warsaw after doing my transatlantic regimen. You know, two Ambiens, a Vicodin, a shot of vodka, and then wake up. And I woke up and opened up my laptop.
I don't know. I will tell you,
cocktail, baby.
Yeah,
I will tell you. A couple of
it's
weeks.
It's like on Alien when you go into the cryogenic thing when you go into space. You know.
You know what? A
So
couple
for
of
that
weeks.
tradition, I think I'm going to pop an Ambien. So maybe I say weird shit.
A couple of weeks before the 2016 election, and I was in a room and we were, everybody had to go around calling a long shot. And Jeff was at the table, so you may remember this. My long shot was I said Trump was going to win Pennsylvania.
All right.
So that was a good call.
You guys think RFK must have helped him a lot too this time around, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Like, so who was saying that were they kidding about supporting Bernie and then they didn't like did Bernie nobody offered him a role in the Hillary Clinton thing like the way that Trump did, right? He actually ran on every ballot. I don't remember because I wasn't into politics back then.
Oh no, yeah, dude. If you were like a Bernie supporter in the Democrat Party in 2016, they told you to go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it was a redo of what they did with the Democrat National Convention this year. It just wasn't to that point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they straight up coronated.
Oh, that's right.
Clinton.
They took it from him or
And then
something, or what happened?
And he bent over and took it.
Well, they called them super delegates, but it really just meant screw you.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of actually approve of that. I mean, I think democracy is stupid and
Oh my goodness.
really
You
terrible.
don't want to fortify it?
No, I mean, democracy is on the ballot. I'm like, well, which one do I vote for to get rid of this stupid fucking system? Where, think of the average person. Think how stupid they are. Half the people are dumber than that guy, and they're gonna decide. Like it's like getting on a plane and saying, "What should we do? Let's have a consensus."
No, but this is an old phenomenon, right? 25 years ago, you had it when I think, Ralph Nader noted that Pat Buchanan voters had a lot more in common with his voters than they did with Bush voters. And it's true. I mean, there are always factions in both parties that say, you know what, there's an establishment, we're anti-establishment. And they have much more in common with each other than they do with the majority of the party that they belong to. In 2016, Bernie and Donald Trump captured all the passion from all the people for many of the same reasons.
Yeah, I'm really glad that they kneecapped Bernie because I would have voted for him. He probably would have won. And Jesus, have I woke up a little bit since then.
Okay, well, we're all congratulating ourselves. I'm seeing a lot of concern over the House from people in Washington.
What's that?
It's concerned that we may lose the House.
No, what's the House? What is that?
What is that? The House of Representatives.
They do something.
I see what you're saying. Well, actually,
Yeah,
if we didn't have it for the last couple of years, things would have been a lot worse. But if we have the White House and the Senate, then obviously it's different. But still, it'd be nice to have.
I kid.
Yeah, although it's always good to have someone to blame for stuff that doesn't work well. One party rule does.
The Senate will be nice because my one issue is I'm so sick of new imbecile judges that.
Yeah,
I mean, Ron, you look at Michael.
It's anyone see anything on the Ohio Senate race?
On the which race?
Ohio Senate.
Oh yeah, Ohio's in the tank. That's done. They called it for Bernie.
Oh great.
Yeah. No, this is.
Imagine what's going on in Tehran right now. By the way, I'm just having a good time thinking of those things.
Imagine what's going on.
It's policy here. It's obliteration there, hopefully.
Imagine what's going on with the Labor Party in London after sending 100 volunteers to work for Kamala Harris.
Did they really?
Yes.
God, fuck them. Didn't we have a revolution? They wouldn't interfere in our shit.
I mean, how stupid can you be? Just stay out.
What's going on everywhere? Bibi picked a busy news day to fire his defense minister.
Yeah, well.
Minnesota's turning blue now. 46% in. That's all right. We don't need them.
Did you hear that Biden said that he wanted to spank Republicans? I'm not trying to keep shame or anything.
Oh, does he think they're little kids?
I'm not trying to keep shame or anything, but that just seemed a bit weird to me.
Yeah.
Didn't Biden help the conservatives though?
I think Biden is the key. I think that Trump will win and he will declare victory, and the Democrats will fight it. And the question is whether Biden will buck his party or not.
Okay, does anyone think Biden's got enough gray matter to do anything like that? I mean, the question is, well, Jill will do it. I mean, who's going to put him up there to say it?
Well, 45 minutes a day is all it takes,
So I'm looking here, and I'm not.
If Trump is winning after 10 a.m., he can.
Yeah.
Right now, it looks like there's the majority of sites and individuals of so-called expertise, something like a 75% chance that Republicans hang on to the House of Representatives. So,
okay, good.
Jesus, it could be a sweep.
Yeah, but let's say, listen, we all want.
You know what? If they sweep it all, let's think about how they're going to screw it up.
Well, that's it. That's the point. And so
they're going to look like 270 monkeys trying to fuck a football.
That's more colorful than what I was thinking, but yeah.
Well, they managed to depose the Speaker of the House when they had 215 votes.
Georgia, 91% in. They're still not calling it on AP.
You see how to screw things up, right? So I'm sitting in Florida, and we had a marijuana amendment, we had a marijuana referendum and an abortion referendum, and they both went down. But they both went down with something like 55 to 57% of the vote, because through a quirk, they required 60% to pass. There's this notion of this is now going to be touted as a great victory. It's not a great victory if you lose 57-43.
That's smart right there.
We are winning very narrow victories, and what's going to happen is people are going to overreach, and the overreach is going to fail, and then people are going to say these are a bunch of clowns that can't do anything, which, by the way, is probably accurate, but not helpful.
What's the overreach? What does that mean? Overreach what?
They're going to go batshit on abortion.
Yeah, well, that's one.
I don't see what the. All right, let's put abortion aside. I think that's actually kind of complicated. You have a legislative majority. As we're all pointing out, it's extremely ephemeral. You can lose it like that, and if you lose it, you lose it. You got nothing. You got nothing. How do you not take what take the majority that you have, take the control of the legislative branch and control of the executive branch, and absolutely make it count.
All right, look, here's how. The Democrats keep talking about getting rid of the filibuster. If the Democrats could muster 51 votes to get rid of the filibuster, do you doubt that they would do it?
I do not.
Okay. If the Democrats could unify control, they'd get rid of the filibuster and pass their whole agenda. There is no way the Republicans will do that. The Republicans will wait until the Democrats do it. Okay? So we're not getting anything controversial through the Senate.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think
dial back on abortion.
Yeah, I think.
Well, still,
the number of Republican women I know who said they don't give a shit about anything except that, and they're voting Democrat until that issue is squared away. I mean, maybe it's just the Republican girls I hang out with, but I mean, I have seriously had to have this argument with them that, like, we're gonna be in World War III, but yeah, it'll be pretty easy to have an abortion when you just have to sit down on a radioactive rock.
No. Look,
I thought it's already decided. Like, I thought it's already with the states, unless a Supreme Court person dies or something. Like, isn't it?
You thought that because you're smart, but the problem is the impression is still there's still this ridiculous cartoonish impression that somehow Donald Trump is crawling around. I mean, Donald Trump doesn't want to put jurisdiction up there. Donald Trump has even said he'd veto a national ban on it, which is constitutionally the right thing to do.
There's a lot of uninformed people, though. You're right. Like, most of my friends, like, I only started paying attention because I was selfish, right? Something happened to me and I was like, the media lies. I hate the New York Times. And now I'm going to pay attention to politics. But if that hadn't happened, I would just be like in LA managing TikTok stars and I wouldn't give a shit like at all. I would just you get what I'm saying? I mean, it's a sad reality, but we're all like looking out for ourselves at some level, right?
Let me interject real quick. Out of Election Wizard over on X, New York Times election forecast now projects Donald Trump will win the popular vote by 1% and that he will win in excess of 300 electoral votes.
Their ears were burning. I hate New York Times.
Ron,
but if the New York Times is giving up,
enjoy this moment. This is killing them.
Let me go back to that Supreme Court issue real quick, Ron. What do you think the pressure is going to be in the next 12 weeks for Sonia Sotomayor to retire?
God, I wish she'd just fucking somebody pulled the tab out of her and she'd go.
It's not. I think it's zero.
Well, the pressure is going to be immense because they've got 51 votes and they've got the White House. So they can.
Yeah, but she's not going to. It will be very. They're losing Latinos. And that is not going to be the way for them to help that problem.
So they lost a bunch of under 30 voters, underage 30 voters too.
ABC News is now reporting that people are leaving Harris HQ.
Question for the gallery here. So, Bruce,
of course they're leaving. She told them to go to sleep.
I hope they're leaving in tears.
Bruce, and maybe this is a broader question, but talking about the Senate, I think that we kind of have not talked at all about the sort of the rejection of Chevron deference that's occurred during this most recent term. And so to connect that to the Senate question, what priorities of Senate actually matter enough right now that where a slim Republican win in the Senate would even really matter? What are the priorities in the Senate? It feels like a lot of the energy on the ground, at least from a lawyer's perspective, should be really pushing on regulatory agencies at the federal and state levels now that Chevron deference has gone the way of the dodo.
Well, look, if you're going to bring up Chevron deference, I mean, the real priority is that it should be APA reform. I mean, this is the most. So for anybody who's listening, the Administrative Procedures Act is the primary federal regulation, the primary federal law that governs the relationship between Congress, the regulatory agencies, and the courts.
Stay with us, Marco. Stay with us.
I'm trying now. The ambience kicking in.
You don't need
and it's become completely screwed up. Chevron deference is a step in the right direction. But we need massive APA reform, and we need wholesale deregulation, and not not this kind of thing like getting rid of. I mean, we really need to zero base the entire regulatory code, which could be done in the executive branch, but it needs to be ratified by Congress.
Good evening, Valiant Renegade.
Good to see you. Thanks, Ron, for having me. I've been.
Here's a guy with another guy with incredible pipes.
Oh, thank you. I try.
This is my friend Valiant Renegade, who.
Hey, Ari. Hey, guys.
Who is another one of the Disney and entertainment guys who has helped destroy the media industrial complex.
We're mean to Mickey, but we don't mean to be.
Yeah, right.
Nice guy. Great channel, and is a super guy and a bit of a right wing nut. So of course
I'll take it. What the hell? Are
you enjoying the evening, Valiant?
I am. It's been a lot of fun so far. It's been busy. I realized what time it was, and I'm like, good Lord, I was on Cobra Cast for like the last several hours, and I was like, I need to take a break. I'm like, oh Lord, I got to go over to Ron's channel and say hi. And we've been watching it. We have been pulling up a lot of different data points. There's one of us monitoring MSNBC for laughs. Some other people monitoring CNN and Fox, and we're running numbers from Decision Desk HQ and different maps and looking at things. So you know me, I'm a data guy, 20 years in the financial world. It's kind of what we do. So it looks really good right now. I mean, all things considered, looking really, really good. Yeah, even the New York Times can't help themselves. They got it back up to 89% chance of winning, but you look at the numbers in Pennsylvania, there just doesn't seem to be enough left in the tank in the blue districts for Kamala Harris to close the gap. In fact, I've been watching over the last 20, 30 minutes as more has been reported, especially from the Philadelphia area. Allegheny, Pittsburgh is mostly in. Trump has actually been, look at it now. Great. There we go. In the last 5 minutes since I got up from the desk, he's expanded the lead even more. In the last half an hour, Trump has gone from about a 160,000 vote lead to now he's at almost 212,000. So the Philadelphia areas and all, they keep coming in, but the lead for Trump keeps getting bigger because the number of votes in these places and the percentage she's winning by just don't seem to be where Biden was years ago. So,
by the way, quick breaking news. Town Hall is reporting that the Secret Service is calling for extra personnel to Mar-a-Lago as Trump is expected to become president-elect later in the evening.
Yep. We were talking about that I think, 20, 30 minutes ago, and everybody started flipping out. And my comment was, great. What they didn't tell you is that Kamala Harris's Secret Service detail has been downgraded to Paul Blart. So
that's a reference not everybody's going to get. But
stay with flip groups.
Ari, you're muted.
Yeah, I went over my head, but it's okay.
It's a comedy movie.
All cop quality.
Paul Blart,
oh, okay. I thought
cop.
It was politics. Yeah. Okay.
No. So
politics and movie go over my head.
It's looking good in Pennsylvania. It's looking good in Wisconsin right now. The counties that they needed to overperform in for the Democrats, not looking like so far that they're performing like they were in 2020. Trump overperforming. It's not a done deal, right?
What would she need to win? Like how? What's her path at this point? You know,
it's shrinking quickly. I mean, right now, you look at Decision Desk, you look at the way the votes are falling. Pennsylvania looking almost positively like it's going Trump's way, short of some ridiculous surprise. If in the last half an hour I saw I saw Trump's lead go from 160,000 to 130,000 or 120,000 or 100,000, I'd be getting more nervous because that means that Philadelphia area is closing the gap. That urban area is closing the gap. But the exact opposite has happened. It's actually expanded. He's now 210,000 votes ahead. So the gap is going in the wrong direction for Kamala, and you've got the majority of precincts are already reported. Now, you still got a lot outstanding, but even if
I
she
honestly
can,
don't see a path right now.
I don't
looking
see
right
it either.
now.
Yeah.
Michigan would have to flip completely from where it is.
Well, Michigan is still really
Wisconsin
early.
would have to flip completely from where it is, and
Yeah.
Arizona would have to go to her. None of that appears to be happening.
No, if
And I
Wisconsin
can't
and
believe
Pennsylvania
Michigan.
right now looking like they're going to Trump. If Wisconsin and Pennsylvania go to Trump, that's it. It's over.
So
What happens if she
Pennsylvania,
gets Pennsylvania?
I don't see how she can get it. There's 19% left, and he's up 3.7. I mean, there's the amount it would have to swing in her favor is just almost
But if
impossible.
she did get it, then she could win if she got Pennsylvania.
It can happen. There is
No,
a path.
not necessarily. But the thing is that in order for her to win Pennsylvania, like I'll let me pull up. I got my chart here, and I think you had it up a minute ago, Ron.
You'd have to find many bags full of ballots.
Yeah, it's 2.9 million to 2.7 million.
Oh, okay.
It's almost 200,000 votes. But, you know.
Have they even done Nevada yet? I don't think they've even put Nevada on the map,
No,
right?
Nevada's freaking puttering around calling the SEIU boss, asking him what they should do.
See, the problem is if he wins Wisconsin and he's up over 3 in Wisconsin, it blows a hole in everything that they want to do. I mean, they're stuck right now. So I don't really know what they could do to make this flip happen. I mean, I guess I'll be shocked at 4 in the morning and we'll all say, well, they did it again. But
Well, what about the popular vote count totals, right? So I'm looking.
That helps. That helps a lot.
Well, but also, can we just recall for a moment that Biden, prevailed with 81 million some odd votes, and Trump.
I think it was 81 trillion, actually.
Well, but Trump also got 75 trillion.
Right.
And
Trump's about to cross the 60 million mark. And we're not.
And we're going to make January 6th a federal holiday now. I'm just curious.
You have very little of California in yet, too. So, I mean, her vote totals, yeah, they're going to go up. There's going to be, but yeah, it doesn't look like she's going to get anywhere near 81 million votes. I mean, you can look at the map, Ron, if you want to share it. I got it backstage, but I mean,
the reason that he's got a 91% chance of winning now. I mean, we're running out of realistic ways that she can, and the 9% is sort of there as a sort of a ceremonial. Hey, don't go to bed yet.
Exactly. And look, to my point in Pennsylvania here, 210,000 still separating them. I mean, and this is my point, Ari. So watch this. So the numbers keep going up, right? Votes keep coming in. But right now, in theory, a lot of these votes, because of what's outstanding here, 70% in Delaware County, 72% in Philadelphia County, Montgomery County, 68. Okay, so there's still a lot more votes coming in from that Philadelphia urban area and the suburban areas around it that typically lean Democrat. But the problem is she's not getting it in high enough percentages, number one. Number two, I don't think the number of votes are there. That's what's coming in right now, and the gap is kind of, look, it updated again. Trump increased the lead another 1,000 votes. So you would think right now, with a lot of this blue area coming in, that gap should be shrinking. It isn't. It's expanding or staying the same. So I just
We're
she'd
at,
have
we're,
to
at
find.
50, we're at 50 senators. We got 50.
Yeah.
One
Right.
more senator.
50 is the win, right? Because the vice president breaks the tie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's true. Yeah. I keep forgetting Trump's winning.
Now you want to have more, but 50 will do it.
Yeah.
Can I just make a point?
Mm-hmm.
This is awesome!
Wait, what did they call it? We got West Virginia and Montana and Ohio. That should be 51 already.
I feel.
I gotta be honest. I was pessimistic as fuck about this election.
Yeah, you sound like my mom. My mom doesn't like. I couldn't believe it when I talked to her on the phone. She just was like, I don't even want to watch.
51 now confirmed for the Senate for Republicans.
Yeah, I thought we'd already gone over the 50, right?
Narrow victories beat the hell out of narrow losses, but they're still narrow.
Oh no, it is still 50. Okay, so they haven't called something yet.
Well, I'm over on Fox right now. Fox has got it at 51.
Okay.
And we
this is
did
the problem.
Governorship in New Hampshire. That's nice.
Oh, at 11:47, they called Nebraska for Deb Fisher. So that may be what put them at the 51.
Okay.
Let's also personalize this. I mean, honestly, emotionally, I really, really hope Chuck Schumer is suffering. I just
No, it's Nancy we all care
Bad
about.
guy.
It's Nancy. We want Nancy to be chugging a lot of ice cream tonight.
Nancy's probably too drunk at this point to know what the hell's going on. So
Nancy's not the speaker anymore. Chuck Schumer is still the Senate Majority Leader, which is his lifelong aspiration.
Yeah.
So
but
what are they going to try to pull off? Guys? What are they going to try to pull off in the next 2 months?
Well, to be parochial about it, it's a big danger zone for Israel. But again, it's so comprehensive. If it's really this comprehensive, then they may recognize that it's a bad idea to keep on being this hostile, and that maybe that the jihadi vote isn't one they want to go after so hard.
I don't know. Taking Schumer down a peg is a good thing, but Schiff is getting elevated at the same time.
Yeah, that's ugly.
Schiff really, if Trump does what he really ought to do with the Justice Department, Schiff should be in Leavenworth within the next 2 years. I mean,
yes.
he is a freaking criminal.
Oh, and last I saw, Vindman is going to be in the House.
Is Vindman winning that seat?
I saw a couple hours ago. I don't know.
Hey, Ron, I don't know if you're looking at the chat, but, this crazy guy has been following me all night. He went over to Cobra Cast, dropped 50 memberships. He just showed up here and dropped you 50 memberships.
Oh, Staccato?
Oh, it's Staccato. He's here.
Oh, he's the best. Thank you. How did I miss that? Let's see.
No, it just happened a minute ago.
Oh, because he followed you.
Yeah,
what a great
followed
American.
me over here. Yeah. He followed me over to Cobra Cast and then came here, I guess. So.
Staccato, thank you. You spend like a drunken sailor on these things, but that's exactly what I want in my dentist. Sutton Creek Productions, 2-month member. Thank you very much. It is better than the news. We're all better looking. We're all smarter. And there was a point earlier in the evening where we didn't just have one pretty girl either. Big Blue Horses. Thank you very much. Trump wins have to be big enough to withstand recount margins. Too early to celebrate yet. Shut up.
Staccato must be in the Arches game.
Wisconsin shows that Trump's got a 90,000 vote lead, but Milwaukee County is only in at 50%.
Oh shit.
Let's see. Milwaukee's right now. I got it at 61. But here's the thing. A lot of these rural counties, there's still a lot of rural counties that are also at 50% or less.
Yep, good point.
So the gap there, again, when you're looking at right now, you've got Wisconsin saying 84% of the precincts have reported, right?
Right, but that's not all the vote. You're right.
Right, that's precincts. But Trump has a 400,000 vote lead almost.
Yeah, that's not what the Wall Street Journal is showing, but
I'm on. Well, I have it up on my screen right now. You want to share it? I mean, if you want to pull it up, Ron, you can see what so everybody can see what I'm looking at.
The Wall Street Journal's got
Madison and Milwaukee have already reported, right?
Right. Dane is done, I think, or pretty.
Madison's largely in, Milwaukee less so.
So here we go. Here's Milwaukee County, 61%. Okay, and again, I think Kamala Harris she's winning it handily, right? But I don't know. I have to go back and look again
She's
to see.
underperforming Biden in 2020, and she would need to outperform him.
Exactly.
It's about the same for 2020. It's about the same.
Well, let's see. Madison here. Okay, so 95% of Madison is in. So that's pretty much cooked. We're missing Iowa County for whatever reason. They got something going on. But you look here, look at some of these, and again, I know they're smaller, but okay, 89% Marathon County, 39% here in Portage. Now, that's not a big county, but it's not a small one either. So you've got, again, where is she going to get the votes from? She is behind 400,000 almost votes. Where is she going to pick up 400,000 votes right now and Donald Trump not get another single vote?
Yeah, Tim Pool is now reporting that some of the betting markets are up to 94, 95% that he wins. So it's getting really close now to it's a ludicrous proposition.
It just went up to it's at minus 5,000 now.
I got to get some money down on Harris.
Look at Green Bay, guys. Green Bay's a big Trump county. 61% Trump, 37% Harris, right? It's only got 36% reporting.
Valiant, could you check on Mark Cuban for me, please? I'm worried about him.
No, let me tell you what. This is what we did with the Friday Night Tight guys earlier on CobraCast. We were like, we all have to stop. We got to call the police, do a well check on Mark Hamill, because this guy hasn't posted on Twitter in 7 to 8 hours at this point. We hope he's okay.
My favorite meme right now is Mark Cuban as Rachel Maddow.
that
was like my top meme right now.
Lost my appetite.
I think what we all have to do is start putting in bids on Barbara Streisand's condo.
Yeah, right, because they always do follow up with that. So Cyrano asked a good question.
Doesn't De Niro have some really nice place in
All of them. I think there's some high-end real estate in New York and in LA going on sale soon.
Cyrano asked a very good question. How fast do you think the New York appellate decision, in other words, the obvious reversal, even in New York, the obvious reversal of the outrageous garbage decisions of the New York Supreme Court in the Trump case? Nice question. I don't know what the answer is, of course, but if anyone else wants to speculate, I invite you to do so.
Who was that asked it?
Cyrano.
Oh, okay. So Cyrano was the one. He asked it earlier on my live stream, and I said, when I get here tonight, I was going to ask you that question.
I see. That's great. So we both got paid by him.
Yeah.
I think that politically, there's no longer any point to it. So the only thing it can do now by upholding it would be to absolutely destroy any business's confidence in its ability to do business in New York State.
Yeah, and also after that oral argument, no, I mean, there's no question where it's going.
Yeah, and I want to point out Bucks County here. Okay, traditionally a blue county.
Yeah,
not blue by a whole lot, but blue. This was the county that had all the issues where the police showed up. They shut down the line at 1:30 in the afternoon, said, everybody go home. It's too busy. The RNC filed a suit, and a judge said, you need to open this thing up in an extra 2 days. That was this Bucks County. This is probably why they might have been trying to close it down early, because Republicans were turning out bigger this time than last time.
So Pennsylvania is so corrupt. It is so awful.
Oh, horribly. And you know this
coming from a guy from New Jersey.
Yeah.
Well, how much litigation were you involved in 4 years ago and 8 years ago in Pennsylvania? I know you did something there.
Yeah, I did something. A few people did something.
Oh, yeah. This is great.
And that was all Josh Shapiro.
Ellie Mistal is a friend of mine.
Get out of here.
Oh yeah, me and I are buddies.
Casual.
But yeah, I mean, we don't fuck or anything, but you know.
He is a sociopath.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't pick my friends.
No. You have a few. That's
I thought I'd left Friday night.
By the way,
I didn't.
I just want to enjoy his pain right now.
What we're looking at Pennsylvania
people did their job.
Hey, while we're looking at Pennsylvania, according
Trump is
to Wall
their
Street
guy.
Journal, 82% of the vote in. McCormick is ahead.
Oh wait, that map. They called Georgia?
Yeah.
Oh.
Did they?
America.
I think Nevada's gonna go red. This is just my non-expert.
Yeah, nothing in Nevada yet.
If I was to put my finger up in the air and based off of what I feel, we were at the UNLV game, and there was a ton of people outside before the game, and there was this liberal lady going around with flyers, and she was going up to people and asking them who they were voting for. And by the time she got to us, it just seemed like she was so
good.
She was sad because everybody was saying they were going to vote for Trump. So that made me feel good because that's all local people going to the Nevada game.
What part of Vegas are you in?
I live 30 minutes from the Strip.
Okay, my house is in Chamberlain.
Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen.
I live in Summerlin.
Breaking news.
I live near you.
If they need a Hail Mary.
Marco, we should connect. I live probably 15 minutes away from you.
I want to thank Jim Cramer for talking about Kamala Harris yesterday. As somebody who has been a financial advisor and FINRA registered for over 20 years, I want to thank Jim Cramer for picking
perfect.
Kamala. Yeah,
he is perfect.
Yes,
his record is so perfect. It's mind-boggling.
Hey, on a little bit of good news, I just noticed with 83% in, McCormick is ahead of Casey in the Pennsylvania Senate race by about a point and a half.
Yep.
Really?
That big Republican turnout, man, a rising tide lifts all boats, and that's what they were hoping for. But look here in Michigan, again, the Trump lead right now, looks like it's expanding a little bit again. Now at about 40 to 50,000 votes, somewhere up in there. Detroit, you've still got 24%. I mean, Detroit still has a lot of reporting to do. 70 to 26. Now, the magic thing is, if I still have this up, I hope I do. I might not. Yeah, I do. Let's look here. Michigan, Detroit. 68 to 30, right? So that was the spread back in 2020 when Biden was on the ballot.
Wow.
Now again, it's still early. There's still a lot of Detroit, coming in here. So it's about 70 to 25, but Jill Stein is pulling something away from Kamala. Kennedy on the ballot, which sucks. I hate that, but hey, that's why they left him on there. Let's be honest. But Oakland County, let's see, 50. This is 84% in. Oakland County is a suburb of Detroit, obviously. So 54 to 44. 4 years ago, that was 56 to 42. So kind of close, but we'll see. They still got more to count. So Trump's doing a little bit better in Oakland County by the percentage this time. But again, you look elsewhere. The key is in these things is all of these other places that, I mean, look at a lot, 29%, 80%, 58%, nothing here in these three little counties. Now, there might not be a lot of votes there, but cumulatively, again, we're talking about races 4 years ago that in some cases, 80,000 votes in Pennsylvania, 10,000 votes in Georgia, 12. I mean, there were teeny tiny margins in a lot of places. So everything makes a difference, but it'd be great to see him take Michigan. That would just be the coup de grace, in my opinion. But it's holding right now. It's holding. And Detroit is. It just depends on how much more vote is outstanding in these precincts that they have yet to report. So
I'm gonna head out, you guys. Thank you for having me, Ron.
Well, thank you for coming, Ari.
Good to see you. I'm teaming up with I don't know if you guys know Eric Albanate, but he does a lot of really good Twitter posts about I don't know, like conservative politics and stuff. Anyway, he's my editor now, and we're teaming up on kind of like a little joint venture called garbagecontent.com. So we're doing like short form content for some of people like Ron. I did 3 videos for Ron.
She did 3 videos, and
they did well, right?
They absolutely rocked. And then I just ran out of money.
Well, we'll keep doing fun content for you, Ron. Thank you for having me on.
I love it.
It's so
Great
nice
to
to
see
meet
you,
everybody
Ari.
here.
Thank you for joining us.
Bye.
Good to see you, Ari.
Bye.
Viva Mexico.
Hey, Ron. Ron, I just
Oh,
wanna make
God,
it
what
clear,
a
it's only-
downgrade that screen just had. Good God.
Hey, Ron, I want to let you know it's only
I was
7
Ron the
o'clock.
whole time. You just didn't know it.
It's only 7 o'clock here. I've got another bottle of wine. So I'm good for another
Maybe I'm going to
hour.
hand over the show to you then.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what do you guys say? Is there anything else for us to talk about?
Yeah, where's Jake?
Well, we haven't discussed the race between Jill Stein and Cornel West.
Oh, God. Well, I'm out.
I just have a hard time believing they're not going to pull some fuckery.
Well, this is what I was going to ask because I remember, whatever.
Right, we can't go to bed. We remember how that goes.
But how
That's why I
important
took the Ambien. When you take the Ambien, you force yourself to stay up. That's when things get trippy.
Can I let me just make the fuckery? Everyone there's a
swear.
There's a tendency to overestimate what the Democrats are capable of. They made so many bad decisions that everyone knew were bad decisions at so many junctures. And there were so many wise asses coming up with these Byzantine plots. And here's why they're doing that, because they're gonna switch out. It's gonna be Jill Biden. It's gonna be Michelle Obama. Mark Elias is gonna win all the cases. They have a collective action dilemmas just like Republicans. Maybe not as bad because they are a Bolshevik party.
Was Milo on earlier?
Yeah.
Milo just tweeted, and I say this with complete disapproval. Last chance for Kamala to prove she's really black by stealing this election. I disapprove and condemn this comment.
It's a good thing you didn't say that here.
Yeah. So Ron,
they're not. There are some. They put themselves into a number of unnecessarily. For numerous unforced errors.
Sure, but
there's no room for. Yes, listen. They're going to be grade A assholes, like that Jew. What is it? Not Laskin.
Jamie Raskin. Jamie Raskin. Yeah.
I mean, they're going to be guys who like bomb throwing is their brand, and they, it's red meat for the base. Blah blah. It's not going anywhere.
Well, yeah. I mean, that might, but how important is the coalition around Trump this time around in sort of, I guess, assuaging the real concern that we would otherwise have, right? Trump's talked openly now about how unprepared or unskilled or inexperienced he was as a politician on the way in.
Right.
Underestimated DC to almost a negligent degree, right?
Yep.
But how important are the likes of RFK Jr., and then his running mate Nicole, and her background, which I think is severely underrated in their visibility to sort of the metadata around a lot of this stuff. But then you think about Tucker Carlson, Vivek Ramaswamy, the endorsement from the likes of Joe Rogan, the visibility that the wider population now has, and then the coalition around Trump that represents such a, I mean, concentric circles, yeah, and they all meet in the middle. But man, it's really difficult in my mind for them to pull anything even close to what they pulled in 2020, just because of how staked that coalition is and how, I guess, dense that.
You mean the Democrats?
Yes, 1,000%.
You're 100% right, and there are a number of other things that Mike, before you came on, we were talking about how. And this was a point that Ari actually made. It's become marginally more acceptable to be pro-Trump, or to it's the majority of the country.
Yeah, I don't think it's marginally anymore. To be honest with you, I just
I think a lot of the justification there, a lot of the is going to come from the fact that the media has so debased itself. The media has so destroyed their ability to be meaningful when they condemn pro-Trump, prominent figures. They don't have the reach anymore, and they don't have the credibility enough.
Well, the accountability and the oversight that would come with maneuvering in the way that they did last time is too great in my mind for them to overcome. Like I said, the visibility and then the skill sets and the talent stacks, to borrow from Scott Adams, that phrasing, but the talent stacks that are represented in Trump's coalition this time around, to me, are just too great. I mean, and then of course we've been overlooking this, and I saw the comment, don't forget our Lord and Savior, Mr. Musk, but that can't be overstated, right? The move to acquire Twitter and then to purge and turn it into Twitter 2.0. I mean, that to me is probably the balance that, that tipped the entire balance in my mind.
Hey guys, we've got some breaking news.
I agree with all of that from the outside, but Trump killed himself from the inside. Personnel was clearly his Achilles heel from day one.
That's still potential for this time too, right?
Yeah, and anybody who cared about it knew it. Yep. And this time he's got some high-profile people. But at the end of the day, it's not the high-profile people that matter. What killed him last time was that 95% of the executive branch did not believe that they were answerable to the president.
That's right. Yeah.
That's why this time his mistake was he didn't fire everybody.
So what you just said is the real work begins after the win, right?
Yep. fired.
And he has to really do it. He has to really do it. No more excuses. Yeah.
But with a clear win here tonight, that's going to be important. If he ends up with a clear win tonight, he can go to work on that tomorrow, which he couldn't do in 2016. And and they were so late getting rolling in 2016 on the transition process. They had to rely upon recommendations from people who didn't necessarily have Trump's best interest in mind.
It was there all the way. 2020, there were three big domestic policy issues. There was the pandemic, there were the riots, and there was the election. On all three, Trump's instincts were in the right place, and he was sabotaged by his own administration. Right? And that's his fault. That's not anybody's fault other than Trump's. That's his fault. And, he needs to fix it.
No, I just think that he has the coalition now in the cabinet. Maybe the coalition is the wrong word. Maybe the beginnings of a cabinet, and he has short-circuited the competency that he lacked the first time around.
He's clearly grown. Clearly grown.
And then you've got a bunch of people that want him to succeed now in media, right? I mean, all of the Afro-reference people. I mean, these are people that now, if you think about the wager that, and I don't think that Joe Rogan took that big of a risk in the grand scheme of things, because he waited until the last ass end of the buildup before making an endorsement. But people like that, obviously have a stake in a non-Trump future, right? Which looks incredibly different potentially for them business-wise and speech-wise than it does right now. And so to that end, I think a Trump win secures also they're marshaling their resources to ensure a successful presidential term, right? So we'll see. But I don't think
your question is really you're asking a rhetorical question. None of us can answer it. It's a smart question. Mm-hmm. This was a hard fought win. Please God. Now, how do we make it work? Now, how do we put it to work? That's going to be a great challenge.
Who's going to be the McConnell of this next administration?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a future for McConnell. Well, I don't know.
I mean, no, not McConnell. He needs somebody to start shoving judges in. This is the biggest thing about this election to me. Is I'm really tired of mentally impaired, woke judges.
Yeah, I think with
who's going to be the majority leader?
Yeah, with 54 votes, it won't matter. If they get 54 votes, they don't have to worry about Lisa Murkowski. They don't have to worry about, Susan Collins.
Someone talking about 54 votes?
They haven't called Wisconsin yet. They haven't called Michigan yet.
Montana?
Three. Montana's baked. Has already got West Virginia, held on to Florida, held on to Texas. The Democrats aren't going to pick up anything. Nevada is suspicious that we are now 2 hours past when the Secretary of State is supposed to issue the third report on Nevada, and they haven't reported anything yet.
No.
That's odd.
Guys, let me tell you one thing that's historic about tonight. I don't think it's been discussed yet. There's one aspect to this that might not come to fruition. We're going to watch it. That's whether or not Republicans take the House of Representatives. But if they do, Donald Trump's legacy is this. For the first time in the history of the United States, Republicans will control the executive branch, both chambers of Congress, the Supreme Court, and have won the presidential popular vote for the election. It's never happened before. Donald Trump could make it happen for the very first time.
You know what? I think he's really going to put his
Wait a minute, that didn't happen in 1868?
Not according to the news article I've got.
I find that very hard to believe.
The House is looking bad now, huh?
Well, the House is in question. We're down to about a 50-50. Democrats maybe have a slight advantage right now.
Yeah.
But that presupposes that people are not going to be riding the coattails of Donald Trump. If he wins the popular vote, it's really hard to see how they don't hold the House of Representatives. That defies some logic. So I don't know if maybe as these votes are coming in, perhaps there's already that pre-baked in bias that favored Democrats, and maybe we need to be adjusting to the idea that Trump is going to have some headwinds for these people to pull them along.
Well, if they don't hold the House, and there are thin seats in Southern California, especially traditionally Orange County GOP seats, the Democrats won in 2020, and then the Republicans won them back in 2022, but they're really thin. If they don't hold the House, then the House is going to impeach him over and over again.
Yeah, we'll start taking bets on how many impeachments are coming. I say one every month.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. But what I think that will open the door to for Trump is, which I think is likely to be what we're going to see in the first 2 years, and that is just a complete remaking of the executive branch and not so much concern about actually passing legislation.
Well, I do want to make it clear that it was a very good instinct not to shut the stream down at midnight, because we have Chrissy Mayer.
Oh my God.
We have superstar podcaster.
I'm here. I'm lactating. What did I miss?
Oh, you missed Ron lactating.
Oh, good.
Did I just hear a baby cry?
We pretty much figured everything out, Chrissy. I mean, this is a very organized group.
Good. I was banking on you boys to do the heavy lifting for me. The last thing I heard was that Trump is winning in Tim Walz's county. So that was pretty cool to learn.
Well, he's got the whole Waltz family behind him.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I saw like a viral article or photo with his whole family wearing basically like Waltzes for Trump shirts.
Nobody likes the creepy pedo uncle. So I mean,
no, he's still at it. He's still sniffing kids, taking bites out of them.
He's the next Joe Biden. Yeah.
Worst vice presidential choice since Thomas Eagleton.
Yeah,
It's Kamala Harris.
I've been enjoying listening to.
That's good. Yeah.
I've been listening to like turn on NBC right now or CNN, and you'll just they're all like, well, too close to call. They all have their tails between their legs. It's funny how quickly all the Hitler rhetoric has stopped tonight.
Funny you should say that. I just popped on Twitter or X a New York Times headline: "We're all Hitler now." Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, we're all Hitler now? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ron Coleman, worst Hitler ever.
I really would be so bad at it.
Not recommend.
Now, don't say somebody's gonna clip that shit, Ron. God. Oh.
If I could give this Hitler less than 1 star, I would.
Two ovens down.
Like when you get the Kirkland brand Hitler, they send you a Jewish guy.
So to be honest, what the left did do is actually made it easier to laugh about that. I'm not sure that's such a good thing. I just realized that's the truth.
Yeah.
I mean, they really have managed to trivialize the Holocaust entirely.
Yeah, it's kind of like a palate cleanser. I mean,
whatever. Sorry to be a downer, but that's just the truth.
Yeah.
Well, guys, you know,
Jeff, we heard about that happening once you genericize it.
No, I know. And the truth is, we're not really laughing at that. We're laughing at them for being such jerks.
I'm going to have to run, guys, because I got to let dogs out and whatnot. But
guess what? You're all gonna have to run.
Oh, yeah. Ron says good night.
Get out of here.
I think we have learned as much as we're going to learn tonight. I got to say, I thank all of you, and I thank your representatives, my other streaming guests. How long ago did Pro fall asleep?
I'm not going to this shit's over.
He's here?
Chrissy's thinking about what she did wrong.
His picture's here, but I haven't seen. I think he said I have to run out for 5 minutes. And
have I been talking and none of you can hear me? What's going on with this mute button? What's happening?
Oh no!
30 minutes of expertise wasted at the hands of the mute button.
Oh no!
It
was a pleasure. It was a pleasure meeting you all.
Yeah, guys, it really was, as usual, an incredibly realistic simulation of reality. And, I was very nervous about pulling this off myself with no producer. But you all made it easy. And We had
I
fun.
always
And
pull it off myself.
we almost got 10,000 viewers on Twitter.
Wow.
Right
Let's
now we're
keep going.
98. I think we got nothing to say. We got nothing to offer.
Okay.
That's great. So
You don't understand. Ron got the call. Mar-a-Lago
only
is
42 million on road.
They're flying him out.
Everyone,
that is ready. It's warming up on the.
Thank you, of course, to everyone who watched and joined and chatted, and especially if you chatted with money. You know, that's just basic gratitude. You have to thank people who give you money, including many of whom are actually on the screen right now. Now that I think about it, guys, good night. I think we can say that we have a very, very high likelihood of waking up to a somewhat better America,
broken water,
maybe even a lot better America than the one we woke up to today. Good night,
I
everyone.
don't think we're going to wake up to a broken water main.
Good night.
All right.